questions on the resolution or anything? No?
Not really, no.
Good. So let me just try and share my screen.
Okay, let's do that. No.
Good. How do I know which is which? Try and share my...
I've been really looking forward to this session, Carl. You know I like this session. I've heard it before, but you keep updating it, so it's fine.
Yeah. No, lights. Let's put on some lights.
Okay. So let's see. Those are your slides, right?
These are my slides.
Nice.
Yeah, seems to be updating all right.
Okay.
And you're hearing me right, apparently?
Yes, we're all hearing you fine.
No echo, anything?
Nope.
Good.
Nope.
All right.
Yeah, we still have a couple of minutes, so before you can hit it off in track 2. So you're currently in Switzerland, right, Carl?
I'm right now in Switzerland. I got my test done yesterday evening, and if everything goes right, I'll be in Finland this evening.
Yeah, I understood you're getting a puppy, I hear. So
that's right. Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, I have 2 dogs myself, so I know the drill.
Yeah, and one of them is quite new, right?
Yeah. Well, it's pretty nice. You know, when you have a dog, you can walk it outside, so you still have some exercise during this time. So
that part I don't understand at all. What's a pro or a con?
We're like these services now, rent a dog and stuff, so you can.
Oh yeah.
You mean rent it out, or you buy it so that you will get a dog? Which one? I will see it going either way.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Starting 3 minutes, is that it?
Okay. We're all live now, so that's good.
Yep.
Okay. Whenever you feel ready, Carl, I think you can start hitting off, and then I'll remove us so you can do your talk.
We can banter still for a couple of minutes.
Oh yeah, that's fine too, if you like that.
Yep. It's nice to be in a conference.
Yeah.
I know, right? The lobby bar was very, very well stocked yesterday.
Well, my lobby bar is okay, actually.
Exactly.
I think most home bars are pretty.
That's right. Yeah, actually, this conference reminds me a whole heck of a lot of my day-to-day work.
I wonder why.
It's got this homey feeling. Let's put it that way. You really pulled off this home feeling, Stefan. That's really, I mean, that's well done. You know, makes everybody feel right at home.
Oh, beautiful. Let's do some magic. I'm wondering why the StreamYard decided that it doesn't like Chrome anymore.
Oh.
Yesterday I tested everything on Firefox, and it kept complaining about the virtual background it has natively, that it won't work with Chrome. It won't work with Firefox, so I want to use Chrome. Today I opened Chrome and it was like, no, I can't access any of your devices. And even when I manually reset the settings or permissions, it was nope.
Okay. Well, I'm on Edge. Works well.
Yeah, by Chrome I mean Edge.
Okay.
I'm proud of myself of never having installed Chrome on any device except for demonstrating how evil it is by going around the program files, and it can be installed with user permissions on any device.
I know. This has been bothering me as well. As a security guy, I really respect your position there.
No other ulterior motive there whatsoever. So just so that I'll double check. Did you, because I just received a notification that my session is starting. Did you hear any of my notification sounds coming up?
No, just you. No.
It looks like everything is working then.
Okay.
Shall we get started? Do you want to do any? Do you want to do any introductions?
I'll remove us. So, and then you
That's
can
an
take
easy enough introduction.
The introduction will be, we have Carl Orts here doing some security mumbo jumbo magic for you guys everywhere in the world. I would say enjoy listening to Carl's session.
Enjoy with air quotes, right?
No. This is going to be a great session as normal. Looking forward.
Okay.
As normal. Let's get started. All right. Welcome everyone to Azure Lowlands. Nice to be virtually back here in Rotterdam once again. First, a quick and kudos to the partners sponsoring even this virtual session. Go ahead and have a look at what all of these are offering for your needs, and pay them the respect of spending some time from your limited capacity as well. With that, let's get started with the first session of this track. This is my favorite type of session. This is very ranty. It basically puts a lot of these war stories together. I could go on and on. This can be a 5-minute, 15-minute lightning talk. This can be a full day workshop on trying to enforce pull-around controls. How do I monitor? How do I find these things out? How to fix these things, how to build awareness, etc., etc. But for this 45-minute session, let's get started by talking about top Azure fails and how to avoid them. And I really like the tone of this session, so I hope you enjoy the rant. Very briefly from my side, my name is Carl Otz. I'm a cloud and security expert. I wear many different hats as a community leader, from conference organizer to podcast host at Cloud Gossip. I'm like Magnus here, I'm one of the puppet masters behind Global Azure. Beyond the community role, I work as a VP in the Chief Security Office at Swiss Re, one of the large financial sector organizations, largest in the world. We're heavily focusing on Azure as well. But today I'm not speaking to you on behalf of my employer. I'm speaking to you on behalf of as one of the fellow community members like yourself. Feel free to reach out to me over Twitter, GitHub, what have you, beyond that handle. All right, let's really set the scene here. So, why are we talking about this thing at all? Why do I call that top Azure security fails? Why is this even something to talk about? Well, actually, by the latest stats, and trust me, this is the only data-driven part. Everything else is purely opinionated, very ranty, so bear with me. So according to the latest stats available in the Verizon data breach report, during 2020, the latest report that we have, in 2020, data breaches were the most likely to happen because of misconfigured public cloud services. So Azure security fails. So that's more likely than having an external attacker, any type of motivated hacker just for financial gains, someone from kind of nation state political perspective, ransomware, none of that, not even application vulnerabilities that you have yourself created or you are still existing there because of your maybe you haven't updated your middleware, you haven't done your patch management. None of that is as important as misconfigured public cloud services, quote unquote. So Azure security fails kicks in, and let's start looking at this. Why is this? What are these things? How can you misconfigure your environment? How can you configure it in a proper way as well? So the later part and how to fix them comes in here as well, so that hopefully by the end of this session, you won't be part of the data set of these data breaches, not just because you don't share, you should share if you have, but also because you don't have those misconfigured public cloud services that you are responsible of. All right, let's start with the first one, which I am very passionate about, and this is not just me being lazy, but this is really something that is keeping on coming and coming and coming over 10 years to the public cloud, and we are still not understanding, we as an industry, we are still not understanding what are our responsibilities. Yes, we cannot go and physically lock the doors to the data center ourselves. It's always somehow connected through some sort of remote connectivity, but unprotected public endpoints are still the number one thing I see that can go wrong, and that's how your malicious actors can get in there. Well, let's give an example. Here I have a data set of just 2 virtual machines running for a single day, 24 hours, and perfectly fine, fully patched virtual machines that I've created in Azure, using everything as default. So I have RDP open, I have SSH open, all that. And what you can see here is I'm actually looking at the logs of those logs. So I'm querying using custom query language here. It should be pretty easy to follow if you haven't even seen this before. So I'm actually just checking for the security event log of those Windows servers. And I'm specifically looking at the 4625 failed login attempt event ID. And failed login attempt can be for any reason, usually because the password is wrong. There can be some other conditions in there, but I'm looking at all of those failed login attempts, and I'm then summarizing this result set by the account that was targeted in this login attempt. And as you can actually see, there are over 3,000 different usernames that tried to log in and failed during this 24 hours into my 2 virtual machines only. So you see that actually just by having my virtual machine, even if they are fully patched, there's no vulnerable applications there whatsoever, just by having them there, you are opening yourself up for people knocking on the door and asking to be let in. And you'll see there's tons of users trying to log in as administrator, different ways of spelling it. Just for Magnus's sake, there's also administrateur there with some umlauts there as well. And then finally, we start having smaller numbers of accounts. There's Test, Aloha. If you will go further, there will be different brand names, Xerox, Canon, first names, etc., etc. These are all the logins that failed. We don't really know by this data set yet how many of them actually succeeded, but why didn't we catch any of this? Why didn't we block this? Well, because of password spray. Distributing the places where you log in, using different accounts and using different passwords to go around any of the existing logout times keeps you vulnerable to these types of attacks. And as long as you don't control the network, if you don't do anything specifically, you still don't control the network like you used to control in your existing environment, meaning that you might not necessarily catch these at all. So what can we do? First of all, pretty easy. Every public IP address you manage in Azure is a risk. you should always consider, do I really need this when you are creating, actually when you are using your whatever tool you're using, Terraform, Azure CLI Portal, whenever you are thinking, okay, now I'm creating a resource called IP address, it's public, think again, grab a coffee, think again, carefully review, add to your existing inventory, etc. But same goes with any other public endpoints, really there as well. For infrastructure as a service, even if you don't manage those IP addresses on your own, you might have some public endpoints. In any case, lock those down. Azure natively supports network security groups. There's even just-in-time version of those using Security Center. If you can, lock any of your RDP down, and instead of using your existing toolset, actually use the web-based RDP using Azure Bastion, logging into the Azure portal yourself. For platform as a service side, if there are some databases, some other services that you want to consume from platform as a service, there's something called quote-unquote firewall in there, where definitely first of all, you should turn it on so that it's not just publicly available endpoint. You should add at least an access list of allowed IP addresses, maybe your outbound proxy address, at least something there. Even better if you can add service endpoints from your services that are using those, or if you're willing to have a look at the complexity and the cost, then also private endpoints for connecting to those platform as a service data services as well that you can consume from Azure. And finally, your applications, whether they are running in container as a service or platform as a service. Now we start to finally see quite established support for private link, so that we can actually connect to those private endpoints using private link, not just from our infrastructure as a service, but also from platform and container as a service as well. So you could even build, if you're working on Azure Kubernetes service, for example, you could build a private AKS cluster, even though it's managed by Azure, and in there it will be private link for your nodes, for your cluster nodes, and then the API server that you use to communicate to those nodes. Then there you will configure your authorized IP ranges there as well. And even app service nowadays has full support or good support for private link for both inbound and outbound there as well. So you don't have to go for Azure App Service environment just so that you get this network isolation, depending on your case. So how to fix this? I mentioned this platform as a service data services have something called a firewall. It's available usually in a slightly different name, slightly different UI. Some of these services split this into two, and they have virtual networks separately and private link separately. That's fine. The functionality is still the same. So first of all, as you can see, the default is always default availability. Public endpoints means allow access from all networks. You need to specifically go ahead and disallow that. You need to select the networks or IP addresses or private links that you create, so that only those are available for your utilization. If you are working with, here I'm working with Azure Storage, you can go even further if you really need to have public endpoints available because, well, you're building a web application, for example. Then you can actually go ahead and use fine granular control. You can add these network level controls also for your SAS tokens that you can use to generate more granular access tokens for single time or time limited use for accessing your data there as well. And as always, please go ahead and always ensure that you disallow any unencrypted connections, and if possible, based on whatever you are using in your client side, please also make sure that you use the latest possible version of ciphers. So storage account, for example, supports TLS 1.2 enforcement. Go ahead and while you're there, do that as well. All right, one down. Let's move on to the next one. Also something that keeps on reoccurring, doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon, is really misconfiguration of authorization. And in Azure, that in most of these cases, it means that wherever I go and see a new environment as a consultant, as just like talking to someone, every user is the Azure owner. And even worse, it is in the subscription scope, meaning that they can do a lot of damage, not just from the point of view of access control, but also creating new services, managing or turning off some of those controls that you might have available in your environment as well. There can be many reasons for that. Owner is the default role for a new subscription. So if you have this kind of unstructured approach that hey, somebody just started playing around with Azure and then they invited the other team members in, you didn't really think about it, you tried granting them contributor, but then when they started working on something that you hadn't worked on, you ran into this resource provider registration question. Instead of managing that for yourself, for them, you just gave them the owner access and then just left it be. Don't be that person. Just spend some time. It's hard. You don't get any. Don't get to demonstrate any value that you're moving fast. You're just saying you're still setting our Azure environment up, but it really, really, really pays off in the long run over there because the owner can manage user access. On top of managing access and managing the content, scale, payment, creation of new services, deleting of old services, etc. Very, very powerful role. It really is that. It should ring the alert bells in your head if you think that owner is the role that you should be using when doing your regular job as a developer or an admin. So what should you do? If you consider this owner role, that's effectively two separate roles in one. It's effectively this contributor role, which is the main powerful administrator role in Azure, even though it's very humble in name and just contributing here. Contributor can actually do a lot. Pretty much they can do any create, read, update, delete operation in any resource provider as you can imagine, except the Microsoft.authorization, which is then left for the owner. Owner actually has everything that the contributor does, plus actually access to write into this Microsoft.authorization as well, meaning that they can manage this access control. And there is actually a built-in role for that. There is actually something called user access administrator. It's not just on the top of the list, like we have owner, contributor, reader on the top of the list, and then we have 100 or so built-in roles that are listed alphabetically. You need to specifically scroll down and look for the user access administrator role. Instead of assigning your regular developers owner roles, assign them contributors, and those who need to manage access, such as PMs or whoever, they should go for the user access administrator role. So they can manage those access, but they can directly, without consciously making the effort they cannot directly go ahead and, for example, delete the whole production database. Sounds good. Separation of duties makes sense with these role-based access controls, which we should use within RBAC. Instead of owner, use user access admin. That's your friend. But there are some caveats. Not all Azure services are as equal as others. Some Azure services, and specifically on the data services side, they might have been around for a while. I'm not trying to blame any of these services. They are working very, very nicely. You can do a lot of things to lock these down. But actually, a lot of these services, and for example, the services are listing here, Azure SQL, storage account, Key Vault, a lot of these services, but at default, they can be actually, the access to those, the data access can be managed by contributor as well. So if I've done my due diligence, if I've now removed owners to user access admins or contributors, there is now the next level. And the next level is that a contributor can go ahead and manage access, kick anyone out, or add themselves as an admin for SQL, do the same, get the keys for storage account, and again, manage the whole access policy list of Azure Key Vault. Well, luckily, we are starting to see a proper data plane RBAC coming to Azure services. There's Key Vault, that Key Vault is having a preview coming out on that, as well as some of these others as well. And then there is the other part of this whole authorization, which is not always as well understood as well. So RBAC assignments are effectively a consideration of a lifecycle as well. So RBAC assignments are inherited. So if it's assigned, if you have a contributor or whatever role you have in the subscription scope, then now and forever in the future, if there are any new resource groups or resources created by anyone else in the scope that you have access, they get automatically inherited for your access control. If I keep my contributor access to the subscription level, someone goes ahead and adds another application there as a resource group, I automatically get access there as well. So you should really, really minimize these subscription scope assignments, and in any way possible, go as low in the hierarchy of inheritance as you can. So you should prefer resource group assignments, even resource assignments, or in some cases, if you can, even sub-resource assignments. All right. Let's move on to another topic that should be, well, as someone who's looking at this from cloud and security needs point of view, this should be common sense. We should know better. We should be able to do this, but no. Just commenting from the OWASP list, this is not insufficient logging. This is what I see in Azure is really missing audit logging. And the reason for that really is that most Azure services don't actually create any logs by default, any sort of audit logs. There are some cost impacts as well, and Microsoft is not opinionated. They don't know how I will use this service. Am I just playing around? So of course, as a customer, it does make sense that I don't pay for stuff that I won't use. But still, it doesn't make sense that the same part is true even for very security-specific services. Even for Azure Key Vault or Web Application Firewall, there are no logs by default. Who's ever heard of key management or a firewall without logs? It's crazy. So this is your job. You need to understand which services you are using, and you need to turn these on. It's not always very easy to find these places out. So this is how you do this. This is an example for Azure Key Vault. The same functionality is hidden the same way in other Azure services as well. Some of those have additionals, but mainly this is the way to go. So it's actually not directly part of your resource if you are building this in a resource management template or Terraform or somewhere else than the portal. But in the portal, you see this in the same view as you see your resource. You see here I'm logged into my portal. I'm checking my Key Vault blade here. I've navigated under monitoring to diagnostic settings. So this will be if you're doing this on the templatized world, you will just create a new Azure Monitor item or a resource that you will tie then in here. What you do is you create a diagnostic setting, Azure Monitor. You do this. You create this diagnostic setting for your resource, and you specify which logs do you want to consume or store from this service. This particular service, Azure Key Vault, has the support for audit events and metric events. which makes sense. I either want to focus on performance, or I just want to check the security related, who accessed what changes were made. Makes perfect sense. So I'd select what data do I want to get. I then select the target of my diagnostic setting, log export or monitoring log export. The target can be one of these three different things. It can be a storage account for long-term retention. It can be an event hub, which I can then use to integrate outside of my Azure AD tenant. This can be useful if you're using multiple tenants in your own environment for whatever reason, from segmentation, or maybe you're using Azure in the sovereign clouds, or maybe you're a managed service provider and you want to get those logs out. Or if you want to get out of Azure altogether and want to consume these logs in your SIEM, then typically you would go ahead and look for your SIEM providers agents. You will go, for example, check your IBM QRadar, install that consumption agent on a VM, connect to the event hub, and read all of the data and store that in your QRadar over there. Makes perfect sense for integrations there. And finally, if you want to perform that same type of analytics in Azure on your own, then you can store those in Log Analytics Workspace, which is of course the same space that you use for your Sentinel queries as well. So audit logs, they are not turned on by default. You don't need to go ahead and turn them on under something called diagnostic settings. They are not under the resource provider of your resource. They are actually under the Azure monitoring resource provider. Luckily, we don't always need to consume this or check these logs ourselves. So there's actually some automation, some statistics applied. The latest naming for this is called Azure Defender. This used to be called Azure Threat Protection. There were some different names based on the service there as well, but once they consolidated the names, it was Azure Threat Protections, or ATP. Some of your services, especially when you go for the check on the API level, they might still call this as Azure ATP. For example, ATP for storage or ATP for another environment. But the latest name since the falling night this fiscal year in Microsoft is Azure Defender. And with Azure Defender, it can take those logs from your Key Vault, from all of those services that you want to monitor. It takes in those logs and actually automatically creates alerts for you, without even any Sentinel or anything. This is just part of effectively Azure Security Center or Azure Defender for Resource X. It will create you different types of alerts about some sort of anomalies happening. Somebody accessing your data from an unusual location. It's easy if you're from Finland, as I'm originally. Whenever someone's accessing your data from Finland, it's unusual. Some other type of anomalies, it's anonymous access. If somebody uploaded some malicious new packages, so it looks like this is a legitimate user from a legitimate location, but now they're doing something that they normally don't. They are reading all of the data. They're listing all of the fields. All of these are actually put together and sent to you as automatic alert just by turning on Azure Defender for your resource. This is an example of an Azure Key Vault, Azure Defender alert here. Hey, there's some sort of operations of both the authentication, wrapping of the keys, getting the vaults. This seems something that you should go and have a look at. They give you some reasons that potentially this could be a false positive. They give you specific resource ID. This is what happened by this. They give you all of this in a kind of pre-packaged way that you can then consume. This alert you can get also out, so you don't need to go to Azure Portal to check this. I personally like to use the instead of an email alert, I like to consume these alerts in my iOS application. There's a mobile app for Azure. If you didn't know that, if you logged in, you can get to create your Azure Monitor alerts as notifications also to your mobile. You can create custom ones as I did over there, or you can get these automated ones from Azure Defender. Or for example, here is something that's not technically part of Azure Defender. It's more of a performance side, but can still be used maybe for getting alerts from any of your irregularities in your services as well. This is from App Insight, getting an alert that, hey, there's a 1,000% slower than normal response time. Maybe this is because of something unusual happening in your environment. Maybe it's a denial of service, maybe something's overheating. You don't really know, but maybe you should let someone know this. All right. Moving on to a little bit more specific ones, but still as powerful. Also, if you have been working with cloud for a long time, you don't get to have the excuse that you don't know this. Anytime you see any of these news about some sort of data getting leaked, quite often it's about, hey, somebody stored our storage account keys or whatever in a public repository, and then all of that data got leaked. Well, let's have a look at this in more detail. If you absolutely have to use for any reason these legacy authentication methods, which are effectively using, for example, for Azure Storage Account, it will be having this account key in use, which is effectively this super key that can do anything. There's only one of those, so there's no we cannot know who is using this key, so that means there's no authentication whatsoever, and that you can do actually anything with this key. You can create, update, delete any data, any access control. So there's no authorization whatsoever. It's just a backdoor super key. And you should be able to aiming to use some of those data pane roles. As I mentioned earlier, we start to have these roles available. Storage Account is a good example that actually provides decent enough roles for your managed identities or your users so that you could actually use those and not use the account keys at all. That will be what you will prefer, but it's not always possible. Maybe because you are using an old solution. Maybe you're using a third party client that doesn't support this yet. There can be a number of reasons. If you absolutely have to use these account keys, then you should definitely add some logging from your key vault in between. You should set up some key rotation practice, store those account keys in your Azure Key Vault, start your automatic retention there, and restrict anyone else, even your contributors, actually going ahead and checking those keys, listing those keys in your storage account. By default, a contributor, as I mentioned, can go ahead and perform this storage accounts list keys action, meaning that they can go ahead and if they have access to a storage account, they can list these access keys, these account keys. You don't want to do that. You need to set up a policy to block that. But if your devs still need to have access to those account keys, then definitely you can put those in Key Vault and instruct them to check those keys from there if you turn on your audit logging for your Azure Key Vault. And finally, this is even available as a built-in option as well. So now we have this allow shared key access option in Storage Account. This is still in preview, and there's lots of caveats. And as mentioned, there can be a lot of dependencies. You might not know yourself that you are using this. You might think that you are not using this, but there are a lot of things that are disabled that can break when you disable this. But when you're building something new, when you're building all of the environments yourself, when you go through those checklists, definitely I recommend to get started with slowly and steadily configuring all of your storage account by blocking these legacy authentication keys altogether. This is similar functionality as you would have for Azure Container Registry. It's just a toggle. It's a property in your resource that you can toggle in the UI here, or it's something that you can turn on when you're creating your resources in other environments as well. finally available, use this. All right. Then something that might not be as obvious or as tangible for a lot of developers who might not be also looking at this from the whole organization perspective, or might not have configured their own Azure AD tenants, might not have even seen these portals. There's always this native link to some sort of external identity in Azure. Whenever you're performing your role-based access control, you're always assigning these roles to some sort of external identity. It's not a username and password that you create yourself and share securely to your colleagues. You are trusting that the Azure Active Directory or other authentication provider you're using is secure. So this failure or misconfiguration here, it's really all about using some untrusted authentication provider. By default, you can invite anyone with an email address. You don't know when you're performing this RBAC assignment to a new user. You are actually behind the scenes also inviting them into your Azure AD tenant. So first of all, you might be granting them a lot of power based on your existing Azure AD tenants configuration. But secondly, you don't know how will they log in? Will they actually be this user who logs in at all, or will this be shared behind the scenes? You don't have that control. By default, it can be anything from a private Microsoft account, Gmail account. It can be an Azure AD, but it can be an Azure AD that anyone has created themselves. You don't know before they accept the guest invitation and actually start signing in. Even then, you have limited access there. Well, what can you do? Well, it's all about trust. You need to understand who this is, where they're coming from. Always use your trusted Azure AD to authenticate over here, and start if you have the power, if you have the control, or at least if you have the power to ask, how are we doing this to secure our environment? How do we limit actually guest access at all? There's plenty of things that we can do nowadays. There used to be only effectively a number of the guest was almost the same as any other member. Now we have a couple of more restrictive options over here. By default, we are here in the guest users have limited access to properties. So, for example, they see themselves, and they can even curate for other users, but they might not see all of the information about those users. It can be as bad as this. Exactly the same access as members. Don't do this. It's all about trust, but basically nothing is worthy of that level of trust. Don't do that. I really recommend going ahead and using these most restrictive options. This is now defined as a new category of guest. This is still in preview, but as the member default access as well as the default guest access, now we have this new restricted guest access and all of the power to the Azure AD tenant that comes with that. Plenty of other things that you can set. By default, any member and by extension any guest can just come in and invite any new guests themselves. You should have a look if you want to limit this so that only people within a certain Azure AD role can invite guests, or at the very least, you might consider limiting that the guests themselves can invite more guests, etc., etc. And depending on your level of existing processes that you might have, you might want to also start managing a list of allowed domain names, allowed not domain names, but allowed email addresses for your guests, so that you could manage your kind of onboarded partners, for example, that can be invited, and you need to go through some sort of inventory process before you can start inviting some new people in. Once you do that, once you already trust them, then you can start monitoring them and see what's what. Here's an example of a login to an Azure application that I'm hosting. You see that there are some failed, interrupted ones over here. This is a view from conditional access logs, effectively. For the successful authentication, you see that this is the particular application that was used to log in. We got this information from Azure AD. There's some data about this particular user. How did they log in? Which device did they use? Did they use MFA? Where there's some conditional access policies that they did not pass, but altogether the score was still acceptable, etc., etc. All of this is available for you if you know what and where to look. All right. One last part about this authentication part. When we trust all of our users here, we may start to grant access in the data pane. We may start adding conditional access. We may start getting logs from here. We may even start using Managed Identity to grant access of our services directly. Good. Let's start wrapping these things up here. I could go on and on, but we are slowly coming at our time. So a quick call to action. Most of these misconfigurations, fails in this session can be detected using Secure DevOps Kit for Azure, which is a command line based toolkit, which you could use for scanning your environment. It's just something that you install on your workstation or even Azure Cloud Shell. You install a PowerShell module. You authenticate against your Azure environment. A reader is enough, so there's nothing kind of intrusive there. Just as a reader, you can go ahead and run this scan against your environment. You get to see these similar recommendations as well. You get to know how affected you are. But I have some sad news on that regard. AZSK unfortunately is being sunset, so you have half a year to use AZSK to work on this. By end of June 2021, AZSK will be finally deprecated. There haven't been any new additions, any new features for a while now. But for now, it's still available. Most likely, it will still be available for some time after that as well. But still, there are no more bug fixes even at that time. There are some options that what you can do. So there's an official sunset notice and documentation. I showed you a quick link from Tom Kirkhove's Azure deprecation that combines all of that information. But effectively, your migration options are to go for an Azure native solution, meaning Azure Policy, Azure Security Center, or to use something called Azure Tenant Security Service, Azure TS, which is similar to the AZSK functionality. There's same sets of rules that you can check with AZTS, but it's not something that you can run ad hoc on your machine. It's something that you set up to run continuously in your environment, and it is scalable. It can scan hundreds of subscriptions easily, but it is definitely not something that you can just have a self-service way and poke around. The good thing is that the good folks in the AZSK team have done their homework on that, and they've actually provided a list of these policies that can be done using Azure policies. So you can actually go ahead and check the same tests that you were able to run using PowerShell. You can also check those with Azure policy as well. Something that's not as well known as it should have. Azure Security Benchmark is there available for you. A great set of documentation on best practices on security. If you want to have a look at how any of those Azure governance policies have evolved over time, any policy initiatives, then you can look at AZ Advertiser, a great tool that combines all of this information together. And with that, quick last note, if you, like I, are fond of yet another community event, then we just announced new dates for the Azure Global Azure, again, of course, virtual event, but Global Azure will return once again, and the dates are April 15 to 17. Go check out globalazure.net for that. All right. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
And
Good talk.
here I am as well.
Yes,
Backstage.
here we go. Yes, well, there are some questions, Carl. So
Excellent.
There
one
was-
pretty much in the beginning, someone asked if you use SAS tokens for storage accounts, what would you consider as the maximum token validity?
Maximum token validity time. I would go as minimum as possible. All depends on your service that you're building. If
Okay.
possible, if you just want to build something that should work just kind of one-time use code in a way, then you should just use the minimal possible time frame and regenerate those on demand, always validating the business logic back behind there.
Okay, good answer. And there was another one, and this relates to when you were showing the guest accounts. So Jasper de Vesch asks, when do you want guests to have the same access? So
I don't want you to have, but unfortunately, if you don't do anything, these are the defaults.
Okay, yeah.
I could imagine that if you are building some sort of multi-tenant service, and actually you are using maybe a segregated kind of domain Azure AD that's not really your own Azure AD, but used as a middle ground, which both of you trust, that could be a way to grant everyone the same level of access. But in a regular type of environment, I wouldn't really recommend that to anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because he was kind of asking when when you're showing this, why the option was there. So.
Yeah.
So in regards to what you said about access control scopes in subscription scope and so forth, to try to set it as low as reasonable, one of the things that I have found myself that as a motivation is that it's not always intended to be that when you grant a subscription scope, you also grant the same access to any future resource groups that have never been created yet, right? So was that the intent? Well, in that case, maybe the subscription scope is appropriate, but I've seen a lot of times where that was never the intention, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I do call out the inheritance there, because that's not always, it's not as familiar to everyone if they haven't spent the time around on playing that.
Right. So are you effectively handling like if someone has a project running and they have a deployment somewhere in some one or more resource groups, how do you effectively grant this access to the people that should have access to that environment?
Oh, yeah, that's a long.
What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, one could write a book on just on that one topic, but
Yes.
and I'm sure people have. Yeah, so effectively that you have the first kind of strategic solution or governance solution question to solve internally first, which is about, do you rely on this native RBAC assignments? Whenever you grant access, will that result in a new RBAC assignment? Or do you have this pre-populated set of well-known good configuration that you consider proper access that you put in place as Azure AD groups that are granted already access, and instead of managing that access in Azure, you would manage using your existing processes, manage access in an HR system that you are now part of this organization or this group, which will then effectively mean that you will be added to the Azure AD group that has already that access there. So that's one big problem to solve over there. It requires a lot of work upfront. So the cost benefit is something that you'll need to think about. Or you could use Azure AD PIM if you have those licenses. It's a little bit more dynamic. You can grant your application teams who have kind of grounds to work on your subscription. You could grant them PIM privileges as well, so that they could add this proper access in over PIM to the resource group level as well.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Just-in-time access with PIM is a really nifty solution for many scenarios. Though it has been a little cumbersome to manage because it's been a one-to-one. You have to grant for every individual identity from your AD. You have to grant for everything. The public preview on the group level access, where you can assign PIM to a group, and then any member in the group will have the access, is also quite attractive, but that's a preview still.
It's a preview, and sadly the automation story has not really been there yet, been there as well as it should have. So it has been a lot of manual work.
Yeah, and that's the downside of it. But PIM is attractive there. I don't see any reason why anyone should have to a privileged environment or to a secure environment should have permanent access with a significant role. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. And even if you don't go through the manual work of enabling PIM manually, you could just turn on PIM and you will get those automatic alerts on what is actually happening in your environment. You will get these alerts saying that, hey, now something's going wrong. Somebody granted an owner access to a subscription level. That's something that you will get as an alert in PIM.
Yeah. So the antidote to granting too much access is in my book is obviously automation, because then you don't need to have access, and that's why the way I'm working now, and we both work for each a large organization, is to enforce reviews on PIM activations, which is to indicate to the organization that PIM activation, getting privileged access into an environment for a human, should be an exception, and exceptions are reviewed, right? Yep. So that's not like, oh, we're activating PIM every day. It's just how we do things, because then you might as well not have PIM at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, Carl, I also liked some of the tips you gave during your session. One was interesting about the logs, and you have to add those diagnostic settings. Yes. Yeah, well, it's a pretty good one, because by default, yeah, you're right, none of the servers have enabled. Is there anything strategy behind it? Would you use kind of one log analytics workspace or several, or?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a governance question, which turns into costs as well. As a large organization, I'm working in a large enterprise. We have teams and processes in place. So for us is that we have our own kind of SOC environment that we run. We have a centralized Sentinel environment, where we want to store all of the logs, not just from Azure, but different places, data sources as well. So for us, it's easy. You need to produce your logs to this centralized environment, and we actually enforce that for you. But if you are working in a smaller environment, if you want to have those logs for your own purposes, because we don't give you access to everything we have, of course. So in that case, we will grant you could add another diagnostic setting with maybe, let's say, half a year of logs in your log analytics workspace. You can't, even if you want to pay for log analytics workspace, you can't really use that for audit logging purposes. The maximum time frame there is 2 years. That's a technical limitation, which and it is very costly. You shouldn't really do that, but you could. The 2 years is maximum there. So there is actually available a kind of official Microsoft built logic app that actually exports those logs after a certain amount of time to a storage account. But what I will do is I would actually just straight up create two different, or actually in this case, I would have 3 diagnostic settings. I would have one for storing those centralized logs, one for this this kind of my log analytics environment. That's however long amount of time. That's just for my own debugging needs and for active work, and then for my applications. Kind of compliancy requirements, I will store maybe to a storage account with archival settings for, I don't know, 10 years or whatever is needed. And I will just straight up create those from the resource. There will be a little bit of overlap, but at least I would have kind of provability across the life cycle of that.
That's interesting. That's interesting. So I would assume you would, generally speaking, take the archival thing when you export from your centralized logging system, but you would put it straight on the resource.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, if I have that centralized system, that's nice. But then again, then if I'm a fast-moving application team, then I need to, first of all, that capability needs to be there centrally, of course. And second of all, if I have an audit for my application specifically, not just we as an organization or this country this subsidiary in this country has an audit, then I will need to be able to produce those logs as well. And if there are fewer moving parts on the way, it's easier for me to prove that, hey, these are all of the logs that we have ever created.
That's interesting. That's really good. That's great advice. I hadn't thought about it that way. I'll take that into account.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Great.
Right. Well,
Yes.
that was 45 minutes going past way too fast. It's over already.
Very interesting topic.
Yes.
Let's see. There's no more questions here. There might be some more later on, Carl, in the Discord channel.
I'll pop by and have a look.
Yeah. And I will, if Anna is ready, add her to our environment. So she's the next speaker talking about RPA. So I'm going to add her right now.
Hi.
Good morning, Anna.
Hey.
Good morning.
How are you?
Sleepy. How are you?
Third cup of coffee. I'm beyond sleepy.
Okay. Really not a morning person. I'll give you that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
You're in the UK, right? So I think it's an hour earlier.
Yeah, it's still, the sun is still rising.
That's okay. Well,
Yeah.
the sun's up here, but it's more rainy here. So
You win some, you lose some. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. You're going to talk about robotic process automation, if I'm saying it correctly, RPA in the Power Platform.
That's right. I'm going to be talking about RPA in the Power Platform and the Power Platform in general, and hopefully get some people excited about it, and
Okay.
have as few comments with, oh, that's just a joke, as possible. Because it is cool for a developer to say that about their technology, just saying. So yeah, this is what I'm gonna do today, and I'm hoping that you'll find it really interesting.
Yeah, I think it is, because it's kind of reminds me back of the old days of screen scraping on IBM mainframe. So, although it's not the same,
Right.
I think it's soon in those lines, right?
It's not the same, but at the same time, it is similar. And don't believe that organizations don't still have those old applications. And if they don't have them anymore, believe me, they've got a lot of Excel and data in that Excel. And we don't want that. We want to protect all of the data. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, this is not my topic, my normal topic. So I'll definitely keep my eyes peeled and ears peeled to this one, because it's fascinating as a topic. So go for it.
Yeah, it is. I have a friend, you might know him, Kent Weir, who is a program manager at Microsoft, predominantly on this RPA stuff. So I know a little bit because he has some videos too, but I'm definitely interested also in your talk. So maybe it brings back memories.
My one will be, be the introductory with a few demos as well, just so that people sort of know what we're talking about. So for the deep dive stuff, or like super complicated expressions or very deep loops, complex error handling, stuff like that, this is not the sort of thing that we were gonna go through today. We're rather gonna do the functionality, this is what's included and how we can integrate it and stuff like that.
Cool. Yeah, no, definitely interesting. I think a lot of people might know the Power Platform. Before it was, I think, Microsoft Flow, right? The Power. Yes, and now it's so. Yeah, I think people will be definitely interested in this. I think it's a new feature capability, right, in Power Automate.
it's a brand new feature capability within Power Automate, and it
Mhm.
doesn't come alone. So within the last year, Microsoft has released both robotic process automation in a form of desktop flows. So now we are talking about cloud flows and desktop flows. But also they've released a process mining solution as well, so that when we do want to integrate and sort of automate those processes, we know what the processes are in like a measurable way, not that X, Y, and Z say that they think the process is that way. So we're going to go through that as well, as it is part of RPA.
Okay, well, I'm excited, so I hope you're ready. So it's almost time. So
Yeah.
if you you want to start maybe or start sharing your screen, then you can excite us with your talk.
Let's see. Sharing my screen. I'm sort of trying my best not to look down. So let's just see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I will add it to the stream, and here you go. It's visible.
Perfect. Do I start?
Yes, you can start, and I will remove us.
Have fun.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very, very much for having me today. And a very special thanks to our sponsors for making, for helping make this event come to life today, even in these times and online, unfortunately. What I'm gonna do today is go through some of the new capabilities that the Power Platform from Microsoft actually has. These new capabilities are robotic process automation, which I do believe really add an understanding and really add to the digital transformation processes within all organizations. A bit about me. My name's Anna Demeny. I'm a partner technical architect for the UK, but from Microsoft. Before being a partner technical architect, I have been a developer, functional and technical consultant in many areas and technologies as well, which sort of made me focus more towards integration and how we can bring all sorts of different languages together so that we can create really big and complex enterprise solutions. It's why I probably now lead the integration and RPA space for the UK partners from a technical perspective. Another thing, obviously, I do love RPA. I find it really interesting. I'm hoping that you will find it interesting as well. I do a bit of drawing with my pen, so I'm hoping you won't find that annoying. And on a more personal note, when I'm not doing work, which is almost all the time, but when I'm not doing work, I really love cooking. So for me, it's all about food. I like to innovate and be creative with everything, so I apply that in food. And before these times, I used to travel a lot. I love the ocean. I'm a free diver and a scuba diver. And last year, I've been on a world tour that allowed me to take the most spectacular photos of my life. So yeah, that's me. Enough about me. Let's talk about the agenda today. So today we're gonna do a tiny Power Platform overview so that we know what we're talking about. Then we're going to go into Power Automate, which is the part of the Power Platform that exposes the RPA capabilities. We're going to talk about what sort of types of flows we can use, what's the AI Builder and how we can integrate that, and integration with wider, other services as well. Then we're going to go into a quick demo where we're going to demonstrate how we can improve a very manual process. And then we are going to do something called Process Advisor. So Process Advisor is brand new and still in preview. Forgive me for not saying the word preview there. and I just want to show you it to see, yeah, what's your opinion about it. And finally, we're going to have a Q&A. Okay, getting started. So the Power Platform is a set of low-code tools by Microsoft. These low-code tools really engage more people within the organization to build, essentially. And we care about that because we would like for people to act on their desires, on their own. We want them to create Power Apps. We want them to create forms, and we want them to create their own little reports to analyze based on whatever data they're interested in. They can also build some really cool bots as well. And finally, they can create their own workflows. We want that because this will unleash not only their creativity, but it also helps us as professional developers to integrate further, to understand the processes better, and also to focus on what's of interest to us and what spikes out our own creativity. So the low-code tools are really a very powerful suite, which is why Microsoft is investing in them so much. Now, I mentioned doing some analytics, creating some Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent. So this does sort of go, in a circle, but also the thing is the platform is so big, we wouldn't have time to talk about it today. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on Power Automate with its types of flows, but also on the back end, because the back end is pretty important. It's got a lot of governance and security and stuff like that. And it's the little engine that keeps everything going. So Dataverse is sort of like a database on steroids. It does a lot of things. This is why it's important that we go through that a little bit as well. So talking about Power Automate is that part of the low-code Power Platform that allows us to create workflows. And these workflows can either be for ourselves, so for personal productivity, or they can be business-wide. We can share them. They can be created under non-interactive users. They can also just guide the user towards a process, and that would be a business process flow. Or they can use, parts of the system. For example, you can use Cloudflow and then go down into RPA and actually automate some of that capability with some of our legacy applications. In order to do that, Microsoft has exposed some triggers to start flows and some connectors. But the thing is, the Microsoft community and all of the other organizations, they have built their own connectors into Power Automate. So now we have more than 400 connectors that allow us to just log in and expose some other companies' capabilities. And that's really, really cool because that means we will be able to do some workflows and cool stuff using, including AI or Office tools or any other thing in a low-code mode. So we don't have to really write that much code for it. The only other thing to mention here is that Power Automate is written on top of Logic Apps. So if you know anything about Logic Apps, expressions, objects, error handling, all of that stuff, you will be pleased to know that most of it applies to Power Automate as well. So if we are to have a look at how this whole thing works, I mentioned Dataverse. So Dataverse is a database, but it's so much more because it actually exposes an API. And this API makes these other processes within the Power Platform talk to each other. So we have business analytics, and then we have apps, and then we have workflows and AI, all of that based on this big API, right? But that's not enough. We can also write our own code. So this is where the power lies for us, right? Because Dataverse does expose a really rich security model. It's got authentication, authorization, auditing. It can expose a lot of logic, so it can do jobs for you. It can do all sorts of smart things within forms, like business rules. It can detect your duplicates, and it can calculate some of the fields. So it does do some really cool back-end stuff for us. Then we can hold data in a variety of spaces and versions and so on. So we are no longer constricted to just SQL or anything else like that. As Azure actually evolved and got stronger and stronger, so did Dataverse. So Dataverse has very similar capabilities as well. And finally, we can integrate these APIs. So we can write our code, and there are event hubs, and you can play with the service bus, and you can have webhooks, or you can simply export your data and do whatever you want with it. So it's really, really powerful. This is why it sits on the back end, and it's worth thinking about it, because you'll see that as we go into all of these products, in order to use their capabilities, we are going to have to use Dataverse. So we spoke a little bit about the 400 cloud services that are natively connected within Power Automate. But that also doesn't mean that you cannot create your own connectors. So you can have custom connectors. You can use multiple data sources within single applications using Power Automate. And also, if you do have on-premises systems, then you can also use on-prem data gateways. It's the same one as for Power BI or for Logic Apps. If you are using some of the desktop connections there, and you will be able to create your own stuff. Again, some of the power of Power Automate. It also provides seamless automation across Microsoft 365. So that means that once I start a Power Automate, and you'll see my demo as well, I can interact with these environments also very easily, because I just have the triggers within. And this is not all. We can also infuse some artificial intelligence. We're going to use AI Builder for this. AI Builder is another low-code platform. So it will expose a series of models, and it will allow you to build some standard applications. It's really smart, and most of the things that we would do are there. So it's very rarely that you would need something other than the template that the AI Builder actually offers you. And this has been built by the very smart, big-headed people at Microsoft, so we don't have to worry about the AI in this case. So pretty cool, yeah? Cool. The way we do this is we actually have some predefined models, and I'll show you this in a second. And after we've done all of that cloud work and custom connectors and some AI and integrated Microsoft 365, we realized, oh my God, we've got a lot of Excel data. We've got a very old, I don't know, Java application or whatever that needs to integrate within our system because that team over there uses it. Well, for that, we have RPA. RPA will sit at the end of all of these processes that we can actually automate as a step that we cannot. It's going to be able to record tasks, automate them, and then just play them back. You can push values in, so you've got input and output parameters from the cloud, and then the result will live back into the cloud, in the Power Automate flow for cloud. This absolutely gives us more governance. It helps us avoid manual errors. So it does a lot to us, a lot more than just automating some menial task. It actually provides an end-to-end process and visibility across our system. And that's pretty big from a compliance standpoint, at least. It sort of looks like this if we are to look at the interface. You can have loops, variables, you can extract data. Obviously, you do have error handling capabilities as well, and you can debug your Power Automate desktop flow as well. And it obviously integrates with everything else because the cloud flow will integrate with everything else. Time to get an example, time to get to an example. If my actor here, let's call him Jeff. If Jeff were to buy a pizza because it's late and he's been working late, and then he would want to expense that, in the old times, he would give up the receipt to our admin person, and the admin person would have to scan it. And then they would have to fill in some information and email it. And then Jeff's boss will approve it. And that's the process. Like, how long does that take? So we're not going to do that anymore. What we're going to try and do instead in this demo, we are going to have Jeff order his pizza, of course. We can't live without. But he's just going to take a picture of the receipt on his phone. He's going to email it to us, and then together with Power Automate and Dataverse, we're going to do all of that approval process using Teams as well, and we're going to fill it into the system also. Let's see it. We are here in my Power Automate environment. That's flow.microsoft.com. I am under solutions. I always work with solutions because it's the Power Automate, Power Platform's way of doing application lifecycle management. So it's good to have everything contained if possible. And for me, everything's possible to have it contained. So here it is. I'm quickly going to show you the flow, because I have prepared it beforehand so that I don't take too much of your time. You can see straight away here that I have a cloud flow, and you can see already what I've done with it. I had a few failures, it's true, but finally I got it working last night. So this is what I'm going to show you today. The way this is going to work is, as soon as Jeff sends me an email, Power Automate will try and capture that. But you can imagine I get a lot of emails. So Power Automate is going to be able to filter that by some criteria. In our case, I'm looking for emails with the subject of invoice, and they need to include attachments as well, because that means that I do have the invoice and Jeff didn't forget to attach it for me. Straight away, I have a loop applied to each function here. And that's because Power Automate can instinctively recognize an array. So it looks at my email and it says, might have more than just one attachment. Let's just go through all of them. If I have many, many invoices, then I can even make it run in parallel so that I make it run faster and more suitable for enterprise solutions. If that's not enough for me, then I can add a parallel branch and do the same, and that will get some parallelism as well. So you can catch my drift? This tool can get pretty strong. I'm going into a predict method here where I'm going to predict an AI model. So my attachment, you can see straight away, it's been grabbed from my email, and now my model is going to try and analyze it. If my balance is greater than $2,000, pretty expensive pizza, then I need an approval flow. So then I will integrate seamlessly within Teams, and actually post a vote and see whether I can approve this or not. And if it's approved, then finally I will fill in all of the information within my legacy app. And these are the fields that I've actually managed to capture from my AI build model. Okay, let me quickly show you the model as well. And then we're gonna run this. So I have a few models, and I've created one last night as well for you to, for me to show you it. This is the one that we are going to use. It sort of looks like this. And if I were to do a quick test, this is already trained and everything, right? So if I were to do a quick test, I could actually send an invoice here, and I would make it analyze it for me. So this is the sort of invoice that I will have. Please note that you can have multiple templates. So you don't just need to have this format, you can have many formats, and then you can define what sort of fields do you want. You can see here that everything all of a sudden is captured in variables that I can use throughout my system. So this is an already trained model. And if I go to my unpublished model, actually this is trained as well. This is slightly different because within this one, I was able to actually analyze the table as well. So you have a lot of ways of using the AI models, and part of it is also capturing data, and that data can be object processing or information from pictures or even tables. So if I were to do a really quick test with this one as well, then you will see that it will be able to grab me the table as well. So then I can work with this, right? I don't have to analyze this too much. I don't have to go one by one. I can just grab the table and then use it as a just one array of objects, right? Cool. Let's start this flow. So in order to do that, I had to receive an email with an invoice, which is what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to use my personal email, and I'm going to send it to here, and it's got the text of invoice. And let's just hope that this happens really quickly, because sometimes with demo environments, it won't, as you know. Okay, so we're sending this. Cool. As soon as I get the email, there we go. We have an email. Let's see if it's over 2000. It is over 2000, so everything should happen. In the meantime, we can also see what's going on within my flow. So if I go back to solutions and flow, I will see on what step I am. I can see right here that I also have a notification within Teams. And this is my notification. Do I want to approve or reject? I'm going to approve. Right, so according to my flow, this has now been approved, and my Power Automate for desktop flow will do the rest. So it should fill in the information. And this is sort of what it looks like. We need to pay attention that my app doesn't quickly start and then disappear. So it's able to check, there it is. So this is my application, and it's just filling in my info. You can see how quick it is. Obviously, I wasn't that quick when I recorded this, and that's it. So everything was submitted at this point with today's date and everything else. If we look at the actual process, we can see what it does. It checks for my invoicing system, and then it will go into adding an account and so on. The interesting thing is that you can run subflows that you can then reuse in other desktop flows. So that can be pretty cool as well. In my case, it's just the adding an account that for sure I'm going to use in many other different ways. Okay, so this was demo number 1. We used AI Build, Microsoft Cloud Flows, Teams integration, and we were able to do some RPA as well. And just one quick flow. I'm hoping that you're starting to grasp the powers of RPA when we embed it into such a powerful engine. If I really quickly go back to my slides, I just want to show you how we would use this new thing, even newer thing, Process Advisor. So Process Advisor is the data mining capabilities, process mining capability by robotic process automation, with the thought in mind that when we're starting to automate such a thing, not all processes are so easy to understand. So then we're going to have to figure them out. And traditionally, how do we actually figure out processes? Well, in my experience, there always is a whiteboard. And there's people in the room and coffee and cakes. And these people just happily go here and discuss their day-to-day work and their process and their point of view. And then in the end, there might even be someone there drawing out the process. Happy days. Awesome. This is how we figure out processes. In reality, it's very often that someone doesn't agree, or someone else doesn't agree with the disagreement. Or even worse, people get really angry and leave the room. This is why Process Advisor can actually help us get started quickly and really gain deeper insights. And I'll show you how. In principle, the steps are easy. You create a process to begin with. You then share it with all of your other colleagues who are using the same process. Everyone records their way of doing something. You then group that something into categories so that we know, now I'm writing into an Excel, now I'm inputting information into a legacy app. And then finally, we analyze it. At the end, we figure out, is the process, doable or is it not? And this is an example of one of my processes. You can see that, it can get quite complicated, right? So really quickly, I just want to show you that. Back into my Power Automate, I am conscious that I only have 3 minutes. I will go probably 5 minutes over. Sorry, guys. Because I really want to show you this. When I go into my Process Advisor, you will see that I already have a few processes recorded just for demonstration purposes, because I really want you to see what it looks like when I have just one process and when I have multiple opinions as well. My process is called invoice processing again. We talked a little bit about food earlier. So in my business, I started selling cakes in the US, but now I moved to the UK, and everything obviously that I sell is in pounds. However, my system can only read dollars. So what do I do then? Well, in principle, I need to do the conversion and fill in the information. This is what we are gonna do. And I'm gonna go straight into the process, right? You have here a bunch that are not analyzed, and I'm just gonna do a new recording, like someone just shared this with me. invoice processing. When I am opening the recorder, this is actually Power Automate for desktop, right? So it's the exact same application. Here it is, opening up. And this will be able to record all of my steps. Awesome. So I'm gonna start recording really quickly. I do have an invoice here. This is my invoice. You can see that it can capture some things. My interest is within the balance. My balance is 405 pounds. I'm gonna copy this because I want to convert it into dollars. You can see straight away, like I did some mistakes. I was a bit clumsy, and if I wanna get rid of these from my process because they're not maybe relevant enough, I can just delete them. So we can always do that. I'm going into currency conversion, and I want to convert 405. This is my value in euros. Now I have everything within an Excel. So first of all, I really need to fill in that information. So I'll get onto this Excel and, for example, just copy the price. And the pound price was 405. Okay, perfect. And now finally that I've done that, I can just record a brand new invoice here. So I'll go to new, account is me. I am the contact. And this is the amount. Invoiced, save. Awesome. And now I finished with my process. This is how long it took for me to do all this stuff. As I finished with my process, I get a message saying that they're saving my recording. So if I just go back here, you can see my recording already. So if I click on this, it would allow me to group the actions exactly like I mentioned before. So what we're going to do is we are quickly going to group the actions. We are going to analyze this process and see what it looks like. And then we're going to try and analyze more processes to see how it all comes together. When it takes a little bit of time, it's because I have, a lot of tasks to do. So it takes a bit, but not too much actually. I group things by adding an activity. And in here, I have a few that I've already described, or I can create brand new ones. For example, in here, I am copying the balance, right? So I can say copy pounds balance, for example. And then we're gonna add a few more. We're just gonna do convert to balance $2. Then we're gonna paste in here, right? So we have pasted stuff within the Excel. Paste in Excel. And then finally, what we are doing is filling in the information within Contoso. So we're just going to add an activity here. Of course, I could have added more, right? But for this purpose, just a few are enough. Where is it? You can actually select where to drop this. You don't have to do what I'm doing right now out of desperation that I'm late. Okay, record invoice. And finally, if I click on here and I do add activity, you can see that it's put it in here already, and I can just say save. Awesome. I'm going to save this and I'm going to mark it as ready to analyze. Once I've marked it as ready to analyze, I can actually analyze this particular process that I've got. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly analyze this. It's ready to analyze. And I just need to go through the process. There's more things that you can do with this. You can share it, obviously, and you can hide some of the things. For example, you can hide the screenshots or the texts that the process is capturing for you, just in case you have sensitive information or anything else that you do not want to share. That doesn't hinder the process at all. You can see that this has already been analyzed. Oh, sorry. And let's just look at the analytics. So the analytics will tell me straight away what my process was, how long it took, and what were the where did I spend most time? Because this is something that we want to identify. We want to see the gaps. We want to see the bottlenecks. So this is what's gonna do. It says that it took me 1 minute and 67, and I had 6 activities. And now it's gonna show me the actual map, which is a very visible thing that we can share with other people as well. See, pretty straightforward. I'm just gonna do one last thing, and I'm gonna mark a few more of my processes ready for analyzing so that we can see what they look like. So this is not analyzed. All I have to do is sort of mark them. I'm ready. In the meantime, if there are any questions, I've got nothing after this. And if there are many questions, please do let me know so that I don't go too far with this and we don't have time for questions. I'm just marking them ready to analyze, right? And then saving. It's a bit annoying that you can't do it in bulk. You have to go backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. This is a in preview application, so it might, like, it's not quite ready yet, but I believe it works really great for how it is at the moment. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, I think we have enough. And I'm gonna make the system analyze them. Now, the cool thing about this is that it remembers within Dataverse, remember Dataverse? It remembers what I analyzed already. And if it's exactly the same, then it will not analyze it again. So for example, whatever I'm analyzing now, it's just going to be on top of whatever I have already, and it's just going to give me the analytics data to see, you know, how long do I take in doing stuff, and you know, and things like this. You can share things. Yeah, I said that before. Okay, let's just go to analytics. It was really quick, actually. Normally, it can take a bit longer, like a few minutes, because it's got a lot of smarts behind it. So it needs to do, it needs to analyze a lot of data. And this is a Power BI report, by the way. So nothing fancy with that. It just works within the Power Platform. You configure it within the Power Platform Admin Center if it doesn't get configured by default. You can see that I have 4 recordings, and the average is actually 2 minutes. So if I have 200 invoices every day, this starts getting very expensive. And if I am to go into focus mode, look at this. So many opinions to actually do the exact same thing. this is how we see how a process actually gets done in the field, rather than us trying to guess. And we have some more, like we have the time analysis with the bottlenecks and everything else I actually mentioned. All of the actions. So this can easily just be exported and presented in a meeting. Really cool, no? Okay, that's it for me from a presentation perspective. Are there any questions? Once again, I'm Anna Demeni. If you're interested in this stuff, or in cooking, or in diving, follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn.
Okay, cool session.
Yes, very.
Very insightful.
I'll already follow you as well. That's already done. So
Well,
yeah, for me, this is a lot of magic. I just that's the best way that I can describe it. This is not tools that I normally use. So for me, this is very magical.
Oh, cool.
You use this for your cooking experience as well, this technology, or?
Yes, actually. I have this Excel with it's just a database that I got from the internet with like calories and nutrition and stuff like that. So I do bake cakes and things, but my friends, like I have this one friend, she's forever on a diet. Like, oh. And I'm always, will you come over? Let's play some board games, stuff like that. Oh, I can't eat because, I'm on a diet. So then I start computing stuff and, and I can give it to her and she's got apps. And you can absolutely use it in your day-to-day life if you want.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring, because, even, at home, my daughter is turned vegetarian. So now we have to cook 2 types of meal, right? So I can imagine if you have friends coming over with all kinds of dietary restrictions or anything like that, yeah, then that's going to be interesting.
For me, it's really complicated when you, especially from my position, I demo technology every day and I thrive to solve complex problems, which is my favorite thing to do in the world, right? But for that, you actually need to try out technology. It's really hard to find a valid scenario. Like, come on, it's not easy. You start doing something and you're like, oh, okay, how do I apply this?
No, I think you're taking it from your real life, the things that you're passionate about, and then saying, oh, you can use my technology for this as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a question here for you, Anna.
Please.
So, someone says, I love RPA for getting data into legacy systems. However, I see that some companies use RPA to get data into SAP, while SAP has an API. So what's your view?
For whatever there is an API, use the API. Always use the API. Never the robot. I've seen time and time again, people do an end-to-end process using a robot, even though they have web services in the cloud. Like, that doesn't make sense. No. This is a process to help us for things where we can't help ourselves in any other way.
And that makes sense.
Yeah, so if you're restricted if there's no APIs available and such, then this technology is, a good fit.
Absolutely. If there's no APIs for a part of your system, or if you have, it doesn't necessarily need to be a legacy application. People are working a lot with, in my example, it was Excel, but they write documents in Word and they keep data all over the place. This is what we're trying to achieve here, a higher level of governance.
Yeah, of course.
He likes your answer, so he's pretty happy that you said it's API first.
Awesome. Always API first, yeah.
I was gathering consumption data, cost data from Azure recently, and the way that the finance department wanted to receive it in the end was Excel. And it just feels like, what are we doing? We had it in the database, and now, come on, man, because they wanted to import that. I guess into SAP, right? Because that's how it goes.
Yeah. Well, wait a second. I did say API, but if they wanted an Excel so that they can import it into SAP, and somewhere higher up they said, "Oh, we can't afford to integrate with SAP at the moment," then yeah, hell yeah. Let's just record our task and see what the process is like and use RPA.
Yeah. And I think that was sort of a scenario here that they already know how to do that. So they were like, yeah, okay, we're doing it the same way that we already did the other things.
Yes, but then you never cater for the human errors, and it is proven that like there are 30% error, human error rates. So when you use a robot, everything's recorded.
Yeah. And regarding that, when I saw you record and do things there, and you made it, like you said yourself, right? You normally, what happens is you make little mistakes. You do things that you didn't intend to do, and it gets recorded. Isn't it, difficult to really like get out the real things that you really needed to do without breaking your recording? That would be the one thing I would struggle
you
with.
delete by mistake something. If you delete something by mistake.
No, but you just break the thing, right? Because you thought that it was something like there's too much mistakes and stuff in there, and you try to fix it by cleaning it up, and then you broke it.
It is possible. You just start again. It's like 2 minutes, or even if it's 30 minutes, you do it every day. Start again.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, right? But normally you wouldn't actually, because the process advisor, what it does, it records your overall step and how much time you spent on it. It cares less about whether you navigated away or whatever happened, right?
Yeah.
It needs to know how much time you're wasting doing that.
Right. But how would you add like something like I don't know, if you need to, this is low code, right? But if you need to go from here somewhere in your process into something which is not low code, how do you connect into, I don't know, a function or something else which is built by developers and technical people who do that part?
There are two ways. First of all, by analyzing the process, we just record everything, and the tool doesn't do much else. It just analyzes stuff.
Right.
But then, when it comes to actually fixing the process, once we've done something in the legacy app, but we're gonna go into this new modern, I don't know, function app or whatever, static app, whatever it is, right? At this point, we are going back into the Cloudflow and integrate like before. So you can actually go backwards and forwards easily with input-output parameters.
Right.
Or by using Dataverse. You can tell Dataverse, this is the step that I'm going to start using a cloud technology.
Well, definitely. There's huge amount of value in this, obviously, to record processes as people, humans do them, not technicians. Developers are a different breed altogether. It's not the same kind of person. We think differently. And recording how people of less technical inclination, that don't care about technology, recording what they actually do has huge applications. So I think this is very impressive technology.
It also makes for friendlier colleagues, like, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it really does. But to be able to remove, automate and remove repetitive tasks that no human should be sitting around doing all the time, it's practically priceless, I'd say.
Like I said, digital transformation level up.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, very impressive. I'm for the first time, I think, that I have seen in my career, Microsoft is on the right track with this. There have been many attempts in history, and most of them are thankfully are forgotten by now.
Yes.
That is very true.
But adding AI to the mix is a game changer.
Yeah, I agree.
True.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much
Anna.
for having me.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. And I'll add the next speaker. Hello, good morning, Vladimir.
Good morning, good morning. I hope you hear me well right now.
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Maybe my hairstyle is not so representative
No,
right now, but I'm still waking up.
Your sound volume is slightly lower than ours. At least I hear Stefan better.
Let me find out how to fix it.
I think people can just crank their volume a little bit on their speakers as well. I think I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Is better now?
Yeah, a little better. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're ready and set to do your talk. Mission critical applications.
So
In seconds.
we can say that I'm ready.
Okay.
All right.
Especially this session is based on live project we had few months ago during Corona crisis, and when I decided one year ago to create presentation like this, I didn't know that I will have something like that in live project. Maybe someone watched those kind of presentations on user group or somewhere, I don't know. And once we got from the client request from proposal and for in a nutshell, it was a project for auditing their infrastructure, because a few developers develop application and deploy the infrastructure in Azure. Pretty good, even though they are now from infrastructure side, and they hired us to check infrastructure and maybe strengthen security or something like that, and then we deploy something that I will present today with few slides only. More demo than slides.
Yeah, that's good. I think people definitely will appreciate the demo and stuff you're gonna show us.
Yeah, yes, the demo is always good, but sometimes Murphy's law is not on our side.
No, I think you'll do great. So
I hope, because I tried a few times. I had last time I spoke with Alexander, my friend from Novi Sad. You both know him, and 3 or 4 times before the presentation, everything was fine, smoothly. On presentation, I had some big issue. 5 minutes after session, everything was fine again. So that is okay. That's something we cope with all over the time on sessions, conferences, small, big user groups.
Good.
What are your impressions for first session this morning?
good. Well, we're both me and Magnus are on this track. So we had an RPA and a security session, and we're having now, I think, more about scalability and availability, if I'm correct, in your session and deployment.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's been great sessions so far, and I'm sure you'll do great as well. You're following two wonderful speakers, and yeah, we're looking forward to hearing you as well.
How many people are right now on live broadcasting or something like that? Do you have any?
Yes, currently in this track there are about 70. There's a little bit more in track 1 and a little bit less in track 2. So it depends on the audience, their preferences, what they like to hear. So yeah, it's hard to tell. But yeah, there's definitely quite a number of people in this track.
Yeah, that is great. I saw that you sold more than 600 tickets, but no one will be on session every single session. That
No, I think it will be during the day. I think some people be in the morning, in the afternoon, or
Yeah, of
picking
course.
between. So yeah, it's a bit different than in person. With in person, of course, you're at a venue constantly, and now of course if there isn't a session that really interests you, presumably you can take a break or something, or maybe work, or that it all depends.
Yeah, I just realized that I cannot see. Oh, share screen. Found
Yeah,
it.
yeah, the share screens in the bottom. So
Yeah,
you can already click it, and then I'll
yeah,
see
yeah,
it, and then I can later add it to the stream. So no worries.
yeah, of course.
That's the beauty of StreamYard. It's a pretty interesting set of technology.
It's really simple to manage, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, for the Azure Saturday, we decided to use Restream. That is pretty the same
Okay.
thing, and I hope that will be for me good intro to learn how everything will be experienced from speaker side.
Right.
Because I tried and tested the Restream and looks fine as well as StreamYard, but we still need to gather up both three of us and test it in
Okay.
details. And so
But it's pretty straightforward. This time, I usually am like you, the speaker, and then I'm invited too. But now I'm on the other end. Now I'm kind of hosting, and I have Magnus as my co-host. So yeah, that's a totally different new experience for me as well. But so far, so good. So,
yeah, but this, from the backstage side doesn't look so complicated.
no.
You can prepare everything what you need to put in the broadcast and your background, your logos, I don't know, titles or something like that. But you need to be there for all time and be something
Yeah.
who will produce everything.
True. I have Elliot who's put a ton of time in it, and he's done an excellent job. So that's why me and Angelica benefit from this. So it's kind of for us, it's even more easier now because of the ton of work he put in. So based on his experience, he speaks a lot too. So he takes all those learnings and bring that into this conference. I also do sometimes speak like him, but not as much. So yeah, we try to bring everything together. But yeah, it kind of works. So.
In my opinion, the best conferences are the ones organized by speakers. People who understand what it should be like. We don't always, but many times you get a good experience as a speaker at conferences. Most are doing quite fine. But the best experiences are with people who have been on that road themselves.
Definitely, we know what we exactly want when we are speakers somewhere.
That's right.
And we're trying to, like we did last year in Belgrade for Azure Saturday. I think that was last online live conference before Corona crisis in Europe, because we had on February 29th.
Oh,
And
nice.
Corona was on the edge of our area, and we had 2 day free night for all speakers, hotel, everything. Why? Because I like to be treated correctly, because I will spend my time without any payment, any benefit of anything. So we found a hotel which is really near to the conference center, really near to the center of the city, and everything which should be the best possible solution for every conference. But
yeah,
unfortunately, it's not for all conference the same.
Nope. But I think most of the organizers that are speakers are trying to do their best. And sometimes there are some constraints when it comes to budgets or sponsoring. But fortunately, with Lowlands, we have an awesome set of sponsors. So we're quite good in the area. And like you, we also, Lowlands was a little bit before the COVID really broke out. So we were also having, hotels and stuff pretty near to the venue. So.
Yes, I would feel miserable if I don't create conference in a manner that I like to be treated on
Hmm.
other conference. And if conference in person, that is not so easy job. It's so complicated job.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah. Last year, Alexander asked me, "Do you want to speak on some slot?" No, I don't need to do that because I spent 3 months on organizing everything. I think 5, 6 meetings with venue only, not sponsor, venue only. What will be served for lunch, when will be breaks, additional sponsors for food, for so complicated.
Yeah, it definitely is. Um, Whenever you are ready, so I will add your slide as this to the stream as well. So I think you can take it away for us, and we'll see you soon once you're
All right.
done.
Break a
Okay,
leg.
break a
Okay.
leg.
Good morning to everyone. I hope you hear me well, loud and clear. Welcome to Azure Lowlands conference. And in my session, deploy the mission critical application in seconds and make it globally resistant. So funny, so cool name. And in a nutshell, that is based on a real project we had a few months ago. So before we start to talk about session, we need to say big thank you to our sponsors. Even though we are in virtual, we need to say really big thank you to them, because without sponsors, organizers cannot create really good conference. So who am I? For guys who and girls who don't know me, my name is Vladimir. I'm from Belgrade, Serbia. I'm Microsoft Azure MVP, Microsoft Certified Trainer, regional lead for Serbia for many years. Currently working at SuperAdmins as a cloud solution architect for the general Microsoft footprint, but because we're trying to move everything which is possible to be moved in Azure, we are focused in Microsoft Azure, so that is our core to say business right now. From the community perspective, I'm co-leader and co-organizer of Azure Serbia user group. We started approximately 2 years ago, and co-organizer of Azure Saturday conference in Belgrade, which will be this year in 3 weeks, 4 weeks from now, February 20, and will be online as well. So stay tuned. For more information, we have great speakers like Azure Lowlands have as well. My Twitter handle is Ladino31. So if you have any kind of questions regarding this session, regarding any other topic, feel free to find me on Twitter and ask. I will reply as soon as possible. So I will not have so many slides today. I will focus on deploying and showing you how that can be deployed, what are the benefits, and how we can do that. As I said, this session is based on real world project for one South Africa's Medicare application, which was really interesting for me when clients came to us and asked us. In a nutshell, that was, I think, United States owner of application and Medicare, but everything is for South Africa. So that's mean everything will be deployed in South Africa. Why that is so good and why they choose Azure? Because there are 2 data centers in South Africa. I'm not sure, but I think that at the moment only Microsoft Azure from all public cloud providers have data centers in South Africa, and they ask us for reanalyze the infrastructure and security and propose something how we can help them to have better application, better infrastructure and support outage that they could have. So why we need geo-redundant application in general? Maybe our business is growing on a global scale. We moved from local traditional infrastructure to more regional or worldwide from United States, Europe, East, or something like that. That is one of the reasons that could be trigger for thinking about something like that. Or we want to be protected from the region outage. That was the main reason for this kind of project we had, because they have to be 24/7 online. And they have maybe 1 hour on daily basis window for some updates, maintenance, something like that. But for daily basis operations on the field, for doctors, for all of people who are included in that business, application must be accessible 24/7, especially due to nature of application and location, especially. And we have enough money to pay for everything. We had a lot of situation in the past when we designed something similar to our clients, and when they ask us, okay, what should be the price of that? That will cost, for example, 2,000 euros per month, at least. Okay, can we pay lower? Yes, but then we will not be geo-redundant. We need to remove, for example, one database side or one application service, or remove front or put just simple load balancing or something like that. But if we want to have geo-redundant infrastructure that is fully resistant for region outage or something like that, we need to pay a lot of money because everything needs to be doubled. So what kind of services we can use for that? So basically, if we talk about globally distributed application, we can use almost all services that we can use for our application, even virtual machines, but some kind of management will be more complicated, especially if we want to leverage DevOps methodology and philosophy in that process. That will be a lot complication will be there, so there is no so easy to implement. In some specific cases, if we still have to use virtual machines due to nature of application, third-party, custom-written services or dependencies, and we really need to use virtual machines. We can use virtual machine skill set to leverage some specific benefits of public cloud technologies, of course, but again, everything will be more complicated to manage for management perspective, for additional deployment, for adding new features. Everything will be a little bit slower or more slower, depends on exactly what we use. Of course, cloud native services like app services, containers, Kubernetes, functions, so many other cloud native services are more comfortable because it's easier to integrate them with DevOps, with frequent changes and so many other things. However, we can use almost all services, and I had situation that I need to use virtual machines, of course, for infrastructures, for application infrastructure in Azure. That is not rare. That is pretty often case still. But we're trying to transform clients. Hopefully this project was natively based in app service and PHP Node.js application and Azure MySQL. In this demo I will use Azure SQL and some simple .NET Core application for this demo, not real demo. Infrastructure design really depends on type of application. As I said, we like and tend to use newer services, cloud native services, because there's more benefits than we have in single virtual machines. But if there is no possibility to use new kind of services, we will definitely use virtual machines or something like that. And one really important thing is don't forget on security, which is one of the biggest mistakes that so many infrastructure designs will have. So for this demo, which will start in a few minutes, which is based on a project that we had, we have Azure front door in front of everything. We will have two application services in different regions and Azure SQL with Jira application. Some of those services are already deployed to save time for deployment, but some of them we will deploy in demo and configure all things that have to be configured to have application which is globally resistant. So let's move to demo. Just give me a second to find my Azure. So what we have right now. At the moment, some of things are deployed, and we have one application services, one web app deployed. Nothing special is not configured there. That's the simple configuration will set that there is .NET Core application. Okay. See, general settings is .NET Core application. There is nothing specifically and explicitly configured except connection string for database. So if we open that application, that is my application with all speakers from Lowlands conference, and we say have some list of speakers here which are in our database. Pretty cool application. So for the start, that will work. We have one app service. We have implemented CI/CD using native deployment center, and have one application, one database, simple Windows database, Azure SQL database, and everything is fine. Everything will work. For example, if you take a look on deployment center, where we can create the most native CI/CD for app services, we can see that on my GitHub account is connected, and every single commit will initiate new deployment. Great things. We have implemented, we don't have implemented scale out right now, but we can do that, and everything will works fine. That is a pretty good thing. And app service is one of the Azure services which most like. But what will happen if Northeast, and E is abbreviation of Northeast, sorry, North Europe, not Northeast. North Europe is down, for example. Our application will not be available. And if there is really important thing, our business will stop, maybe we'll lose money, or we cannot provide service to our customers, that could be a little bit complicated. Or even if maybe app services affected with some kind of downtimes, or Azure SQL is affected, everything of those will affect our application. So what is the plan? Plan is to have new one app service in other region. In this case, we have only Mighty App in North Europe. We will create a new one in West Europe. We will use West Europe region. We will select same .NET Core. We will create new plan. to leverage some specific features, we need to have standard plan like as automated scaling. We can use monitoring, which is another really cool thing that is native for app services. We will not deploy that right now to save time. We will put some tags and we will create additional app service in totally different region. At this moment, we don't have anything of that application. That will be some basic welcome pages. And we need to configure that that application will work with the same code and with the same database. Of course, if there is need to implement session states or some messaging services like Service Bus or Redis or RabbitMQ or something like that, yes, that is possible. Everything could be done in the same manner that we have on other side, if that is important for application. For many applications, to be clear, that is really important if we want to have really functional and highly available application. We need to implement at least Redis for session state to have everything up and running in a proper way. So we have deployed Mighty App in West Europe. If you take a look at that application, what we'll get, okay, here app service developers, blah, 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 everything is fine, but there is no any kind of code. Okay, how that will be configured? For this demo, I selected to use the simplest method, which is fully functional. I will use my GitHub account because my code is stored in GitHub account. Okay, I will use app service build. We can leverage GitHub Actions or Azure Pipelines, so that will create in our Azure Pipelines new project with all releases needed. But we will select this one, select branch and repository, and okay, continue, finish, and setting up deployment is started. That will be done in a few seconds, 10 seconds, 50 seconds maybe, yes, and first fetching data is started. Because this application had to build, that will take, for example, 3-4 minutes to be up and running. While we're waiting for this part, we will not operate as a monitoring technicians and watching on progress bar. We will check North Europe SQL server. We have deployed one SQL server in North Europe, and we have one database, MightDB. Everything is fine. We can configure everything what is needed here, because we can open our application. You will see right now in a few seconds. Not here. App services. West. Okay, just put there if we need to check something more. If you take a look in deployment center, running deployment command, and what will happen right now? Once application is deployed and we try to open it in browser, we will get some error because there is no communication with database. That is not by mistake. I didn't put connection string in application code because I prefer to use configuration and put configuration connection string in configuration of app service. So if that configuration is configured and connection string is added here, that will override web config or application config files that we have in our application. Okay, still waiting for this one. Once we configure this, we will back to database layer and check how we can configure failover groups and how we can have our SQL servers, Azure SQL servers, highly available in case of any kind of disaster. So, okay, still waiting for this one. I would like to encourage you to ask any kind of question if you have in chat. I will try to answer to your questions during or after this presentation. So feel free to ask if you have anything. Okay, while we waiting for this action, let's go back to Azure SQL site to save time. As I said, we have one my Azure SQL Server in the North Europe and one in the East Europe. And we have one database, of course, SQL database, one SQL database, and we can see that is in North Europe server. That is okay. Everything is fine online. There is no such a big usage or something like that. Okay, but what if that SQL server is down? What will happen? Application will not be up and running. So there is something called failover groups. Even though we can create data replication between two databases, that is okay and similar to standard replication in SQL Server. Failover group will give us the possibility to have something similar to always on in on-prem infrastructure. So we will create a group and we have to add new name, Mighty SQL Server. Oh, there's typo. We will say, okay, secondary server is West Europe server. We have automatic failover policy in case of disaster, and read-write grace period is default 1 hour, but we can create additional configuration if needed. So what databases will be included in this group? We have only one. Okay, we will select one database and we will create this one failover group. What will happen? We will get additional connection strings, additional server names, and then we need to change our connection strings and point to this failover group, not to exact SQL Server. That shouldn't take a lot of time to be deployed. Yes. So we can see my SQL Server, configuration details. North Europe is primary, West Europe is secondary. So what is the listener endpoint? Now, listener endpoint is not mighty SQL-NE. Basically, that is functional. That is not a problem to use that, but we will be pointed to North Europe server. But we have to use this one, Mighty SQL Server database.windows.net. What will happen? Once we trying to get to, once we try to access to this one endpoint, we will be redirected to the primary server. At the moment, still is seeding, which is okay, but we can change this one. I will just prepare new connection strings right now here and show you how that will work. Okay, while we're waiting for seeding, because everything is configured on this map, you can see that where the primary and secondary. Okay, everything's fine right now. Where the primary, where the secondary location is, really cool. Okay, and another good thing, we have read-only listener. If we need to use this kind of database for some kind of reporting, analyzing, and whatever, we can use read-only listener, and every time when we try to access to this one endpoint, we will be redirected to the secondary service. So primary instance will not be under high read load or for some kind of reporting. Okay, it looks like that everything is deployed. Okay, back to Mighty App in West Europe, check deployment center, and we can see that success active. If we try to look at this one, okay, we will get error. Why? Because we don't have access to database. So configuration, advanced configuration, and you can see we're trying to access to Mighty SQL Server database Windows Net, which is the listener FQDN, and we will be redirected to the primary instance. Okay, we'll click on save, wait a few seconds, and now we will be able yes, we are able to reach our application in West Europe region. And let's check can we change something, or does we have, I will use my edit, okay, save, yes. So we can see that this line has been changed, which exactly mean that we have connectivity to the primary SQL instance. Another check is here. Give me a second to find just a password and I will show you. Okay, I open access from my IP address. So what we have right now, we have deployed two web apps, two SQL servers, and we have deployed front door. I will go through this in a few seconds, but double check. Not for SQL Server, sorry. Double check for application. Let's check configuration. What is the connection string for the West Europe leg of this application? Yes, Mighty SQL Server. Okay. Let's take a look on North Europe application. That should be some changes needed at the moment. Yes, as you can see, North Europe application is connected to North Europe SQL Server. We will change that right now. And we can say right now that our application is ready to communicate with SQL, Azure SQL Server, which is highly available and really resilient to some outage because we have database in two different data centers. Okay, what we have right now is a final step. We have front door, which is already configured, but that will not in some complicated way. So let's check what is the front end. Front end is Mighty App Azure Front Door.net. We have enabled session affinity, but we have disabled at the moment web application firewall, which could be involved later. We have app service backend, which at the moment includes only North Europe application. We'll be forced to use HTTPS. Probe will be interval on 10 seconds. Pretty default settings. And we have some routing rule, which said, okay, accepted protocols are HTTP or HTTPS. We can change that to use the force for HTTPS only. what kind of pattern should we match, what kind of rule details, what kind of row type. So we pretty the same as default settings. So, okay, update, save, and let's check right now. Yes, of course, I was impatient, so click twice. So let's check. Okay, that will be updated in the background. If we open this link, we will get, of course, access to our application. Pretty cool. Everything works. We check people. We can see that my already changed line is here. Great. Everything works. So what we need to do right now, app service backend, and we need to add additional app service, okay, in West Europe. More or less everything is fine. We don't have some kind of redundancy. For example, we can configure wait or priority, or we can say, yes, this application has priority too, and all traffic will be redirected to the northeast, North Europe infrastructure side. If that is not available, then will be redirected to the West Europe, or we can say, okay, that is no problem, work in parallel, the weight is the same, so only latency will be calculated from the front door where traffic will be redirected. That is something which is configurable and you can change later. That is not a problem. So at the moment, we can say that we have globally resistant application, which is deployed in two separate regions, two separate web apps, two separate application services, two separate Azure cycles, and everything is communicating each other, and everything is up to date. How we will check that? I have already changed one single line in this application. So I will open this one. Okay. So I changed just header of this front page. In my application, I will now commit this to GitHub, and because we have already implemented, okay, git push has completed. You have to believe me because that is on my additional monitor. So deployment center, North Europe, what we have right now. Because CI/CD has been implemented. Sorry. Where is right now? Because the CI/CD is already implemented. Yes, running deployment is here. I added message change on the home page. Click on git tell, git commit, git push, and our web app pick up all changes right now. The pretty same thing is in the West Europe. We can check right now. Yes, because this deployed this morning, we didn't have any history from previous days. And in a few minutes, we will have a new version of our application. The same application on both sides, same application will work, or the same application will not work on both sides. Of course, if we talk about real production, we need to leverage web app slots if we decided to use application service, and not clear deployment directly to the production branch, especially without if we don't have implemented any kind of testing or something like that. So we need to leverage deployment load or different web apps for UAT for something like that. Okay, completed. Let's check what will happen right now. West Europe. Okay, welcome to the Azure Lowlands 2021 conference. Old page was there. What will happen right now if we refresh this page on the front door? The most probably sometime will not happen anything because front door have implemented some kind of caching. Let's try to purge all caches from front door and check. It will be up through the global URL access. Sometimes we need to wait half a minute, 1 minute or so to clear caches by default, but let's try a different browser. Maybe sometimes that can help. And yes, different browser. We have in our front door, we have new page, all data here, everything is fine. Fine, let's check on our edge. Here is right now. So sometimes need to wait a few minutes, maybe dozen of seconds or something like that, or maybe more. That really depends on how your caching is implemented, for example, in front door. Front door is not only a possible solution for the global load balancing. Basically, we can use traffic manager if we need to have some global routing, or for example, if we want to have the United States user to be reached directly to the United States infrastructure on Europe and for Europe or something like that. But front door is a service that is basically designed for a global load balancing, especially because we can leverage web application firewall rules. We can create everything which is needed. We have some kind of restriction that could be implemented there using these features. Of course, in the background we can use SQL servers, MySQL servers, SQL Server virtual machine. We can use Cosmos DB or something like that. It really depends on our application. In a front end, back end, something like that, we can use app service, containers, Kubernetes, virtual machines, scale set, everything what is really needed to support our application and work in really good way. So there's a lot of different options that we can use for this kind of application, this kind of infrastructure design. So, and that really depends on application type and what we want to support, what we want to use. This is only one small portion and something that we already implemented right now for those kind of client, because we have 10 minutes more. I will just say we don't have enough time to implement everything, but how we can strengthen security, for example. Let's take a look in web application, and if they click on networking part, for example, we can integrate our app service to virtual network. I think that I don't have any virtual network for this one. Yes, I have some other. We can integrate web app to specific virtual network. In the same way, we can integrate our SQL server to specific network and configure private endpoint. We can configure web app to route all traffic through the private DNS and private network. So that's mean even though we have communication between web app and Azure SQL through the backbone of Azure, we can strengthen network security and communication between Azure SQL and application service. We can close, let's back to web app. We can go to app restriction, for example, networking, and we have access restriction. We can restrict access from specific IP addresses, or for example, if we implemented application gateway, we can restrict all public access and allow only access from application gateway. So that means our web app will not be reachable from this one access and this default URL. So let's check how that should work. Give me a second to find what my IP address is here. Look up my IP address, and I will block my IP address right now. Okay. And I will go to networking, access restriction. I will add rule, IP address, deny, priority. For example, 10, block, and save. So once we, yes. So I have block right now. So if we try to access this application from my IP address, yes, access forbidden. So there is a lot of options that we can use to leverage cloud native solutions and services and the functionalities that we have to strengthen our security for our applications. So you need to think about everything when you design something like that. Maybe sometimes a CDN will work for you and you don't need to deploy application in different regions. But if you want to be protected from the big outages and you need to be 24/7 online, that is something you need to think about for your application, especially because as I said, we implemented this for very specific industry, Medicare application for very specific region, location, South Africa, where we know that the internet connectivity is not the best possible and there could be a lot of outages in their network infrastructure on continent level. So, and that's work. And just I needed to add that we implemented the third leg of this application, which is in the United States. So as last resort. So if both sides in South Africa are down, client will still connected to application, will be slower because data are stored in United States, where owner of application and business are. So basically that will be everything from the presentation perspective. I hope that there are some questions and I'm ready to answer if you have any question.
Hi, excellent, well done.
Yes.
It was a good outline of what you did. I think it's for the audience it was pretty clear because I don't see that many questions in our channels so far.
This is a great space though, and I'm sure that a lot of people are not fully aware of front door. I mean, you can deploying an application makes sense. That's that's very concrete. You see that part, but then front door is that do you think is that really known to people what that can do, what that can bring, and is the cost of front door, is it motivated, you think?
Yes, basically, from my experience, so many services are unknown for customers because
Yeah.
uh, uh, we have a lot of customers from United States, especially where CSP providers, big clients who have moved from data centers, they're still on virtual machines. They don't like to use application gateway, for example. They still like to use NetScaler because we know how that works, and we successfully transform maybe 15, 20 clients
Mm.
uh, to start to use some of cloud native services like application gateway. I know we have a client with 600 databases. He was ready to move to Azure SQL, but there is limitation on Azure SQL side that we cannot avoid, and we use always on standard virtual machines, but they are respect our ideas to use application gateway. Front door is pretty cool, but I think that is still very unknown, and so many clients are unfamiliar with that.
Yeah.
Especially because there is one of the services which are not strictly related to region, that is global service. So if you client asks us, okay, what will happen if all region is down and our application gateway in that region? Yes, everything will be down. But if you use front door and have different, because I decided to show as with front door, uh, that is more reliable solution because front door is something that Azure will manage almost all aspects of his availability.
Mm.
Uh, Basically, we need to pay. I cannot say right now what price, but pay on the rules and web application firewalls and plans we have, and it's not so expensive. I think that we spent less on monthly basis between 100 $150 per month for our client. It's not so expensive. I cannot say right
Yeah.
now, but all people can check on the Azure calculator in a few seconds and find right. Sometimes application gateway could be more expensive.
Right.
Believe or not,
Right.
we had situation a few weeks ago that client comes to us and say, okay, we have on-prem infrastructure, but we want to use application gateway. Okay, why? Maybe we will be in Azure in 2 years from now. Okay, but
Uh,
do you know that you will have latency between Azure and Serbian data center? Really? Yeah, really? Do you know what is the pricing model for? Because we have our data centers for domestic clients. We said, okay, we can implement Barracuda, for example, in our data center. You will not have latency between Barracuda and your web service. But application gateway is cool. Yes, if you are in Azure. And you need to pay for your infrastructure 500 euros per month because you want to leverage web application, firewall. You need to have scalability because there have some B2B portals or something like that. So many clients. We can provide you exact price because you want to use version 2, which is equipped with auto scaling. We don't know traffic how many traffic will go through the application gateway. We need to pay for network traffic or something like that. So in this case of infrastructure implementation, front door is maybe the best solution. I cannot say best for every single implementation, but for the most of them is one of the best solution because you can cover auto scaling is something that Azure will
right.
manage that. You can leverage web application firewall, so you can strengthen your security, and you have single point of access. You don't need to take care about other things. You can define weight or priority if is needed. You can make some more specific health probes on both levels, on the web
Yeah.
service
Yeah.
and on front door. So there is a lot of options, even though it doesn't look so complex product because there is only one. For example, if you take a look, there is one or two one or two just settings for designer and then
Yeah.
application firewall.
Right. Right.
Nothing more than that. But there is also good metric, really good metric you can find, and we have free in different colors free boxes, and that's it. But yes,
That's it.
you can
Yeah. Yeah.
configure
There are a lot of
everything.
services that are much more complicated than that.
Yeah, someone said application gateway is so complex. You need to find out. A few weeks ago we had a security audit for a United States client, and we to enable HTTPS strict security. Okay, I
Yeah.
found documentation on Azure, but documentation was not so aligned with the new portal looks. So I spent for one single configuration 30 minutes to find out how to configure that, because
Yeah.
step-by-step documentation is not aligned with the latest portal updates. So basically, yes, that is okay. Because you ask Azure calculator to check exact price of.
That's calculated now.
Yeah, do it
Yes,
on the fly.
because you asked front door. Okay, West
But it
US.
sounds like you're saying that's definitely worth it.
Yeah. So, for example, if you have 5 terabyte of traffic, which is extremely high,
Mm-hmm.
that is $1,000 per month. But 5 terabytes is
If
very,
you have
very.
that scenario, then I'm sure you're making more money, so you can pay for the front door. So
Yes, but if we have, for example, something about 100 gigabytes, which is more realistic for a lot of, that is 155. That is
right, right.
pretty affordable. Even though I had a client with 10 terabytes of traffic.
Well,
Yes, but we know that they will have 10 terabytes because they had good metrics from before migration from on-prem.
that's
And
good.
they said we have 10 terabytes, you can count on 10 terabytes of traffic. Okay, we calculate 10 terabytes will cost some kind of money, and that's it. So yes, there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of services that we can use, and that really depends on project, the type of project, and what we will use.
Yep. All right. So what I find fascinating here, I mean, this is a like we have been discussing, right? This is about knowledge. You can't use what you don't know, right? And people coming from a more traditional pre-cloud space, they will use the words and the phrases that they are comfortable with, that things that are familiar. They know about VMs, so they will ask us for VMs. But maybe VM isn't the optimal solution. What is your approach there to begin to guide people that, they're experienced, they're really good, they may even be powerful, they're your customer. There are all kinds of reasons why you shouldn't come and correct them. And they ask for a VM and you say, oh, you actually really want I don't know, Rod. How do you approach that?
That is the most complicated part of my job.
Yes.
And mostly for every architect job in all around the world, because clients are not, if they are not familiar with something that is
Right.
so complicated, you need to teach them, show them in the proof of concept,
Yeah.
especially if you're not trusted advisor to your client. There is no job between your client. If they said, we want virtual machines, you need to provide virtual machines to them. They will not hear you. But for existing clients who are a long time with us, we have much space to discuss with them, show them how that will works. And if we show them, especially in my case, what is my biggest benefit right now? Because I'm a user group leader, and most of them recognize Alexander and me as someone who know Azure in Serbia.
Sure.
We are not only two guys who know Azure in Serbia, but we are in front of people because we delivering sessions. They know us, and they will come to us and ask sometimes, okay, what do you think about that? Can we use that or something like that? That is so complicated, and we need to, in more cases, have dozens of meetings and discussions
Yeah.
to trying
Yeah.
to convince them about something and provide clear pricing model. that is really important for clients.
So comparing the prices and little proof of concept things to like show like this actually works, and here's the price for that compared to what you had before.
Yeah, and where one problem can be if they have IT department which are not in line with new technologies,
and that happens.
They will try to break a deal. If they doesn't have any kind of IT guys department or whatever, and we are responsible for everything, then it's much easier because we are responsible. They just need to have up and running their service, and that will much easier. Then we will just talk about compliance if it's in place, especially if there is a fintech industry or banking system or something like that. This is so complicated in Serbia. They need to have externalization from national bank to use infrastructure in abroad for Microsoft services. But one really interesting thing, if they use Gmail as a service, that is not problem. But if they want to use Azure, that will be problem, or Office 365. So that's something new in an operation model in Serbia. And yes, if there is no any restriction from compliance perspective, they will only talk about money. Is there any kind of savings or something like that? So that could be sometimes easiest part, sometimes most complicated part.
Well, I think. Thank you very much for that answer. I think you and I can talk about this for a week, but unfortunately, we don't have a week. We need to begin, I guess, Stefan, to let the next speaker come on.
Yes, I will let in the person from Portugal, from Porto, Sandro Pereira.
Nice.
Hello, guys.
Hello. Thank you, Vladimir, very much for your session.
Thank you as well, and have a nice day.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So, Sandro, here you are.
There you are, my friend.
Indeed. How are you guys?
Yo, everybody working from home, is that it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone is locked down, so all family are in the house.
And now early spring is beginning to happen as far south as Portugal, right?
We are in one of the worst in Europe at the moment, I guess. But most of the pros are in the south of the country. But we are not in a good situation.
No, of course not. But I mean, now that spring is soon to come, right? It's going to be even worse to be indoors, I suppose.
Yeah. So luckily it's raining at the moment and people are staying at home. I hope it rains for 15 days at least. But with the spring, we have a good weather. We never have a bad weather in Portugal. So it rains a little, but it's not that cold that we have good weather and people go outside. So maybe a problem.
It really is. So I see great things in the title of your talk. I love the technologies that you're going to talk about. PowerShell, I live and breathe by it.
I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I live and breathe Logic App, so yeah.
Oh yeah. We have a Logic App man in our midst.
Yeah, functions and stuff. So yeah, and we have some common interests, me and Sandro, integration. So that's interesting too.
Oh yeah. And monitoring is one of the most overlooked things in any of my clients in Azure at all. They never have a good, clear understanding of how to monitor their applications.
Well, this is monitoring not Azure itself, but monitoring applications and solutions that you build. Of course, it can be adapted to Azure also. Let's see if you like it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Sure, no worries.
Can I share the screen?
Yes, you can, and then we'll add. So
we have a couple of more minutes, I suppose.
Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
But if you share your screen, I can see it in the bottom, but the audience cannot yet. And I'll edit as soon as you.
Okay. Just adapting to this. StreamYard.
Yeah,
it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, actually it is. It's good experience.
Yeah, it's very handy.
Yes, it's pretty straightforward. So
Yeah.
there's a little stuff you need to do in the background, but yeah, once you set it up and you send some links and your destinations, then yeah, it all works. I'm pretty surprised by the low barrier of entry of using this streaming software. I know that there's many out there, and some are maybe even more complicated.
Yeah, but no need to install nothing on your machine. It's just browser oriented. It's really good.
Yeah, that's one of the big benefits, I think.
Congratulations on preparing the event. It's good.
Yeah. Well, Ella did a ton of work in the background a bit.
See, that's a problem with kids being at
Yeah,
home.
I know that. I know that's one of your daughters, right? So.
Well,
Yeah.
say hello to everyone and go. Say
Hello.
hello.
Oh, so cute.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the wonders of working from home.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
So
All
I
right.
guess.
Well, better now than during your session. So.
No, actually, almost all the sessions that I deliver now, they at some point enter the room and say,
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay, see, Sandro, this is how easy it is. That's your screen and stuff. So yeah, if you want to go, we will excuse ourselves and come back later.
okay, I can start. I just need your
Floor.
You can. You're going to be doing an awesome session on monitoring solution, PowerShell function, logic app. I would say, Sandro, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Oh, let me. Okay, first of all, a big thanks to the sponsors of this event. Without the sponsors, these events are difficult to happen. So, thank you. My name is Sandro Pereira. I'm Azure MVP. I'm head of integration at PepScope. I work mainly with enterprise integration, both on-premise and on the cloud with Pistol, Logic Apps, API management, and so on. You have my blogs there, Twitter, and email, so you can contact me to reach about any question. Do you like it? I will try to help as far as I can, possible. And warning, we're in lockdown. I have 3 small kids. At some point, they will enter in the room, which is almost close to happen. So bear with me, be patient, and I hope this will be fine. So this session is based on some real scenarios that I had in the past in the clients, and for us, and I'm talking also with me being a developer, designing solutions is quite simple for us. No, we have the requirements and we just implement them. So for us is natural. No. But we need to start thinking not only in developing our solutions to fit all the requirements, but also thinking about the people that will manage them. Because if you only develop the solutions and deliver that solutions, these people will be in a small crisis or nightmare. They don't really, of course, we standard that everyone do is just do a documentation like a Word and say, yeah, you have it. This is a solution, how it works. Now deal with it. Doing that, as far as my experience, they will be in a small nightmare because they will not really know how the solution will work, and the platforms also, and they will face some real challenge about trying to keep up and see everything is working properly. And if you go to some of the clients and you ask for, okay, do we need to implement some monitoring aspects of the solution or platforms, they will normally say, no need to worry, we monitor everything. We monitor virtual machines, hard drives, service, everything, no? If you ask the client, okay? And guess what? Normally, when the disaster happens, you are the last one to know. So I have many examples that they actually monitor everything, but the alarms do not reach to the right people. So I'm monitoring a lot of, or I help monitoring a lot of environments, and normally I'm aware when the hard drive is 0. When everything stops, I will be notified that we are the system is everything is stopped, and we need to address the issue and solve it. This is not the proper way to do it. Okay, you have to be prepared to problems before they happen. No, you have to be warning that the hard drive, for example, this is a classic one, is almost reaching a warning limit. So you need to be cleaning up before it goes to a disaster. No? So monitoring should be also a key piece of your solution. This is my suggestion for you. So you need to be helping and try to convince your client that sometimes it's quite difficult to do that they don't want to be in a position that they don't know what is happening. They have to have and be in a position that they are notified if some issue is trying to happen or probably tending to happen in the future, so they can address this. And if possible, doing some auto healing operations on top of it, so people are not necessary to be involved, just checking if everything is correct or not. And as far as slides go, this is my slides. It's over. So now I will try to implement and show you how I do some monitoring capabilities using PowerShell, Azure Functions, and Logic App. And as an example, I will use one of real case scenarios that I use in clients. And in this case, monitoring a Beanstalk platform using PowerShell, Logic Apps, Azure Functions, and why not API management on top of it. Of course, I'm using this as I will show this showcase, but this can be adapt to any product or any technology. It can be SharePoint, it can be your home applications, it can be Azure if you want. No, it's just a way for you to configure that options. Of course, Azure also has a lot of monitoring capabilities that are more high level than this. So let me start with, let me present. Okay, here we have Beanstalk. For those who doesn't know, is an enterprise integration platform on premise. I still using a lot in several clients, and let me check if I can put. Okay. So one of the Beanstalk as a product has many layers that we need to understand and monitor. Service, applications, orchestration, ports, and so on and so forth. By default, of the product, you have to do it manually. You have to go to the environment and refresh to check it if everything is correct or not. Of course, you can buy products to help you have a better experience on that. But also you can create some obvious solutions using these technologies. So, for example, I have here a PowerShell script that basically queries the platforms to get all the host instances that are the servers that are running. Now everything is running. So I'm getting all the host instance. I will try to check what is the status of the host instance. I have several ones. So I'm just putting the identification to a proper description. I'm getting all the properties that I want to notify, and I will create a JSON message as JSON structure. Here is just an array of host instances that will be stopped, and I will try to be I'll try to implement some auto healing capabilities. So if I know that this is disabled, why not start it already? So I don't need to wait. So if this happens on the Saturday and I send an email to the guy saying everything is stopped, I don't need to wait for them to go to the email that normally they will not be there, or during the night they will be asleep. So I will try to fix the issue and then notify that the issue happened, go there and check. So I will try to be more productive in that. And I'll then create a payload of JSON payload, and I will invoke a logic app. Okay. So in the past, I was doing the same, but using SMTP and basically creating a beautiful HTML email body and send it directly by the SMTP. I changed that behavior and I use now Logic App because it can scale better. If the email address changes, I don't need to go to these PowerShell scripts. If tomorrow, instead of using the email, I will try to notify by Teams, that nowadays everyone uses Teams, so it's a good option. Or put in a ticket system. I don't need to develop or nothing. I have way better experience on Logic App. A lot of connectors, more than 500 connectors available. So I can connect to pretty much all systems that you have. No? And the PowerShell stays oriented to what is needed, just checking if there is a problem and send a message for them, for someone notify. So I will use this as a PowerShell. I had a simple PowerShell in the past, but then during the experience with the client, we face some issues because sometimes we need to do some interventions on our systems. And during the intervention period that can happen from 5 minutes to 1 hour, I don't want to start the host instance that should be stopped. The system is stopped, so I don't. By implementing these auto-healing capabilities, I will cause problems during intervention periods. And these PowerShells are running cyclical in scheduled time in our systems to check if everything is correct or not. So to support this situation, we end up creating a simple database. In this case, the database could be other options that you may want to implement. And basically, I have a kind of intervention agenda. If I develop a portal and schedule an intervention, so then I know that the intervention will happen in certain periods, and these PowerShells are aware not to run in these periods, or we just have basically a simple table that shows are we intervention or not, just a true-false situation. And this is the case that we are using in the PowerShell. So it checks if we are in intervention or not, and by saying no, we are not in intervention, you just can go and continue to monitor the environment. One key important step that I learned is that we only notify if something happens. It shouldn't happen a notification say everything is all right, because if you do this kind of notifications, people will automatically create a filter on your email address, for example, and says just put it in a folder, and it will not watch that folder because it's getting a lot of noise. So notification saying that everything is correct, it's pure noise to the people. So you only want to notify if one thing is wrong in your environment or in your solutions. Okay. And in this case, is this sample is monitoring our platform. But for example, our solutions, in this case, bespoke solutions, depends on the receive ports and send ports and orchestrations and messagings. Okay. In this case, I'm doing monitoring if our receive locations that are in charge of receiving messages to integrate are enabled or not, because at some point they can be disabled. For example, if networking fails and is trying to pull the message, if it continues to fail for a certain period, it may automatically stop it. So we need to watch and intervene on that situation. Otherwise, messages will not flow by your system. So again, I'm querying by PowerShell the engine and check if there is send ports or receive locations. Send is to be sent here to the system, the receive locations to receive, and then again create a similar payload with a different structure, of course, and send it to a logic app. Here we have also another challenge that I learned in the past, that was there are some receive locations or send ports that you may want to be stopped for backup mechanisms, re-entry mechanisms that are a support situation. Sorry about this guy. You may want to deal with that and not automatically start these by auto-healing capabilities. So in the same case, we have these artifact exclusions that we can configure, and this is just a sample where I say that this send port is not to be monitored. This should be stopped. So independent of the states of this port, do not worry about that. And this can be orchestrations, it can be receive locations, it can be any kind of artifact. and can be adapted at any situation. And again, if receive locations or send ports that are not supposed to be stopped, we try to enable or start them. So again, we try to fix the environment and notify the people that something was wrong. And in terms of PowerShell, it's more or less that. So let me show now the logic app. So let me go here and let's create a new logic app to see how easy it is to use this kind of technologies to actually do these monitoring solutions and alarmistics for you, no? Azure Lowlands. POC. Okay, let's create it. So, of course, we are using PowerShell to send a message to a logic app. The first thing that we want is to receive a payload. So that will be the request. And when a HT request is received, we create a payload for host instance that is more or less adjacent with 3 elements: monitor, client, and environment, to distinguish what kind of monitor and client and environment we are working on. And then is the structure of host instance. So I have a sample here. And I will use this to, what is my browser? I will use this sample, as you see, is just a structure of host properties to generate the schema. Okay. So now we need to extract. For example, if we want to send an email with that with a HTML body, we need of course then create HTML table using the host instance. Okay, so in this case we are converting this host instance structure to a simple HTML table. And let's create a variable here to support the HTML body, because the send email action doesn't allow you. It allows you, but it doesn't work well if you put directly HTML inside the body. So for that, let's put this email body variable here, and I have here a simple, let me show here, a simple email structure saying, okay, one header saying bestalk host instance report, a subheader that these are stopped, and here is the output of the HTML table that we just create above, and then just a note that they were automatically started. And now if we use email, Send email. We can actually say, okay, let me put to my address. Here we are going to use the body that we create, and on the title we can actually say that we want the client. We want the environment, and we want the monitor, and save it. So now if we simply try this using, for example, the Postman, and send it, we may see that this was successful execute. And if I check my email, I just got a simple, clear, clean HTML with a notification that supposedly happened on my environment. Okay, of course, everything is not yet connected. This is quite simple, but I like to put a more sophisticated and beautiful email notifications, because I know that eyes also can also sell, and this is quite simple. Sometimes it's not easy to read, so let's try to put it in a different scale and a different level. So let's go back to our Logic app that we create. And instead of using the simple HTML, we are going to do a proper a proper email or HTML body, and with indentations, colors, and some of this stuff. So to use that and to not put too much logic inside the Logic app, I use Azure function. So let me go to the portal, open my Azure functions. Let me just close the door. Sorry about guys. Not easy to have all the family at home with no schools. So functions, I already have here create as a function, but it's quite straightforward. So create a function app resource, and you have the function. It can be in browser, can use Visual Code. What tool you prefer the best? I use the browser in this case, just to have this concept. And I just create a function that receives my payload, the payload of my host instance JSON. And I'm going to all of these host instances that are supposed to be in a non-compliant status, and I will create all the array of that. And in this case, instead of having this shape, I will add an action that is the function Where is functions? Azure. Azure functions. So this is my function app resource, and here I have my host instance report function that it will accept the body. I could send it only the host instance, but in this case I choose to send all the body. And as you see that it's creating only the tables, only the rows of the tables. I choose to create only the rows of the table, and is basically send as a text this string that contains all the rows. And now instead of having this simple email address, I will use a different template. Let me go. Of course, you should always give proper names to your shapes. I was doing a bad example, not showing you how to do some best practice on naming conventions. You never should use send an email initialize bar, or you should give a proper naming convention to your shapes. And in this case, I will be initialize the HTML body email, and here let me grab all the HTML. So this is quite big HTML, but as you see, it will present a fancy email body. Again, I'm putting the headers, and this is the structure of the table, and then I put the rows here, and put some image. We could put these also on the function side, but I choose to put it here because it's more configurable, this part of the body. So in the function, I will deal with the content itself, and in the logic app, I will deal with the template. Because if I need to change the template from client to client, I can do it easily and use the same function, and reuse the same function for all the clients environments that I have. This is the email, and then we need to send the host instance. Also, you should give a proper and a decent name, and this will be stay the same because the email variable that we are using is the same. So if I save it and again try it, I should receive another email, but now it's a fancy email. It's a beautiful email that you can send to the clients. They will be happy to receive that email, and it's focused on your needs. Okay, you only receive that if something happens. So to do an end-to-end scenario, I can copy this link here and go to my PowerShell and save it. Of course, if I run that, it will not be executed because I have everything running, and I will not receive an email. But let's say I will stop the receive locations, receive hosts, and stop it. So we have 2 hosts stopped at the moment. Okay, refresh, they are not started. And then if I execute the PowerShell, the first thing that you see is that if I do a refresh, host instances are started. So I'm monitoring, I'm doing auto healing to the environment, and I will notify the people and say, you see that this is my local VM, receive host and receive 32 hosts, and they were started. Now it's stopped. They were stopped, and I started. Again, I just notify because this is auto healing is best approach. We can try to fix, but we are not aware if everything was properly fixed or not. So we try to fix, and we notify saying, go there and see if everything is working properly. Okay. And this is quite a simple email, but, and let me show you a different one, but a similar one. That is, in this case, we have, for example, receive locations, receive ports. That will be receive ports, send ports. We could do one for each. I choose to notify in case and put together the ports, so both of them will be the same email. So we have a different email structure, but the approach is identical that we have in the host instance. And again, we have, let me go to a different one. We have already one here created. As you see, is quite similar. So we have HTTP request is created, is received. We have this function to convert the payload to the tables of the email address. We initialize the email address with a similar email body template, and we send an email. Okay, but in this case, we also want to notify my team, because again, a lot of people use Teams nowadays, and one of my clients decide to put also all the notifications in the team channel, not as detailed as the email address, but in this case, just notify how the numbers of receive location that was stopped, or the send ports that was stopped also. So if we decide to, for example, and this will be a sample of the payload. So again, it should be monitor client environment, and then structure of the send ports, and structure of the receive locations. So if we try that, I got a more complex email address, but with the same layout. So saying that all the receive ports were stopped, all the receive locations were disabled, everything was automatically tried to enable them and start them. And if you go to the teams, let me. And if I go to the teams, I get this report saying that receive locations and send locations were disabled. This report is not accurate because I put it static, these numbers, but I can do the calculations with, again, counting the number of ports at the JSON that are present on the JSON. It's quite simple. I just didn't have too much time to complete that, but the concept is there. So we can quite easily extend this approach to other environments, to all the needs of the clients. And you may notice that we need to put the whole link of the Logic app there, and clients sometimes don't like it, or clients use API management to be on top, to be the center of the entering point to their environment. We can actually again, let me use this one. We can actually use App Insight, API management, not App Insights, API management. I already have my API management here, and it's quite simple also to do that. And create import or create an API by using a Logic app, and this is a Logic app we just create for this event, and do Azure Lowlands and create. So now I could use a different endpoint, a simple endpoint, of course, with permissions and others, authentications, and invoke that and use that on our system. So I have a sample here where I can use the API management. Again, the body will be the host instance monitoring, and if I send it, I will have the same behavior. I will receive a notification saying that the system was down. So as you can see, with simple technologies, we can actually create a robust and powerful monitoring system. And with that is all I want to show you, and I hope you will enjoy the session. If any questions, please let me know.
Okay, you want questions? Huh?
Yeah, why not?
Okie dokie. Well, I've got an interesting one for you. Someone's asking, so you have a monitoring solution and they will notify you when things are wrong, but who monitors the monitoring solution?
Well, this is not a solution to replace all the monitoring systems that you have. No, as I told you, clients will have SCOM, will have other products to monitoring VMs, infrastructure, and so on and so forth. As I told you, and they do an awesome job with that. The problem is I will not be notified, or the team that in charge of actually doing the day-by-day operation will not be notified of that situations most of the times. So this is a complement situation. And also, these kind of solutions do not monitor the applications, the logic of the applications. The solution that I show is only for you and for your day-by-day teams to be notified if something happened. So if the machine stopped, the system will be notified for sure. No, they have other monitoring solutions to deal with that. No? Is having the dog to control the dog, no? And we can go in this circle without stopping. Who is controlling the platform that monitoring the platform? So it's the watchdog that controls the watchdog. So
true. Very true. Yeah, I kind of, I find it interesting, of course, since, I sometimes create monitoring solutions myself too. For instance, also including event grid. So you kind of notify and then you can branch out to multiple systems. So like Zendesk or any other ticketing system, something you considered as well, besides notifying your own team, maybe notifying others?
Yeah. So it's, again, this can be, if I want to, for example, in one of my clients, we are using Logic app and to notify by email and by Teams. But we are in the process to put in Jira, that is a ticket system they have, to a central generic for all the machines, environment, all the issues that happens on that client. It goes to Jira. So we are in the place to send also tickets to that system. So the beautiful of that is by building these small pieces, you can extend it the way as you want. No? It can be just a simple email. It can notify different teams. It can notify different systems. And by notify, for example, Jira will send other kind of notifications. And so it's just a way for you to know your needs and configure that for specific situations. I found that this solution is also helped me in some clients to open the Azure door. Okay, so sometimes clients are reluctant to use Azure. And by building these small pieces, they start to understand also the power and the simple scenarios that you can build as fast as we did here. No, of course I use already pre-built HTML templates, but actually the HTML template took me more time to build it than the old the old solution. And in this case we use Logic app, but in other clients that they don't want to pay more money, and they already have Office 365, we can easily use Flows or Power Automate in this case to do this kind of notifications. So, and I found this breaking the barrier to the clients to use this kind of technologies and do like earlier a mentor for them to use this kind of technologies.
I see.
Yeah, that makes sense. You have to get in the door somehow.
Exactly.
That's true.
And sometimes this is the most difficult step, is convince them that we should go there. No?
True.
Yeah, I think you did a really a good session. A lot of people tuned in. There are not so many questions other than the watchdog question, of course. And we like your answers, by the way.
The watchdog will be SCOM and other kind of toolings in this case, in this scenario. So I show you a real case. I work with Beanstalk in a lot of clients. So this was a real example of what I did. But again, it can be other stuff. It can be your application. It can be SharePoint, other VMs. Even it can be Azure, but Azure has also a lot of monitoring tools. But for example, the Alarmistic, why not use a Logic app? Because you can easily connect to other systems. And you can create these fancy HTML emails and send it to the teams, no? Instead of being an ugly text notification that everyone hates. So we can use different tools on Azure instead of the PowerShell to monitoring and notify something. Put a message. It can be in event buzz, event tabs, or something like that. And then with Logic App, just doing the notification. So kind of you can tune the way you want it.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I think soon we'll head over to our lunch break, I believe. I'd like to thank you, Sandro. Great presentation. Also, Magnus, for being my co-host this morning. Yeah, after the break, we'll have another co-host with Tommaso. So that will be great too. And then we'll continue with a couple of more sessions. So before we close out.
Well, I just need to apologize for the interruptions.
No problem. I have kids and dogs too.
Guys, my kids are 2 and 7 and 9, so it's quite small.
Yeah.
Sometimes they mess up.
That's okay. All right. Thank you for being with us, Sandro.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
I'm watching online. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Yeah, see you, Stefan. Thanks.
Welkom.
Hey. Zo, wat vind je van mijn achtergrond? Is het een beetje te blauw, of niet?
Nee, trouwens, we zijn wel live, hè?
Oh, seriously?
I think so. Let me just check. Yeah, we're live.
Okay, great.
Yeah, we're the only ones who are live. The other two are still in their break stuff. So.
Okay.
And I also see that our speaker is there, so I'll add him to the stream as well. Good afternoon, Tiago from
Hello,
Portugal.
guys. How are you?
Maybe it's still morning where you are.
Well, it's still morning. I still didn't have lunch. Okay. And today is a really, really horrible day. I think it's the first day of the winter that we don't have sun. Okay, so really bad news here.
No sun.
Yeah.
There's our entire year, I guess.
No, but here even during the winter we have sun. Okay, so only like certain periods it rains, but then a few hours later, bam, we have sun again. So.
Oh my God, I'm now really jealous, but okay.
Well, we have
So is
other
it
problems,
Portugal
so it's
side?
not perfect.
Okay.
Is it Porto you reside, or you're further down south?
No, I'm from Lisbon. Well, I live to be
cool.
more
Yeah,
to
we
be
had,
more precise. I live in the other side of the river from Lisbon. So from this window that I have here that you can't see, in a regular day, I can see basically the new area of Lisbon, where is Microsoft. I can see Microsoft from here, and all those fancy buildings of the new part of Lisbon, and yeah. So it's pretty cool the view.
I know what you mean. I've been there. Yeah, I've been there a year and a half ago, so I know that new area pretty well.
Yeah.
When I was doing a project down in Portugal, so there was a Lisbon. So
okay, that's nice. That's a very new recent area here, so it's very modern, very well organized, which is not what Lisbon is at all. But I have a picture. I have a picture. Yeah, compared to what is downtown and the rest of the stuff is a little bit more traditional. Yeah, which I kind of like both, to be honest. But yeah.
Yeah, Tommaso and I and Elders and I think Sandro, we went down to Lisbon as well. I think 2 or 3 years ago with Tuga IT, I believe.
Yeah, it was really
in Tuga IT.
Yeah.
I think I was there too. I spoke in some of Tuga IT events. I'm not sure all of them, but at least in some of them for sure.
Yeah, it's a really great event.
Yeah, it was pretty really cool.
Yeah, we had a local tour guide as well with Sandro. So yeah, we ate downtown quite a few times. So, and we went to Santini. That's the ice cream shop.
Yeah.
The best ice in.
There's also one now in Porto. So I've been to that one.
Santini's is a very known ice cream shop. So everyone loves them.
Yeah, we've been there a lot, especially.
We've been there quite a lot. Yes.
Yeah. So Stevian is really an ice addict.
Ooh. Yeah, I have to confess that I don't go there a lot. I think I went there like by myself with my family, probably like twice or 2 or 3 times. I go there more with people that come to visit and stuff like that. I'm not an ice cream person, so that's the reason. There is other amazing things that I prefer. Basically, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, pastel de nata and all that stuff. It's nice too.
Oh, now I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, well, I didn't have lunch yet, so. Okay.
You have to stop talking about food.
Yeah, let's change the topic here.
Well, I'm really excited about your session because scaling is really important, and a lot of developers are not really thinking about scaling. and sometimes afterwards it's really hard to make changes when you have performance issues, for example. So yeah, really looking forward to about your session and the stuff that you can show us about scaling.
Yeah,
we had a bit of Condor and Traffic Manager in other session, but yeah, yours is probably adding a few things more, like I also see Redis caches and Cosmos. So yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting.
No, we don't have time, to be honest. This is based on a real project that I have done for a customer, and unfortunately, in 45 minutes, I don't have time to talk.
Okay.
Like with all the details on everything, but I'm sure we're going to talk about like in the end, I do a resume on all the technologies that we have used on that project, and yeah, we use Redis cache, we use cognitive search, we used we also use SQL databases on that, and a bunch of other technologies, but mostly the global scale that I want to bring here today is more on how can we basically scale an application that is going to be used from people all over the world and not just in like one region. Okay. And that was the big request from this customer, because this customer had enormous issues. Some of them were latency based, because they were based in Europe. They are a Dutch company, by the way. Just I did it on purpose, but they are a Dutch company, and they had this stuff in their own local data center near Amsterdam. But they don't have any customers there, to be totally honest. It's just like a fraction of the customers that they have. They're pretty big in Asia. They're pretty big in Australia, in the US, and in other European countries too. And like people from Singapore, people from Hong Kong, China, etc., from the US, they were all over coming to the Netherlands. And okay, they had very good broadband, blah blah blah, all of that, yeah, for sure. But everything was there, and yeah, and they had
yeah, that's a very good point, because when you come from Asia and then to the Netherlands, it's going to be really a problem. So we're really looking forward to your solution. How you solve it.
Well, we did our best, and it's still a solution that even today we could even improve it for sure, because there are new things now that we didn't have when we created this, and more I'm sure will come. And so it's one of the things that I love when I work with Azure, is that your project is never finished, to be totally honest, because there is always new features coming, new products, new services that you can bring to make it cheaper, make it more scalable, and more highly available. So it's never an ending. You never have an end to your projects. Okay, and that's for me. Customers usually don't like that approach in the beginning because they don't understand, but because they think, I'm always spending money with this, and this guy here and the consultant's always going to be spending money, etc. They usually don't like the approach. But when they see that, okay, we come here, you spend some money, because we don't work for free. Let's be honest. Okay, I have a family to support. Everyone has a business to support. So, like you also have a business to support. But in the end, what you get is a cheaper service to run, or a better service to run. And in the end, the return of your investment will be there. So you're going to get the money back from what you have invested in our work. Because if you don't, I'm probably not going to propose that to you, because it just doesn't make sense to propose something like that. Yeah.
Well, I'm really excited. I already have a lot of questions myself.
Oh, really?
Awesome.
We're going to make it harder.
Bring them on.
No, but maybe that's for afterwards. But talking about pricing, for example, what you already said, is I'm really having some pricing tips that I think afterwards we can talk about that. But because pricing wise, it can be really getting up price wise. So yeah, so I'm really excited about what your tips are in that case. But we can wait for the afterward session.
No, and yeah, but the cost management bits of all of this, I do a lot of Azure governance and cost management work for several customers, and it's like a massive sensible topic in customers, and there are amazing tools to work out that, and even the built-in tools. So you have the built-in and third-party tools that can help you really bring a lot on this. And what I tell people is like, look, running stuff on Azure, if you're doing it right, it is cheaper to run than on-prem. Okay, period. And it's more scalable, more everything. The problem is that at least most of my customers, they just don't know what they're doing in terms of
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Because they bring the same ideas and the same approach that they have on-prem, and then they complain about the prices, and they're pretty sensible on that topic. So we need to help them, of course, and make sure that they do it better and more affordable way.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, you probably find on the bottom of your screen the share screen button, so you can click that one if you like to start, and get things in motion.
Yeah, I just need to find what is the screen. I hope that the screen is this one here. You can see my mouse, right? Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. Yeah. That's the one. And we might project something there. Okay, and maybe we can start, right?
Excellent.
Okay, let me just
we'll
reorganize here my
get out of
your
way and Okay.
So,
good luck.
Yeah,
okay,
have fun.
Thank you very much, guys. Okay, so welcome everyone to my Supercharger app service to the global scale session. So this is a session that I built, and I have been improving this because this is a real project that I've done for customer that I can't disclose the name of the customer for security reasons, and also because we have an NDA in place with the customer. The customer allowed me to talk about the project, but they didn't allow me to release their name. But they are a very known global company that they have customers all over the world. Okay, and so let's just get started. Okay, so first of all, a very, very, very special thank you to all the sponsors of our event here. Without those sponsors, this kind of events will not be possible. And I personally also want to thank all the communities that are involved in this, and all the co-hosts that are here today with us, that they're taking their time, okay, to make these kinds of events available for all of you that are seeing this from the safety of our homes here. So thank you guys very, very much for this. I always like to start my presentations by starting to do like something kind of funny, let's just say. And what I want to do is, if coffee for you doesn't work for you anymore, so that you guys can wake up in the morning, and all this work from home stuff, etc., really messes up some of the bio clocks of some of us, that usually people that were not used to this. So if that doesn't work, try, okay, to delete a production resource group, because if this doesn't wake you up, I really don't know what wakes you up. Okay, so I kind of stole this from an internet meme, and this really happened, okay, to me some years ago. One of my customers just basically, they messed up. They should have resource locks, they didn't, and yeah, this just happened, and it was not fun to wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning and be sharp enough, okay, to without coffee, okay, to basically to figure it out what was the problem. Okay, So my name is Tiago Costa, and I work as a cloud architect and advisor. I have like a bunch of bullet points here, but I'm just going to say the short ones. I work as an independent contractor. I do cloud architect and advisory work for several companies in the world. And I also train people to get Azure certified and to, more important, to know Azure. I'm an MVP on Microsoft Azure. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, and you have all my contacts over there. The last one is my Twitter handler, so Tiago Costa PT. If you want to follow me there, I usually share loads of stuff around Azure. What is going to be our agenda for today? We're going to talk about what is Azure today, because I really want to talk about this just for us to understand a little bit, just like an introductory thing here. And then what was the business request that I got from this customer? And then we're going to talk about some of the stuff that I use in this customer. Okay, for several things. I also use other stuff, and those are the other useful Azure services. And I have a slide in the end where I'm going to explain all the basically all the architecting stuff that we have done for this customer. Okay, but let's talk about what is Azure today very quickly. So second largest cloud provider. We have a bunch of regions. We have a bunch of fiber and subsea cable. I'm not going to bother you guys with the numbers. Okay, you can see them on the screen. But what I want to talk about is we have, okay, this 170 edge sites, okay, that are all around the world. In every major city has this. So even if you don't have one of the 68 regions worldwide, you're going to probably have one of those edge sites. And that's massively important, okay? You can make use of those edge sites, okay, to make your applications closer to your users, because there's always that question when we start a project on Azure, which is, where are we going to deploy this? And the first rule says close to your users. That's what you want to do. You want to deploy your stuff closer to your users. Then, of course, look, there are some limitations, like sometimes data residency concerns that lead us to, oh, because of this data at rest needs to be within this country borders and things like that. That's what I call usually like limitations that we have on the projects. But as a de facto rule, when we don't have any limitations, this is the rule. You deploy closer to your users, and sometimes closer to your users is using those edge sites. And this is one of the reasons why I bring this. And then we can also, and depending if this is not a public web application, if it's a private web applications, which can also be that. You can also deploying something that only the employees of your company are going to use. Don't forget to understand very well what is the Microsoft backbone, how is this built. Don't forget, you might have ExpressRoute in place in your company that connects your network directly, passing through a partner and things like that. But you hook up into this, okay, private backbone, this private network, which is not the internet, okay? It's a private network. And again, can lead also to have lower latencies and things like this. So again, another way of building global applications more on the private part, which is not today's topic. So with this, we need to talk about what is an Azure region. And an Azure region, never forget this, can be more than one data center, but all the data centers that are composed by a region, they are in the same country. So that's a commitment that we have. And I needed to update that number. Is more than 68 Azure regions worldwide. But I have the plus sign, so it's always right? And we have like a bunch of them. Again, I'm not going to bother with numbers. I just want to bring you the Azure map, which you can see that, well, we have regions across the whole world. You can tell me like, oh, there's like some places here in the world that they're still lacking, mainly in Europe. If you want to focus on Europe, Sometimes we have some countries that, like I said, the data residency issues, we need to have like local data and things like that. So, okay, yeah, we might have still some countries there without Azure regions, but if you see, there's a bunch of them being announced. They are announced already, and you can start to use them in the next few months, at least a year. Mostly, I'm sure they are going to be available. There are Spain, Greece, Italy, Austria, Poland. So loads of new regions are coming in so that we can start to use those. And more will come for sure. Okay. So with this, we talk about why Azure, and like loads of customers are using Azure today. Okay, and more will come. There's still, depending on the vertical market that we are talking about, there's still, especially on the corporate side of things, there are loads of customers that they're still starting now. They already have some motions there, but to be totally honest, having like a bunch of virtual machines there, that's not using the cloud. Okay, you're just trying something out. They're just seeing what they can do with that. They're not massively using the cloud yet. And for you, as basically a cloud professional, that's great news, because there's just loads of work, okay, to be done. And that can also be a bad news too, to be totally honest. What I'm seeing now is loads of people that they are not trained, they don't know cloud enough, and they are forced, okay, to work with cloud, mainly on the end customers. Okay, so customers that are not a consulting company or something like that, I see that a lot, and that brings loads of problems, is that they don't do things in the right way, and then we are called to fix, and sometimes stuff is already in production. They have enormous issues, and then they blame Azure, of course. Oh, Azure is horrible. Like, oh, because they don't know how to work with it. And so, yeah, this leads to enormous problems. But hey, look, we're there to help them, guide them into the correct way. Fun to work with. I'm really consider myself to be pretty lucky, especially in this pandemic world and things like this, because I was already working from home and traveling to customers. Okay, but well, traveling right now, it's very, very low what I have to do, and I can be here. I can stay in the safety of my office here, that is in my house, and I don't need to leave, and I can do mainly everything that I have done before. That didn't change that much. The only thing that changed is that I don't need to catch a plane to meet with my customers now. They are more comfortable with, conference calls and things like that. But I can work from home, no problem whatsoever. And I love what I do. And that's for me the best thing. Waking up every day in the morning, grabbing my coffee mug, coming to my office, and I have fun doing my work. Don't tell that to my customers, or else they will not pay me anymore. Okay, but that's pretty cool. And if you're really in luck, and you really like a constant change, constant being challenged with new features, with new products that you have to learn, working in Azure, working in the cloud world is amazing. Okay, and the pay for what you use. Only I need to scale stuff out, right? I will pay for it because I have the need. And when I don't need, I can scale in, okay, to, I don't know, like 2 instances only. I don't know, just throwing in a number, okay? And you're just going to pay for that. That's like amazing. I had a customer, one of my customers is an hotel chain, and we have a bunch of app services deployed there. And they had, I don't know, like some of those app services, they have like 9, 10 instances. And right now, as you can imagine, do they need that number? Of course not. They don't have almost any guests. Some of the hotels are even closed. They even closed the hotels, like in a city where they have, like, I think in one of the cities, they have like 30 different hotels, and they basically closed like more than half of them. And they are routing basically guests that want to go to that hotel. Hey, go to that hotel, and we give you the same rate on as on that hotel, because there's no guests enough. So we basically scaling this to 2 instances or 3. I don't know. I needed to check, but because it's more than enough, they just don't need that more. This is also the power of the cloud. It's not everyone gives you the example of scaling out, right? Oh, you have more demand and you need more stuff. No, but this also prepare yourself and your companies for this kind of happenings, right? Like a crisis like this, there is no work, and you can basically still run your workloads, but in the cheaper way, okay? Because you don't need all that load. If you have that stuff on-prem, that will not be possible. Then we talk about the cloud models. We have on-prem, that's running stuff on-prem. That's what we have done. We have infrastructure as service, which is, let's just say, being resumed running virtual machines, VNets, all of that. That's great. Look, that's amazing. It really helps from the on-prem world. But where like development teams and even IT pro teams, where I see them really open their eyes for the power of the cloud, is when you go to platform as a service. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So today, I'm not going to talk on a single infrastructure as a service product today, okay? I'm only going to use a virtual machine just to do a call because I need an endpoint from the US, but that's it. If we had someone from the US, that person could do the call and could just share the screen to us, and that will be great, okay? But there is nothing in infrastructure as a service. So what was the challenge? So like I said, this is based on a real case from a customer. The customer gave us some requests. Just give me some requests. Like, we have our global customer experience web application. I'm generalizing here a lot because of the NDA stuff that I told you. And we also have a service layer for mobile applications. And we have customers in Europe, in the US, and globally in Asia. So basically, you see, like really spread out all across the world. And we want to have fast response times from every single region on the globe. The current solution is running everything on-prem, okay? And we don't have, and we just don't have anything on the cloud. We just have one endpoint, and there is a secondary data center in the same country, okay? That it's a passive, so it's not even running, okay? It's just in case of one fail, is that you go there. And we want a solution that can be scalable because we have peaks in demand due to the nature of our business that there are sometimes unexpected. Sometimes they're expected, others are unexpected. So we also need a solution that can be scalable. And of course, the dream, okay, the cherry on top of all of this is I want this to have low maintenance because I don't want to spend loads of money managing a super complex solution to make this happen, because like they told me, like, hey, we could make this happen with just going and build a data center or just hire a data center in country X, Y, and Z, and we're going to build this out. But that's going to be freaking expensive to build and also very expensive to manage. And we don't want that. We can't afford that kind of stuff. So this is the challenge that we have. And of course, look, when I look at this, I said, okay, there are here certain services that makes all the sense due to what are the technologies involved on this. They're also going to refresh the application, okay? So they're going to build this in .NET Core, and they were refreshing that bit, etc., etc., etc. So I said, okay, like, look, app services is the great starting point for all of this. And I did a presentation for them. Hey, what is the app service? It's a scalable platform. I can host my applications and my REST services that's exactly what you want, which is the web application and the REST service to serve that web application, plus those mobile applications that you were talking about. Yeah, we're doing a .NET Core, but if you do this in Java, PHP, Python, Ruby, all of those are also supported in here. So in our case, it's .NET Core, but you could even be doing this in another platform. So that will be that framework. That will be great. We have Windows and Linux support, and like we were talking before before our session here. I don't know about you, but all my customers, they are super sensible when it comes to costs. Okay, which kind of makes sense. Okay, and I really like to provide a solution that is cheap for them to run. And running stuff in Linux, it works awesomely great. And .NET Core, it can be cheaper to run that in app services. So it's always a choice here, and you have the option to make that choice. Sometimes it's not possible, others it is. So yeah, it is something that we need to sit down and see why not moving from Windows or Linux, okay, whatever. Then we have super good integration with the IDEs that they were using. So their development methodology was using Visual Studio, Professional or Enterprise or whatever. So yeah, we can do that. It also runs on what? It also runs on Visual Studio Code if you want super good integration, Eclipse, Azure DevOps, GitHub for doing the CI/CD stuff. Today, unfortunately, again, we don't have time to talk about this. I could be here talking the whole day about this bit. And we also have support for custom domains. So what are the upselling points of all of this? Enterprise grade, worldwide coverage. I have fully managed platform. I have high productive development with staging and deployment using deployment slots. I have the app marketplace. If you want to use that, you can reduce operational costs. You have Azure AD integration for authentication, which is like awesome because I really, as a developer and has my development teams, I really don't want them to develop authentication logic and authentication mechanisms and things like that, because they are not proficient in doing that. That's a very complex job. You have to have dedicated teams just for that. What happens is, yeah, we can always do something that works. Is it secure? If they aren't experts on that, they are not going to say it's secure because they don't know. Okay. So using something like Azure AD, that's like amazingly great. So for my customer, what was like the most useful ones here? Worldwide data center coverage. Like I told you, we have all those regions, right? All across the world. And they had customers in the US, in Europe, and in Asia. So having this spread all across those three regions, yeah, might be important. So using Azure, that is great. We had a bunch of stuff like background tasks. So using Azure Functions, web jobs for that kind of stuff was awesome. And we did amazing work with that. Custom domains and SSL, that's like a must-have. Then, remember, they needed to have like the possibility to scale. So yeah, we could use the auto-scaling features. I can also use deployment slots because we are using a methodology there that it's not the traditional development, everything in between and production. Okay, no, we are doing feature development. So we did a new feature, we launch the feature to a canary release, and then those canaries give feedback on that feature. And after we have positive feedback, is that yeah, we basically launch that to the global footprint of the application. So it's great to work with deployment slots, and having a lot of deployment slots, it is a must. And then it's super easy to integrate this with Azure DevOps and other tools like Jenkins and things like that. In our case, we're only using Azure DevOps. And then we have Team City for other stuff that we needed to have. But that doesn't matter here, okay? And we have integration with other services like CDN, Traffic Manager, Front Door. Front Door is what we're currently using now, okay? So what about app service plans on what they are? So an app service plan, it's basically the compute capacity that you're going to reserve for your web applications. And then in that web application, in that app service plan, I can run several web apps. They are always going to concur, okay, and compete for the compute resources. So you have to be careful with this. And this leads me to say, I might sometimes even have one app service plan per layer of my application, okay? I have the front end, I have a middle tier, I have a back end tier, or I have a front end and have a service tier. This is like one of the services here, another service there, another service there. Today, if you have a big service layer, there are even also other possibilities like using like Kubernetes for that. So it's always a choice, okay? And look, I'm not saying one is right and the other is wrong. I need to understand all the bits and bytes of the project to tell you, yeah, that would be the best solution for that. But what I want to say is, hey, if you want to scale this to really big things, you can. If you just put one bit there, one bit in another app service plan, because we have plans for each of the app service plans that we're talking about in here. And I'm not going to bother you with all the details. This is just for reference, and then you can get the slides in the end for sure. But I have, okay, things like, for example, the premium here. Okay, let me just put the laser on this. Okay, I have here like the premium, where this premium V2 or V3 even, where I get like 30 instances, okay, per app service plan. That's already big enough, okay? Sometimes for if you divide stuff into layers and things like that. And this is per region. Then you can have another region with more. I can have traffic manager. I can have deployment slots, okay? And look, there's like plenty of more features also on this. Also, the great thing of app services is what? I can run this literally in the lots of places. I can run this in Azure, what we call global public Azure cloud. I can also run this in app service environments, which is also running in the public Azure, but in a private way. And then this has a bunch of other features. But I can also run this in Azure Stack, okay, which is basically bringing kind of a private cloud into your on-prem system. And so even for on-prem stuff, if you're using Azure Stack, yeah, you can bring this, and you have most of the features today available on this, okay? Then what we have is what? I also have the auto-scaling bits of this. Talking about auto-scaling, I can do scaling based on performance metrics, like you see here, CPU, memory, queue, and those are great for unpredictable loads. And that's what happened to this customer. They had unpredictable loads. Bam, we need another instance, and yeah, we can get that instance with this. And then of course we had predictable loads. Those predictable loads are based on the schedule. So I can tell, like, there's like imagine, I don't know, Friday night we need more capacity. Okay. From what time to what time? From this time to that time, I need 6 instances here. I just put that rule there. When that start time reaches, when you reach that start time, bam, you get the scaling rule starting, and they're going to get you 6 instances for you. You can always plan a minimal and a maximal number of instances, so that a threshold on this, so that you never decrease less than 2, for example. But the max, imagine I'm in the premium V2, I can get 30 instances, but it's like, well, you know, I can't afford that. I can only afford, like, I don't know, like 12. Yeah, let's just put a max instance count of 12. So if I get more load here in the CPU area, yeah, okay, you can get more and more on this. So let's jump into demos, okay? And let's jump here and let's do a demo where I'm going to create very quickly an app service. And like, creating an app service is like the easiest thing ever. You just say, hey, I want a web app. And this will just ask you, hey, what do you want to create? I want to create a web application. I already put it here, a resource group for this. And I'll just say Azure Lowlands, Europe. Okay. And we can do this. I can choose, hey, do I want code or a Docker container? my case, I want code, and let's imagine, hey, it's a .NET 3.1. I can choose between Windows and Linux, what I have told you, and I can say, hey, what is the region for this? And I will just start to create this in Europe. So this will be my first location. I'll need to create here a plan for this. So I'll just say ASP, so basically App Service Plan, Lowlands Demo, Europe. Okay, and then you can change here, okay, basically the SKU size of this. And yeah, basically you can say, hey, I want a premium V2, V2. This is like the sizes, and you always need to check, okay, here, what are the included features that you have on this, okay? In my case, hey, let's just go for, let's just go here for this one, okay? Then, hey, look, I can monitor, I can put application insights with this. Look, application insights, it's awesome, okay? It is pretty cool, but I'm just going to say no so that this doesn't take that long. So basically, I have just created, okay, one app service in West Europe. But I've told you, my customer is global, right? So I also need to create another web app, okay, in, let's just say, US, okay? And I also needed to create, in my real case, we also created another one in Asia, but I'm not going to create the one in Asia, okay? AZ Lowlands, and I'll just say call this US, okay? So this is going to be the US one. And I'm just going to do the same thing. So this one here, and this, I'll just go drop this in East US. And I will just accept the default value over there. And I'm just going to create this as a premium one. Next, monitoring, I'm just going to say no, review and create. And I'm just going to say create. So right now, when this finishes, okay, so what I will have is something, okay? What I will have is something like this, right? So this is what I'm going to have. I don't have the queues and the function apps, but you guys get the idea. So I already have an app service plan, okay, in West Europe, and I have another one in East US. And I look at this and I say, okay, that's great, but how my user that, look, I have a user here, right? How it is connects to this or to that one, because what I want is if the customer is coming from the US, I want them to go to here because probably is the one that is better for them. But I don't even want to use probably. I want something that calculates that automatically for me. And what is that? That is Azure Traffic Manager. Okay, then we can integrate this with basically front door, etc. But it's Traffic Manager behind the scenes. Okay, Traffic Manager can and allows to control distribution of the traffic to service endpoints that can be a bunch of stuff, including Azure virtual machines, because it's an IP address where you send the data. It can be an app service, it can be a slot for app services, or it can even be an external endpoint. So basically, you can even include an on-prem endpoint with this. Benefits that we have from this: improving the availability for critical applications, getting better response times. And that's what we want for this. Remember, that was one of the big complaints that they had. If you're doing maintenance in one area, well, you can do that maintenance and still other areas will respond because you can disable one of the endpoints, you do the maintenance, then you enable it back again when it is up and ready again. Then, together with that external endpoint, you can combine an on-prem with a cloud application and everything. Okay, so this is great. And how do we do this? So we create what we call a traffic manager profile. Then we chose a load balancing method that can be geography, it can be priority, it can be performance, it can be a bunch of other stuff there and mixed ones and things like that. But that's the idea. And then I add endpoints to that traffic manager profile. And then I can, if I want, add a DNS CNAME record point to the Azure Traffic Manager. Okay, so that could be also another thing that I can do. So basically what I can do is stuff like this. Imagine that I have that URL, which is that domain, which is azcontoso.com. I can do a CNAME, and I can put a CNAME entry to azcontosoweb.trafficmanager.net. That azcontosoweb is my name of my traffic manager. So what happens is the DNS then sends me to the traffic manager. Traffic manager, based on basically the method that I have, will make the decision to go to one of the endpoints that we have here on the bottom. This, imagine, is US, this is Europe, this is Asia, let's say that. And it then sends that as a DNS response here to the browser. And then the browser goes directly, okay, to that endpoint. So this is not like a traditional load balancer. Well, the requests and the responses all pass through the load balancer. That's not the idea here, okay? So this is go directly into the Azure app service in here, okay? And then, look, we can choose a bunch of different routing methods and things like that. So let's just see this here in action, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create here a traffic manager on this, okay? And when I click create, you're going to see, so it was AZ Contoso Web. That's the name that I want for this. Let's see if it's available. It is. Then I can see here what is the routing method that I want. And you see performance, there's a bunch of them. Let's just talk about like performance. So that's the one that I'm going to choose. Performance is going to see the IP address from where the request is being made and what is the best endpoint latency-wise. Oh, that's the one. And then it sends you to that one. I can have like priority where you define, oh, everything goes there to that one. If that fails, then goes to the second endpoint. And if that still fails too, go to the third endpoint and so on. I can have geographic. Geographic, you can even, okay, you can even select. I'm just going to click create on this, okay? You can even say that, oh, that endpoint, I want all the traffic to go there. That comes from that specific country. So we can do things like this, okay? So now that this is here, so what I'm going to do on this is I'm going to endpoints and I'm going to add some endpoints to this. And this endpoint, I'm just going to call it, okay, Europe. And I'm going to say it's an app service and it's this app service in here. And I'm going to add the second endpoint, which is going to be the US endpoint. Okay, so let's just wait here a second for this, okay? So let's just say, call this USA app service, and I'm just going to select that. So right now, I have my traffic manager configured. I just need to wait a couple of minutes so that this checking endpoint monitoring status here changes to online, okay? So when that is done, I just need to go to this URL, drop this URL in here, okay, in the browser, and then bam, this goes to the best one for me latency-wise, which is going to be, of course, Europe. So right now, what I need to do is let me just go to resource groups, Azure Lowlands, and I'm just going to just do a small change into this. So this is the European version, because if I click browse, what you're going to see is this, hey, app service develops. I didn't deploy anything in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tweak this out. So under development, I have this horrible tool that I don't like, but it's useful for this, which is the app service editor, okay? And basically with this, okay, we can tweak this out. And I just need to find the app service developers, and I can just tweak this here just to say Europe. Okay, I can close this now. So now if I refresh this, so the one in Europe will say Europe. The one in the US, I'm not going to bother to change it. It will not, it just will say, hey, app service developers, okay? So that we can see the difference. But now you tell me, okay, that's great, Iago, but you talk about custom domains in all of this, right? Okay. So let's try that. So I own the AZ Contoso domain. I can go to the DNS zone of that, and I can add a record set for www.azcontoso to this to be a CNAME of, let me open another tab here. Let me grab my traffic manager. So resource groups, Azure Lowlands. So AZ Contoso web, there you go. I need to copy. Let's just copy this, and then I will adapt here. But the alias will be basically this. Okay, yeah, it was AZ Contoso web. I just wanted to copy so that I don't mess up this here. Okay, so great. So now that I have this done, so now, okay, if you go to azcontoso.com, you're redirected to the traffic manager, great. Then the traffic manager makes a decision to go to one of the web applications or the other web application. What I have to do here is I need to go to the web applications and still add a custom domain to this. So I will add here a custom domain that will be azcontoso.com. Okay, and I will validate this. So this will be added also in here. There you go. So I will add the domain here. And in here, I'm just going to open the portal because we are time constrained here. And I'm just going to do the same thing here at the same time for the one in the US. And I'm going to this one. Okay, so if I refresh, now I'm in the Europe one. It's already here. I'll just add the binding because I have an app service certificate for this so that we have HTTPS here so that the demo really works well and the browser doesn't block this, okay? And this is the certificate, SNI. I'll just click here, add. And this should work. There you go, all good. So now I'm in the US version of this and I'm just going to do the exact same thing. Add a custom domain. I click validate, add custom domain. The custom domain is being added. There you go. And now I need to add a binding for this and import the app certificate. And of course, if you have a third in Asia, you had to do the same thing over that one. Okay. So this is, and of course, look, I'm doing this in the portal because we're doing a demo in a session on a conference, but all of this, you can automate all of this by using ARM templates, Terraform, PowerShell, Azure CLI, okay? You name it, okay? It's definitely like all up to you to do this. So right now, if let's just see the traffic manager so that we are sure that the traffic manager, the endpoints are online. So if we go here and we see, yeah, online. So that means if I do azcontoso.com, I will see that European version, see? And this is the URL that I'm seeing. Now, if I want to see how the call is going to behave from the US, I have pre-created, okay, this virtual machine in the US. I could establish like a I don't know, like a VPN or whatever that will also going to work. This is just the simplest way, okay, for me to demo. So this virtual machine, it's hosted in the US. And if I open this, and if I just open the browser, okay, and I never use, by the way, I just built this VM a few minutes before our session, okay? And if I do this, azcontoso.com, there you go. See, this one doesn't say anything in here because we didn't edit it, okay? But you see, so I have a global solution being deployed right now with almost no effort at all. Of course, the solution needs to be created and and all of that. But that's the code of the application. So right now, what I have is something like what? It is something like this. I have Traffic Manager that will make the decision for me if I go to one of the endpoints or the other of the endpoints. Now, what other services can I add into all of this? Azure CDN was one of them. We had loads of static content, videos, okay, pictures, like loads of them. Also firmware updates for some of their devices and things like that. So Azure CDN was like awesome for that. I can save content on Azure Storage, which was my choice, cloud services or app services. I can have a separated host name for this. I can have then make use of the POP locations, points of presence, okay? So this was like amazing what I could do with this. There are 3 providers with Azure DNS that works together with this: Microsoft, Verizon, and Akamai. What is the best one? Well, they have different features. You have to really analyze this pretty well. Don't go for Microsoft just because it's Microsoft, okay? Check out the other ones. Check where the locations of them are, because that might be a good reason to choose one over the other, okay? Because of where your customer base is also. And then what I can do is something like this. Imagine this is what we have done. I have storage account in Europe, and then I put a file in here. Now I have a client in South Korea asking me for that file. So it probably goes to the POP location of Seoul. So there's a POP location there. Hey, can you get me the file? Oh, I don't have the file, so I need to grab the file. Then the file is cached here. You can tweak the duration of the caches and all of that. Imagine that I said 10 days. So for 10 days, that file will be cached in here. Subsequential requests for that file coming from South Korea, they probably still go there, and the file is already there. So the latency of getting the file, it is super, super low. Okay, you can pre-provision this. You can delete everything, which is called purg. Delete everything from here. Delete just a specific file from the cache here because you want to update it. There's like plenty of options for this, but this is like a great feature, okay, that we also have in here, okay? And then you can get to something like this, okay, where I have also here my Azure CDN, okay, and having blob and static content on this. Another thing that I have on this is I have other services that I have used for this. As you can imagine, this is not enough. And as you could imagine, by doing demos, we could be here like a full day talking about this. And this is like an amazing thing to do, to be honest, and it really sees the power of the cloud. There is basically other services like function apps that we build, okay, for this. We use Azure Redis Cache, Custom DB, Azure Search, Azure Front Door. So Front Door was what we have used, okay? So here, this diagram here, this should be here. We have Front Door now being used in here. We have West Europe, East US, Asia, and right now, because of the demand, we are opening another region in Asia too. So we're going to have 2 in Asia, and in Europe, they're also going to consider to opening one more or not. Okay. And then we have like Redis Cache, okay, serving SQL database and Cosmos DB that we have. We have cognitive Azure Search, and look, we even have other stuff here. So, for example, the app services, they are not reachable, okay, because of when we use Front Door was because we also wanted to use DDoS protection, WAF, which is a web application firewall. So this is much more complex than we're talking about here. I'm not putting here any security stuff, okay? So don't think that this really works like this, because we consider security is just not the topic today, okay? But you also need to talk about and see those considerations. But we have the blob storage static content with Azure CDN. Only that, look, it really gets a lot less pressure. It puts a lot of less pressure in the app services, okay? And you really put this really spread across the world. There are even conference sessions, a lot of people do them, about building a static website using like Hugo and storage accounts in Azure CDN. And it's like amazing. I have some websites built like that, and it's super cheap to run. And you really get super low latency from customers all around the world with that. Okay, it is pretty cool. What is the big challenge here? The big challenge is this geo application, because SQL databases, finding ways to replicate the data, etc., is not that easy. That's why we use also Cosmos DB to solve those kinds of issues. Okay, because with Cosmos, yes, we can have reads and writes doing the geo application natively. SQL databases only do reads here in this region, which is considered to be a secondary region. And so we had to find ways, okay, to solve that. So using this Redis cache here was also another great way of solving that, and having that redundant, having that being synchronized all over the regions and things like that. We also have service bus in the middle of all of this. Everything is a message, and then it's distributed across several consumers that are spread across the world. So there's much more, okay, to talk about this here. Resources that I have here, okay? Visual Studio Code, Git, Azure DevOps, and that was it. That's what we needed to build this kind of stuff. Okay, so basically that's it. Thank you very much. I hope that you guys enjoyed the session. Again, a special thanks for all the sponsors, and I would just like to say thank you very much. And my name is Tiago, and this is how you can supercharge your app service to the global scale.
Awesome.
Yeah, I really liked it.
Yeah, we're a little over time, but no problem. We still have some time. So there's one question coming in. I see here on my Discord. The question is, does Traffic Manager profiles work with naked domains? And then he, for instance, says, point out to https://example.org.
Yeah. They work. Okay. As long as you put the basically, I put it www. Because that's the most common one over there. But yes, they work with naked domains. Okay, no problem.
Cool. That's one of the questions.
Yeah, maybe I have a small question of my own about Cosmos DB. So do you have a lot of content in Cosmos DB? And when you look at pricing, is it do you have large prices or big prices, or is it okay, so to speak?
So for for this customer, that was one of the key things, was to have a lower cost one with the solution. And originally we wanted to have Cosmos DB period only, and that's why we have that basically SQL databases and Cosmos DB, is because of cost concerns. Because there's some stuff that they don't need, to be totally honest. It's only changed. So it's all the operations that are not read are done by other applications that they have. And those applications are done in the headquarters, which is in Europe. And basically those applications then synchronize with Data Factory to that SQL database. Then I have other SQL databases that are read-only for that data. The data that needs to be read and write, that's where we chose, and we went with Cosmos DB, so that we can have, you get the idea over there, so that we are a little bit more cost concerned with that. Okay, so that was why we have that. Although we call it, it's not when we have no SQL and SQL. There's a technical name for that. I forgot about the name. Okay, but well, but this is why we did that approach. Okay, yeah. And also we are using also a pattern that is called CKRS for basically for some other stuff in SQL. Now I remember there's stuff in SQL that is read and write, and what we have is a service that reads go to the local database. So let me just jump here. Okay, can you guys put my slides again? Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah. So we have some stuff here that, imagine I have like a service somewhere in here. and then I have like something that is like, oh, this is to read, okay, and then to write, okay, and then to read, yeah, it goes there, but to write, it needs to go, okay, to this, which is not optimal, but the number of writes that they are using, it's not that much, and this uses it's a pattern that's called C, okay, key RS, okay. Okay, that is a very known development pattern for this kind of stuff, where we separate the concerns of reads and the concerns of writes. And we could do this also to help and with some of the costs, etc., because it was a huge volume of data, but not that many operations and things like that. Okay, so we also did that part over there. Yeah.
Yeah, and your app service plan is in what pricing tier?
Premium.
Premium, because you
Of
you
the
have standard
slots.
and okay, but standard you also have the slots. But yeah, when you look at performance,
Yeah,
most of the
because
time,
yeah,
most
we
of
have two things: performance and also the number of slots that we have.
the
Because
numbers.
because the standard only has 5, and the way that we are developing on this, we needed to have more than 5. Okay, and yeah, so that was also another reason. And currently, they are considered to go to V3 because of the bigger sizes that you can put there, because we are not using the smaller sizes for this because they don't work with this. At least one of the layers of the application, we are considered to have V3. I'm not sure if they're going to, they want that, but I'm not sure they saw the price of that yet. But
yeah. So this is becoming a big solution.
yeah, this
Okay,
started
I'm going
to be a
the
small
other
solution,
great-
but today
guys.
it's big. It's very, very large. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Welcome.
Thanks, Thiago. And we have one of our other guests now, speaker, Mike van der Gaag, who is also a former colleague of myself and Tommaso.
Yeah. 2 times former colleague, right, Stefan?
Well, thank you for being here, Mike. Because DevOps is also a topic that is really important, and also a lot of developers are not really thinking about DevOps. So yeah, we're really excited to see what you have.
I hope to give a great session.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I agree as well. I know that you also recently put out a book. At least I thought it was at the end of last year, right, Mike?
Yeah.
Together with
together with Henry.
member.
So, not to make it as large as it is, because Henry wrote the largest part of the book. I helped him with the technical reviewing, and I did a chapter on Kubernetes. I have it laying around here somewhere, I think. It's just awesome to have basically.
Your name
as well.
book.
Yeah, just having your name on a book, it's marvelous.
Yeah.
It's the only achievement I wanted to have.
Yeah.
I agree. I have kind of the same experience,
a
decade ago. So yeah, I know it's pretty awesome to have your name.
Yeah.
You just do it once, and then you do it never again. Even for the amount of what I've written, it was a hassle to get started.
Yeah.
Really, it takes up a lot of
It's not
time. I really admire people that can write a lot of technical books. I saw Sjoukje van Zaal. She wrote about 4 books, I think, this year.
Even
And
more.
that's-
Well, this year, yes, but
Yeah.
more. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's as you see how much time it takes up for you to just write a book. Even for me, even for writing a chapter, that took so much time.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
something
I
for
didn't
me.
Yeah. There's that's the feedback what you hear a lot from people that are writing books, that it's really difficult and takes a lot of time.
It's not even that difficult, but you have to have a good idea of what you want to write down. And if you have that idea, it's quite easy to get started. But then the amount of time it really costs to just write the chapter, then review the chapter again, then you have a technical reviewer that will review it, then you rewrite again, then you see something, oh, Azure DevOps changed. Okay, I need to change as well. It's terrible, even with the amount of things that change these times. It's
yeah, especially with Azure, and Microsoft, it changes really a lot. Yeah,
it's quite challenging. Yeah, back in the day, I just wrote a book about BizTalk Server, which
that never changes.
For you, it could be a bit different with Azure being so fast paced and release cycles being so short. So
yeah,
good job.
I like your also your wildlife, Mike. So
yeah. Yeah, sorry. I have to share a room with the kids, with the cats.
No, that's great.
We have 4, so I'm not sure where the other. I'm not sure where the others are. I hope that they don't jump for the camera later on.
No, we like the interactive sessions, so this is really good.
That's as much interaction you can get, right? So.
Okay, great. Stefan, I think we have to start, or
Mike, you can click on share your screen, and then I can add it to the stream. So
yeah, I was just starting up the slides as well. Let me share my screen. Screen 1. That's the one.
Yep, and I'm adding it to the screen. Yeah, you can build and run it, so it's good.
Thanks.
Then I would say
have fun.
Good luck, and we'll see you in 45 minutes.
Yeah, thank you guys. Hi everyone, thanks for joining my session. You build it, you run it on a Microsoft platform. I've built up this presentation based on former experience I have with clients I work for, and with working with the Microsoft platform, of course. And everyone knows if we look at this picture, we got an expression in Dutch that's called over de schutting gooien. So basically in English, easily translated, throw it over the fence. And that's basically what we all did back in the days when we developed software, when we developed projects for customers as well. We just throw it over to the administration guys, say, you need to install this on the server and make sure it keeps running. Every one of you really knows this issue, and you really need to tackle this issue as well, because if you just throw it over the fence to the administration guys, they will have issues running the service, fixing the service, and even having problems during the installation of those services as well. So thanks again for being here with my session. To just introduce myself, I'm Mike van der Graag. I'm CTO at 350. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, and almost 2 years ago, I started a community group called the Dutch Cloud Meetup, where we have cloud-related events. We run this now together with Henry Bain and Carlijn, and we have meetings every 3 months. So maybe we will see you there someday as well. To get basically back to the subject, is basically you build it, you run it. And there was something said by the former Amazon CTO Werner Vogels in 2006, really stating that if you build something, you also need to be sure that you can run that system as well. And that's really important, because if you build it, you really have the knowledge about a system, and you really have the knowledge about a system, how it runs. So that's important, and that's basically same in line if we look at the definition of DevOps that Donovan Brown created, is that DevOps is a union of people, processes, and products to enable continuous delivery of value to our customers. Meaning that you have a continuous flow and a continuous delivery of value to the customers that are using your products. Making sure that all of these things together, so basically the people, the process, and the products, make sure that you have a predefined and a good product as well. Making sure that you have continuous delivery in place to enhance the product, but also to make sure that you keep learning of the things you are doing with that product as well. So if you if you run it, if you build it and you run it, you keep learning of how the product is evolving in a matter of time, seeing things that go wrong, and you will also see things that needed to be fixed as well. But you will also learn that there are things within your software that are not even used as well. So you are able to remove those things from your software, making sure that it keeps running and that the customers are having the value they want for the product. What we did with our customer, where we started up a new DevOps team, we really had a lot of inspiration of how we wanted to do it as well. So basically, the first thing the customer asked us to do is that, okay, guys, it's great that you are going to build a new software package, but we also need to think about how will we do the administration around the product? How will we work with the product? But also, if we have it running within our environment, who's going to maintain that product? So that point really made us think, okay, guys, how are we going to solve this issue? We need to make sure that we have a DevOps team that's really able to build it, but also run it if we're done. So we really have to have a focus on getting those guys in place with the right amount of knowledge to really make sure that we can do everything the customer is asking us, and also making sure that we have continuously adding value for our customers as well in the meantime. Basically what we did, we start working with the 5 DevOps ideals. And for everyone that has read the Phoenix Project, that's basically a book of Gene Kim, is really aware of these ideals already, because they are written down in that book very thoroughly. And basically, if we go through them, you have locality and simplicity, meaning that you have to keep things local. You have to be able as a team to manage your things, manage your security, manage your secrets, and also keeping things simple. Basically in everything I always do within my software projects or with all my other things related, I try to keep things simple. Even if you're starting to build new software packages, you have to start simple and really low-minded as well. So you don't have to build a big project at once. No, you just start small, start simple, make sure that you build on top of that. If you make sure that the basic of your application is very small, but also very good, you can make sure that you can build on top of that and make sure that you have a good project over time. Locality also means that you don't have to have that much of dependencies. You can have dependencies, of course, but you have to minimize those dependencies as much as possible so that you are in control, meaning that you are in your team are in control of the product you are developing, but also the product you are maintaining and owning for your customers to keep adding that value. The next ideal is focus, flow, and accomplishment. And what they say in the book is basically that without focus, you will not have flow, and without flow, you won't have accomplishment. And this is something that a lot of developers know and feel when they are working on a project. If they are not able to focus, they will not get in that development flow they want. And if they don't get in that flow, the accomplishment of finishing the product or finishing the functionality will not work. And they will not be able to make that accomplishment as well. So that's really important. That's also one thing we invested within our customers, that we had people in our team that had to run multiple projects. And you see that at a lot of customers these days. And what we said, okay, I don't mind him working on different projects, but really make sure that, for example, the Monday and the Tuesday, he is allocated for my project and the other days for the different projects, meaning that he can focus on those days so that he gets his flow and his accomplishment and really deliver up the software we want and how we want to work. Next up is improvement of daily work. You really need to make sure that everything you are doing within your team and within your project is that you improve that. But also make sure that for certain points of things you keep doing and keep repeating within your team, looking at automation, making sure that you are really happy with the things you are doing and really improving those things as well. One of the most simple example I have here, that I will show that later on in the demo as well, is that we needed to write documentation. Basically, every developer, every administrator, everyone I know really hates to write documentation. That's one of the hassles you have when developing. Okay, I have to write documentation. So what we did as a team, we thought, okay, how can I ease this up for us? Let us make sure for the PowerShell scripts, for example, we wrote, the ARM templates we write, how can we make something that helps us document that solution and keeping that documentation in place for the customer? And what we did, we just wrote a little script, as we are developers, to automatically document our PowerShell scripts, our ARM templates, our SQL scripts, and place that in a wiki for Azure DevOps, making it very easy for us and really improving our daily work and making the work for us far more fun than it already is. Physical well-being. So if you don't feel good, in a team, don't feel in place within a team as well, your work will not be of a standard that it should be. So really making sure that everyone within the team is really happy with each other, really wants to work with each other as well, and wants to go to the other line as well for another, is really important. So really making sure that everyone is happy, really speaking to each other as well to see if everyone is happy, and making sure that they can do their work at the best physical well-being of them as well. And the last one is almost one of the important ones as well. It's basically customer focus. You really need to focus for who you are developing the tools for. And within our team, we really set together and make sure that we really live by these ideals, and we still do. So we are still running projects for that customer in a really DevOps kind of way, where basically everything we do at this moment within that customer was totally new for that customer. And they were really happy with those ideals we took in place. But if we go further down the technical side, these days there are a lot of tools in place for you to use within the platform, to use for DevOps, and you really need to make sure that you use the right tools for your system. So you see here a lot of tools already, and there are not only just Microsoft tools. But of course, as this session is called, you build it, you run it on the Microsoft platform. We can't stick with the Microsoft tools as well. And that's also because the customer we worked for was a Microsoft company. Really already had a lot of Microsoft tools, already uses the Azure platform as well. But you really need to make sure that within your team, you pick the tools that best support your process. It's your process you're working on, or the customer process, just how you see it. And you really make sure that they need to support your process. And why do they need to support your process? Because you have to have the tools in place for you to have a physical well-being, for you to focus as well, and make sure that you can really have a fast pace in doing what you like to do. Next to that, you also have to pick the tools, of course, that are already used within an organization. For us, a few of us were from an external company for that customer. So we also wanted to use the tooling that the customer already uses. And why do we do that? Because we will not be there till the end of time. No, at some place we will be replaced by other people, and really need to make sure that the organization can continue on the process we placed in for them. You also need to pick the tools that you want, because you need to run the process. So you really need to make sure within your team that you pick the right tools, and also pick the right tools you know. You really need to know the tools or start learning the tools you want to use. Besides that, you also have to pick the tools that have the correct integration. I will just later on show some of the integration parts that you have within the tools. And of course, it's very easy if you do everything on the Microsoft platform. But even if you go outside of the Microsoft platform, you need to make sure that the tools you are using, tools like Terraform and Azure DevOps, that they communicate together and work in an integrated way, so that you are sure that you can do everything on the correct pace and in a correct manner. So if we look further down the tools that we want to use, especially in this project, the main tools we used were the Azure platform. We used Azure DevOps. We used Application Insight. We used dashboards, and we used ARM. And of course, there are a lot of more tools that can support you in a process using in a DevOps way, but also making sure that when you build a project, you have the software. You have the software running, for example, in Azure, but you also need to maintain that solution. So you also need to make sure that you have the right tools in place, like application insights and dashboards, to make sure that you can keep the tool running at the way you want it to run, but also make sure that you get the correct insights from your application. For example, if you build a web application, you would really like to know which pages are being used, what's the load time on the pages. You really need to make sure that all those toolings are in place for your website to be sure that the customer has the correct value and really gets the most out of the application you are building for them. In the next couple of slides, I have some screenshots, basically all coming from one side, a demo project we have, one side from the already running project with the customer, where we really placed everything in place. And one of the most important things we also see is that we want to have a real good Kanban board, where we can see which tasks are for who and when they will be picked up as well. Really making sure that the complete process of your development cycle is in place. So meaning that you have to choose your process as well. Do you want to use a process like Agile? Do you want to use a process like Scrum? And also make sure that you stick by what you choose. So for example, in previous occasions with that customer, we had sprint sizes of 2 weeks, and sometimes they just expanded those sprint sizes from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, and sometimes even to 6 weeks, just because they could not finish the task that they had in the sprint. So they just said, okay, we can't finish the task. Let's just expand the sprint. Even sprint updates of 2 hours, basically a stand-up of 2 hours, were normal for that customer. And we came in and we said, okay, you want to use the Scrum process? We will implement the Scrum process, but we will always also stick with the Scrum process. Meaning if we have a sprint update, we call it a sprint update, but basically your daily Scrum session, we just keep it 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes at tops, because we are a small team, and we don't take sprint update meetings of 1 hour. Even the sprint sizes, we keep the sprint sizes fixed, so it's fixed to 3 weeks. And we really make sure that everything we place on the Kanban board will be fixed in those 3 weeks as well. Really making sure and really giving the customer the idea that everything that's on that board is fixed in 3 weeks. So they really can plan ahead as well for themselves and seeing the product evolve and how it should evolve with the people they are working with. Really making sure that that all works. You also have the repos, of course. Here you see just a sample repo where you have a working process in place. You also need to think of that running process in place. So if you are using repos in Azure DevOps, you really need to make sure that you have a branching methodology, make sure that everyone in your team knows that correct branching methodology, and really make sure that everything you do within that repo is also continuously integrated, tested as well, making sure that your build analysis run, making sure that every component that's in place, really make sure that they are tied together in a nice way. And that also really comes to the pipelines part, of course. Here you see a screenshot of pipelines we run at that customer, where we have project mirroring in place, we have generation documentation, sandbox environment for customers as well. Really making sure that all those pipelines do the same work they need to do and also do it in a good way. You also see a red mark here because we were working on automated documentation for SQL scripts, but they work. Really making sure that all those components work together and work in a synchronously way together as well. Next to that, we also still use the classical pipelines. And we really have a good reason for using those classical pipelines as well. At one side, we really use those classical pipelines because the customer likes the interface they are getting running the pipelines and seeing on which status the pipeline is as well. Next to that, there's also a really important thing why we use the classical pipelines. If you want to use, for example, the new pipelines in Azure DevOps, the YAML pipelines, you have to know how it works. You really need to get started and keep working with the YAML pipelines, because it's a complete different process of maintaining it as well. Because you are maintaining it in your repository, it moves with you from branch to branch and from stage to stage. And you really need to make sure that all the changes you make, for example, in a future branch, will also get into the development branch as well. Meaning that it changes a lot. That gives you a lot of flexibility, a lot of great stuff. But for some customers, it's really hard to get started with as well. So that's why we make the choice that in this example, we deliver automated Azure subscriptions for the customer to really make sure that if we leave this project, the customer can still manage the project as well, because we have those guys in the teams. They learn how to use the processes, and they were completely new with the pipeline sections. So they really knew about what we were doing, but they also can see what we are doing as we are using the classic pipelines. And now, as they have learned step by step, we are now looking at the process of just migrating our classic pipelines to YAML pipelines as well, just to make sure that we move with the product with the product we are using, to make sure that we can also leverage all the native functionality that are in a product as well. And that's basically one keyword as well. Try to make use of native projects. Make sure that you use products and use the native functionality that there is. Even looking at the Azure platform, there are a lot of native functionality in the platform that you can use to make sure that everything you do, everything you use really works as well and is integrated as well, because they're all native integrated. Then we just go to a demo. So what I've done, of course I cannot show you the customer environment, but what I've done, I've built up a small demo of a product. That's just a simple website. So let me just close the presentation. Let me open up the product. It's just a simple product. It's just an HTTP.NET Core website that has some few pages. So it's not much. It's very easily set up as well. We can add some persons. We can administer some tasks. And we can see the configuration just for testing purposes to make sure that we know where it's running and if the connections are all set up correctly, of course. So it's a really simple ASP.NET Core application built in Visual Studio. So if we look at the application itself, it's very easily set up. It contains a web front-end part. It contains an API. And we also have a SQL project running in there as well. Basically, we all combine these together and make sure that everything we build in this project is also deployed automatically to the location we want it to be deployed to. So in this example, Azure, and also make sure that it keeps running. So what do we need for that as well? So basically now you have only see the application itself and how it's built. Really making sure that we can leverage that platform and really use it, but how do we move forward? So if we have that application, what you can see here as well, we also have the Kubernetes deployment files in there as well. You also need to write down ARM scripts. So I'm now just opening Visual Studio Code because I really like Visual Studio Code in combination with PowerShell scripts and ARM templates. And I still go back for ASP.NET Core applications to Visual Studio. That's just a habit of mine. So if we look at this ARM template, we really have a large ARM template already, because in this demo application I created, we have a Azure Kubernetes host that will have 2 containers, 2 pods running. And in one of those pods, we will host the API, and one of the pods we will open the web front end. But To make things really secure, we have placed an Azure front door in front of it. Really making sure that the connection all goes to the Azure front door and ends up in the Kubernetes cluster, but also closing down the Kubernetes cluster, making sure that nobody can connect to the Azure Kubernetes cluster with a direct URL, but really making sure that all traffic will come through the Azure front door, really making sure that we can place firewall rules on top of it, really make sure that the traffic going through our application is secured as well. So what you can see here is that all the resources are all placed within the ARM template. And if we just go through them one by one, we have a container service, and that's basically our cluster. We have the front door application that's completely pre-configured. So basically all our backend pools, front-end pools are all configured in one template, really making sure that if we deploy this, we don't have to do some manual things. Really making sure that deploying, really make sure that the application is already running, but that we can also redeploy the application if needed. So if we need to make a small change, for example, to the front end, we can really change it here, check in our code. Normal process would be that we check in the code, for example, in a bug branch, and we then do a pull request to the main branch to make sure that the main pipelines start running and start deploying the code as well. So as you can see here, we have the routing rules in place, really making sure that we route traffic from one point to another. In this example, let me check. It goes to the AKS Kubernetes front. So we have a backend pool that's called AKS Kubernetes front. So really this pattern makes sure that we move to the front end. And that's basically the same thing you see here in the application. If we just use the default front door URL, we get the front end Kubernetes cluster pod running. We have a same routing rule in place for against the routing API. And basically the pattern to match is just /service/ and then basically API queries you can run. We have some health probes in place to really make sure that the backend applications that are running correctly, really making sure that Azure Front Door just checks if our backends are still in place. And of course, we configure the backend pools. So really make sure that we configure the backend pools by making sure that the URLs that we will be getting are in place, making sure that front door is completely configured for the APIs, but also for the front door. So the one was the front door application, one is the API application as well. Next to that, we also have application insights. So we now do just a basic deployment of application insights and really make sure that we can use application insights to monitor everything that's going on in our AKS cluster, but also to monitor everything that's going on within the application itself. So we really want to get those page load times. We want to see the failures. We want to see the exceptions. But for example, we also want to see what's happening in the backend, really seeing what my application does by using the application map functionality I will show you later on. And of course, we have a SQL server. And basically, this SQL server is just used to maintain our data. We make sure that our firewalls are in place. It's just now quick and dirty firewall rule stating that all traffic from Azure can connect to this database. Normally, in normal situation, we would of course limit it, of course, to a specific service and specific locations. One of the cool things we built, I think that we built. Let me just remove this folder for the demonstration purpose, and then you can see it going okay as well. So what we have done, I will now show you to you locally. Normally we incorporate this completely in our pipelines. We have built a local run PowerShell script that just does a few extra stuff for us when we are building and controlling our stuff as well. So if we press Ctrl+Shift+B within Visual Studio Code, our local analysis will start running. If it's always the demos. Oh, there it is. So it starts running. what you can see here, it just performs some script analyzers. It will check our JSON templates. It will do a testing on our ARM templates as well. So what we made sure is that the things we do in our pipelines. So basically, what we do in our pipelines regularly is we build the solutions, of course, but we also build in checks for Azure templates. So some of you already may have heard of ARM TTK. ARM TTK is a testing tool framework that really tests out your ARM templates and really makes sure that the ARM templates are based on certain best practices for ARM. Really making sure that you deliver fine and good ARM template for your customer, and really making sure you use the best practices there. So this local run just does the PowerShell script analysis. It generates the documentation for us, like I mentioned before, and really make sure that the ARM template in here is based on a specific standard. So it has about, I think, 25 rules altogether in ARM TTK at this moment. So it really tests to make sure that the ARM template we created is on a certain level, and really making sure that also the API versions you specify, for example, in the ARM template are checked, really making sure that you do not use any of the old APIs, but also make sure that you use the current ones as well, just to be sure that you can deliver the product as well. So you saw a lot of output in here as well, seeing script analyzer issues that I maybe need to change, because we as a team have a rule in place that everything that script analyzer says that we pre-configure should be checked. So basically, this will set that we don't need to use write host. Really make sure that we just use write output or write verbose, write information can all be in place, of course. That's just something you deliver us with your team. What you can see here as well is that we have some few scripts here in this selection. New Markdown documentation, new Markdown documentation module, query, SQL template. These scripts for specific components make sure that we generate documentation based on the information we find in a file. So for example, if we get to the new Markdown documentation template, let me just kill this one. You can see that we have a process that just searches for the deployment files, deployment JSON files, and combines the information it can find in those files and really make sure that we generate Markdown documentation for it. Meaning that if someone needs some information about our templates, we can directly port him and say, okay, just look at our wiki. We have the documentation in place. And maybe you have already noticed it, but there was a Markdown folder created in our local folder at this moment, where you can find all those documentation just generated. So we have util docs for our utility scripts, script docs for our scripts, and we have ARM docs. And the ARM docs just specified which templates we have. That was our main page. And here you can see that we have a different page, and it's now all in Markdown. So let me just open the preview. If it works. No. Oh, yeah, there it is. So we have the TOC, that's default status for Azure DevOps wikis, and then you have parameters with the parameter type, string, information, and maybe even default values as well. Really making sure that you deliver the documentation that the customer wants, because the most of the customers still want that documentation to see, because they are not able to read those scripts. So you have to really deliver those scripts to them without doing anything. So we just created an ARM template and we generated this documentation for them. Same thing for the PowerShell scripts. We use the same process there. And that also delivers us a script. Let me close all of these. To make some rooms. So you can see here that we have an example in place that you can see right away on your page, really making sure that you don't have to care about writing documentation all the time, but just making sure that you just generate that documentation. And normally we also make sure that these files are automatically added to our wiki as well. So this is basically the Visual Studio Code part and Visual Studio. So we haven't moved yet into Azure. So let us do that quickly because we don't have that much time. So in Azure, the main thing what we did as well to be able to manage our solution is create a dashboard. Really making sure that we can see what's happening in our solution just in one view. So if I look at this dashboard, for example, one thing really notifies me directly is that I see red lines, meaning that something is going wrong within my application. Using these dashboards, it's quite easy for you to maintain everything you do within the application and also see how your application is running, what the average availability is, what the server response time are, how much unique sessions we have. Really making sure that you see what you want to see about your application and also keeping that application running. So normally the field requests you should investigate directly. You see field requests, you need to know where those field requests are coming from and what you can do to fix them as well. You also see an average page load. Really make sure that the load times of your pages are in a correct manner. Then you need to divide with your customer as well to make sure that what the appropriate load time for your application is. In this example as well, we have load tests available in the application now. Really make sure that the availability test is at 100%. Make sure that all these things are in place just by using the cloud native resources. And even the costs are really important. Everything running in Azure really costs money. Really make sure that you don't have too large spikes because some applications, it's now automatically refreshing. Some applications use automatic scaling, meaning that if you have a lot of users on your application, it will automatically scale to another level, making sure that that you will be paying more for your application you are running. So you really need to want to make sure that the application itself is just in the correct cost and not just spiking to a maximum and not spiking back to a minimum as well. And on the bottom part, you see some Kubernetes stuff to make sure that your nodes are running correctly. They are not using up too much memory to really make sure. But let us just investigate what we see here. So we see a failure here going on. For some reason, it was there last night, and it now is back again. What we can do now is we can just click on here. But that's not something I really like to do in these types of application. I'm more into the application map. And for the guys and girls that don't know the application map gives you a good overview of your application, which components are running within your application, and also mentioning where it goes wrong within your application. So you can really drill down to your application, see which components it are using, and what the availability is. So for example, if we just zoom in a little bit, we can see that we have some availability tests going on here, just querying the front end. On the top, we can see that we also have some availability tests going on directly on the API. So they are querying the API to make sure that the API is available. And we can also see that both parts, the API and the front end, are querying the SQL database. So for some reason, we have failures, and we know for certain that the failures are not coming from the connection to SQL. Because what you can see here is that for some reason, querying the API from the front end failed. The nice stuff is that we can just from here drill down further down to the failures and seeing what went wrong. So we can really directly see here is that we have some 503 status codes, and there were 2 failures. Clicking on it will further drill you down to the team, to the application insights, and really making sure, okay, which query was it? When was it? To really see, okay, went wrong for my application, and really move on to making sure that you can fix this problem as well. If it's a real issue, it could also be an issue, for example, during the deployment, during a pod shutdown, but really making sure that you fix this. So for example, what you can see here is that it just created an HTTP GET call to the services/API/persons for the front door URL. So for example, if we just place it in here, let me remove that slash, we can now still check if the API still works. No, API doesn't work. So that we really know that what they are doing isn't in the correct way. So making sure that you can pick up the tools and say, okay, we need to fix this right away. But let us just move back to the dashboard and look at the graph again. What we can see here in the graph as well is that the failure line is slowing down as well. And we have a GET request failure. We have a 404. That's a top 3. And that's today, right? No, that's yesterday. And today again. Basically, what you see here is that we also have a GET request failure on the top level of the domain. And for some reason, I know why this is occurring. I can show you that as well. Because I investigated the problem yesterday. And the nice thing is that because we have secured our resources, basically our Kubernetes cluster, to really make sure that no one can access our Kubernetes clusters without going to the front door. So the direct URLs of our cluster are limited. So you really need to go through the front door application to make sure that you comply with all these standards. If it just reloads, come on. So if we, for example, go to our front door application, we can also see that what we configured in ARM is exactly in place within our Azure front door. And basically, the Azure front door has a cool designer that really shows you what you are doing, what your front-end domain is, which backend pools you have, and which routing rules you use. So if you open a routing rules for the API, you can see that we have that /service/star in place to really move to that backend pool as well. So you can see the patterns to match, and you can see that we have a backend pool. So if you, for example, look at the backend pool as well, you can see here is that we have a backend pool address. And we have some health probes as well. And I know that the failures we were just seeing within the application are coming from this problem, because we have a backend pool, and this is basically the backend pool. So this directly connects to the Azure Kubernetes cluster. So if we open it up, it should not work. As you can see here as well, it really takes a long time to load as well. So this is not getting any connection to our Kubernetes cluster. And that's basically where the failures are coming from. Because for some reason, I forgot to get to remove the health probes. Basically, Azure front door has the health probe, just like I explained before, that really connects to the backend pool and really makes sure that it's alive. In our situation, this is trying to reach our page. So basically, it's doing a GET request to the main URL, but it's not getting there. It's getting a 404. You can even see it now because it can't reach this place. And even connection timeout in this example. So it's getting a 404. It's not able to connect. For some reason, it still says that it's enabled. Not sure why. But if we disable this, that GET call is disabled and will not do the health probes anymore. So that's basically how we do our investigation and making sure that we still have availability within our platform, is that we just use the cloud native resources within Application Insights. Application Insights has components in it, just like the application map, and a lot more to really make sure what your customer traffic is. So if you want more information about how your customer is using your application, really spend some time on learning Application Insights and how it works, because you have the user sessions, the funnels, the user flows. You can even see how your user flows to your application from step to step. Even if there, for example, is a failure within your application, you can request. So let me just show you that as well. You can just ask Application Insights, okay, what were the steps my customer was taking before he got the exception? So if you just drill down to this GET request, what was a failure, let's pick an operation. Just scroll down. You see that you have the related items. And what you can see here, the related show what happened before and after this requesting user flow. So if we click this, you will get to the user flow screen, and Azure Application Insight will show you what happened with that customer and what happens before the request. Now, of course, in this request, because it's just doing a simple GET request that is filling, there's not a lot of information. But if you have people that are going wrong within your application, you will see the steps they took to get to the application. What I also want to show you, that's a real handy thing within Application Insight that not a lot of people use. Where is it? That's terrible. I'm just searching for a solution. I'm just reading over it. Oh, there it is. Availability. You have default availability tests within Application Insight, making sure that the application you are having is still available. So for example, we now have 3 availability tests in place, and we can even specify per availability test what it needs to do. So you just supply it with a URL, and it will just do a ping test on that URL, but you can even specify the test locations you have. So if you have a lot of applications and you want to test it from different scenarios, you can just automatically cloud native test your application from those points. Now let us, as we are moving to the end, and we're already at the end, let's move back to the slides. Basically, the lessons we learned during our period is that doing it is harder than saying it. So you build it, you run it. It's very easy to say for a customer, okay, we will build it, we will run it as well. But doing it exactly is a lot harder. Really making sure that all your components is in place to get the real data you want is really hard. Really make sure that you also take the time to learn those things and make sure that you have the correct information, because the metrics you get are very important. Find the right people for the job. Really make sure that you have the right people. There are still developers that can only develop and cannot run that application as well. Really make sure that you have the correct people in place. And focus. Just like with the 5 ideals, really make sure that the focus is in place. And with that focus, make sure that you have that flow and that accomplishment, for example. And make sure that you are flexible. Your application needs to be able to change. Changing with your customer as well, because the customer is always looking for new stuff. Making sure that your application that you build is flexible so that it can move with your customer, and try to keep learning. Keep learning of what the customer is doing with your application. Making sure that, for example, the user flows you see within Application Insights are for a certain level so that you can see how the customer flows through your application so that you can adjust that application as well. Some resources, if you haven't read the Phoenix Project, start reading it. It's a real good book. Really making sure that you learn in a different way of what DevOps is. And of course, the DevOps documentation sites of Microsoft, the Azure documentation, and the documentation side of the Azure boards. Of course, I also want to thank the sponsors for making this event happen. And thank you all for being at my session. If you want to get in contact, you can do that via LinkedIn, via Twitter, even via my website where I write down a lot of blog posts. And you can also contact me via email. So thank you guys for being here.
Well, thank you, Mike, for a great session on you build it, you run it. I can relate to it even like, a decade ago when I was running, BizTalk kind of applications, kind of similar, paradigm. Although we didn't have DevOps in those days, it was more like other automated tools.
Yeah.
But, and, nowadays it's, I also work kind of that context. So it's a lot of stuff you said I can relate to. So it's, I really enjoyed it. So what do you think, Thomas?
Yeah, I really liked it. And especially your comments about that the daily stand-ups, so they have to be really short. Because that's also something, that a lot of customers having daily stand-ups and that take up to an hour, and it is not productive. So
and that's even the biggest problem we have with Scrum, right? So basically, a lot of companies say they do Scrum, they do Agile, they do all those sorts of things. But if you really look at how they implement the process, and for the sprint, the stand-up is one of the most thing that's coming around, because that's a daily thing. You have a daily thing that you talk to each other. And if you make that daily thing an hour, the next day you don't want to be at that daily thing. Sorry. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want that.
Yeah, it has to be productive.
It really has to be productive.
Yeah.
Daily
totally agree.
And that's even the things why the most customers say, okay, I don't want to do Scrum. I always have those daily meetings of an hour. I have a sprint retrospective of 2 hours. Why are we doing it? Just to make sure that you keep your meeting short and just discuss what you want to discuss. Really makes a customer more happy, and really making sure that the Scrum process works for a customer as well.
Yeah. But that does require a pretty strong Scrum Master to do some time blocking and stuff.
Yeah. We nothing wrong with Indian people, but they're most of the time they're sweet.
Are there any Indian people in the?
No, it's not nothing offending, but most of the time they are too sweet, and we have a lot of Indian people at the customer I work with. There are really good Scrum Masters in there as well, but most of the time they are just too sweet. So if someone keeps talking about some other things, they will just keep them talking, and then we keep them talking, and then in a few moments you are about 6 hours away of what you want to do. You have to keep track. You have to keep track of things, and I'm from Rotterdam, so I'm really honest. So I just say what I want to say, and if someone has to shut up, I just ask them to shut up. That's the whole thing.
Oh yeah, no, I think that's also a cultural mix. It's not just people from
it's not
otherwise.
Just, it's a culture thing.
Sometimes you drift away because of you talk about soccer or you talk about other stuff, and then you're right. You have to be on point. Requires a good Scrum Master and probably also a good product owner saying, hey, just stick to the the items we have to discuss, and then time box it. So usually the stand-up should be 50 minutes.
Yeah, and that's also the difference, right? Which you see if you really want to implement DevOps, you have to look at the culture of your company. It's really a cultural thing. It's not just doing it. No, you also need to make sure that your company can handle it as well. You can see that the culture needs to be in place. It's a real culture shift.
Yeah, it's people, process, product, and the people define the culture.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Mike. We have our next speaker lined up, waiting and ready to go. So I'll add him now. Hello, Geert.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Mike.
Yeah.
Thanks,
thank you,
Mike.
guys. Thank you guys for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
You're on mute, Geert.
Yes, I was setting everything up. So one moment. Let me share my screen. Let's see.
No rush. We have a couple of minutes.
Are we still online with audience now, or?
Yeah.
Okay, just to be sure.
No, this is all part of it, so no worries. Yeah, you can always start sharing your screen. I just have to add it to the stream as soon as you want to start. So, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll at least set it up so you should be able to see it.
Yeah. So it's cool you're here too. So we just had a good DevOps session, and I think you're going to continue, but more from a testing perspective, if I'm correct.
Yeah, so I think it's a really good addition to the talk that we had previous. I wasn't able to see the full session of the previous speaker, but I think there's going to be a lot of overlap between what he has in certain ideas and how you can use them further. So I don't think there's real overlap, but more practical uses of. I do believe in the same principles as he said just before.
Yeah.
So let's. I'm sharing.
Running and building it, and we haven't touched upon testing that much. So if you really dive into testing, then you're completely complementary to the previous one. So that would be excellent. So
yeah.
But testing and production, because I was developing back in the day in '98, developing in production. So and that's not a good practice. So I'm really excited about testing in production.
Or hot mixing production.
Can you see the screen or not?
I can, and I will edit in a second.
Yeah, just to be sure that everything is working fine.
The art and joy of testing in production. Yeah, I can see it in my little box here. So. I'll just edit now. See, you can see it yourself as well.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. So it's great to be here. Quite busy with all the lockdown and working. Small kids at home. I just moved to a new home. As you can see, I still need to do the walls because it's still cardboard that needs to be fixed. But it's always great to be able to share some knowledge with the community. And, even though it's online only and not being there and in real life, it's.
At some point in time, we'll be able to meet again in person. I think Geert and I, we met in the past at some conference, and somewhere in the future we might.
John, it's really annoying because you know everybody, so that's always. I know him,
Yeah, when you visit the last conferences, you bump into the same people over and over again.
Well, the last couple of years also dive in some new people, and of course, but yeah, if you kind of walked around conference for 10 years, then you kind of start to build up quite an extensive network. So that's good.
Yeah.
So how did the day go up until now? You had some good sessions already?
Yeah. See, working from home also sometimes means, other kind of wildlife. But so far, things are going great. We had, platform stuff. We have, of course, now we're a little bit more diving into DevOps. We had some monitoring. So it's quite of a diverse set of sessions across the board when it comes to Azure. So also on the tracks, you have data science and application. So it's quite diverse, I think, in this track, but also in the other tracks.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, really good sessions.
Can people chat during the sessions, or I see some chats here?
And they can through Discord, which me and Tommaso will look at if there's any questions.
Yeah.
And also through some of the other channels, we can see those in our comments. So if anyone ask questions, we'll, as soon as you finish a session, we can dive into those as well. So
yeah, I've opened the comments stuff. So if I see some stuff happening there while I'm talking, I'll try to see if I can answer the questions during the talk. That's always better to do it in context than afterwards. So
And Stefan and me will also gonna write up our own questions as well. So
yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah, that's good. Good. So
okay.
Yeah, that's the beauty of working from home, right? You have kids, you just moved to a new house, and so you have there's all kinds of scenarios, right? You have kids in the background. And
yeah,
that's the beauty of hosting a conference from home and broadcast it into the world. So
some things are easier. So because I was just working
Mhm.
few minutes ago in a meeting with clients, and now I'm already here. If you normally go to a conference, you're there the whole day, which also has a lot of benefits because you can
True.
take your time to actually look at the other sessions, etc. Now
Mhm.
you have to jump in and jump out again, which is sometimes a shame, but during with these circumstances, we just have to live with that, right? So.
Yeah, it has its benefits. It has its backdraws, of course. The mingling after the conference, or people coming up to you, asking questions. The more face-to-face kind of things. That's a bit harder. You kind of do it through channels like Discord or Twitter or other means of channels or email even. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I really like the environment that you created in StreamYard, and now it's streamed on YouTube and all the other channels. So it's really powerful how it's all produced, or the production.
Yeah, it's really great for the actual content, but I think there's really, in addition, just having a beer with people after the conference, having something about stuff happening related to Azure or other stuff, or just what's happening in the world. That's what I'm missing the most, right? You still can get great content nowadays online, but.
Yeah, so whenever you're ready, Geert, you can take it away, and then we'll remove ourselves for a bit, and then we'll come back after you finish your session.
Okay, great.
Good luck.
Then we'll start.
Have fun.
Yeah, thanks. Welcome everyone to this session called The Art and Joy of Testing and Production. There was already a DevOps session just before this, so it's a great addition. I think this talk, because I really believe in the DevOps mantra as well, and testing and production is really, I think, one of the steps you will gradually take after you are really doing DevOps. So, who is this guy and why is he talking about this subject? My name is Geert van der Kruijsen. I call myself a cloud native consultant, architect, and a full cycle developer. That means that I like to build software from beginning to end. I like to come up with initial ideas of concepts of software, but also building it so it's running in production and keep it running in production. And that's where the real value add is. So normally I'm a consultant helping companies in the Netherlands and abroad doing this, so building better software, doing that as a consultant at Xperit. I'm also a Microsoft MVP, and I'm a host of a online meetup called Azure Community Live, where we thought 1 year ago, hey, nobody's doing online communities, so let's do that. But now everyone and their mother is doing it. So we still have some great content in there. It's just something for the community, by the community, related to Azure. So this session, we will talk about testing and production. And it's not fully related to Azure, but the cloud and Azure really helps in enabling us to do these kind of things. And when we're building, let me hide this button because it's on the slides. When we build software, when I talk to software teams, they're always focused on building a lot of features that they heard from the product owner that they need to build. But in the end, where does a software deliver value? That's only when our software is actually in production, right? So I really believe in the mantra of you build it, you run it, where the last session was about, but meaning you run it in production, right? That's where our software delivers value. So let's embrace this production environment. That's where this session is about. So thinking that you're doing DevOps style software development, so you're building and running your applications. When you deploy stuff to production, then you can automate it, you can create pipelines, etc. But how do you know that your current production environment that your clients are actually using, how do you know that it's working right now? Or is it working right now? Do you know? And well, I often go to my customers and ask these kind of questions, and they have some common answers. So let me go over them. often they say, yeah, well, everything is running fine because we have created this dashboard and we have all the different components of our application on there, and everything is green. So all green dashboard, so everything is fine, right? It is until it's not. Have you ever had any green dashboards but still had an issue? I've seen that happening over and over again. So yeah, it gives you a certain false sense of false sense of being okay, right? It gives you some insights, but you can't ever put everything on a dashboard. So you're never sure that everything is running by only looking at a dashboard. But then people say, hey, we also have alerts, right? So if things go wrong, we have alerts popping up in Slack or in Teams or even text messages or email. So if you don't get any alerts, is your production environment running? How do you know that your alerts are working? Do you have alerts on your alerts? Yeah, it's a hard question. So what other ways are there? You could use a traditional way and just waiting for angry users to call you when things go wrong. But that's often not the case you want to go to, right? You don't want to have your users being the guinea pigs that actually test your application in production. This session is about testing in production. That doesn't mean we want to have our users just testing it in production to see if everything is working. So knowing how our production environment is doing is really important. And also looking at when we release to production, how do we make sure that actually worked? Take into account when was the last time you actually released to production. And maybe it was a few minutes before this session, maybe this morning, maybe last month. Everyone has their own kind of cycles. But how did you check that everything on that in that release was actually working fine? How did you make sure that there was no issue in the source code or in the config file? Or how do you know that on production it would behave the same as it did on your development environment? And there are several ways to do this. And again, as a consultant, I often go to our customers and ask them these kind of questions. And the thing that I hear mostly is we have a staging environment or we have an acceptance environment, right? The same thing, different name. But when we go over staging environments, in my opinion, there are so many problems with staging environments. Staging environments they often become bottlenecks in several different ways. Let's go over them one by one. So in the end, you should have a good overview of why you should or should not use staging environments. I think there are four main problems with staging environments. First of all is they really give you a false sense of trust. Because you deploy your new changes to your staging environment, everything works fine. But then, how do we actually know that our application on staging is actually equal to production? I see a lot of companies spending so much time on actually taking their staging environment, spending so much time on it to make it like production. But is it equal to production? Is it really equal to production? And almost always the answer is no. Think about your staging environment. Does it have real data? Does it have the same data? Maybe it's anonymized, but if it's anonymized, is it still the same? Does it have the same complexity? Does it have the same outliers in the data as your actual production environment? Does it have real users or real load? Is it running on the same infrastructure? Or is it a downscaled version of your production environment? Does it have all the same features as your production infrastructure? Does it have the same
monitoring available as production environment? Could you see the same alerts happening on your staging environment as you would see on your production environment? If we look at all the software that we build nowadays, it's becoming more and more complex. Everyone's using the cloud, everyone's building distributed applications. You're building an application, maybe microservices, you're building databases, you connect through these databases over the network, which is not yours, it's also in the cloud. So a lot of these components have certain SLAs. They can go down without you influencing it. There could be a network hiccup when you do a certain database call. Can you look at all these different aspects and know that your application will actually behave the same on staging and on production? I think we need to make a mindset shift that in the complex landscape that we're currently building, and almost everyone is building more and more complex applications, our application will never be fully up. The more and more components we have, the more chance there is that a small portion of the application will not work. And maybe it's a small network hiccup between the database and your application server. Maybe the database itself is down for a couple of minutes. There could be so many different components that have a small issue. Maybe one of the services is being deployed at the moment, so it has a couple of seconds downtime. What I would like to advise is start focusing on trusting that production environment instead of focusing on trusting that staging environment. Focus on when things happen in our production environment that we can actually repair the issues. So focusing on the MTTR, mean time to recover or mean time to repair, instead of being really certain that everything worked in staging, so it will also work in production. If you're running in production and you have the ability to detect issues really fast and being able to fix them really fast, that's far more valuable than seeing that everything worked on staging environment, which was a certain look through of a certain version on a certain moment of time running on a different environment. The next thing about staging environments is that they can become really expensive. And I've worked for a lot of enterprises, banks, medical companies, etc. And they tend to spend really a lot of time and effort on their staging environments. This can actually run up to 30% of the total cost of the software that's being built. You say, oh, 30%, that's actually, that's really a lot. But when you take into account all these things, if you have a complex enterprise with multiple applications, maybe some legacy applications, and you need to synchronize all the production data back to a central staging environment where you can run certain tests, you have to anonymize all the data so everyone can actually use that data to test. Maybe you want to have multiple test environments. You want to create an environment that's really like production. You may need to make sure that all the different teams, and maybe you have over 100 teams, they can all use that same environment. So when a certain team changes data, the other team is not impacted. You need to reset all these environments on a weekly basis or monthly or whatever you do. This all takes a lot of time and effort and money. But I don't think money is the key driver here. What I think is more important is the time that we have as development teams. We want to build and run our application, but our time is a fixed limit, right? We only work, let's say, 40 hours a week. And it's a different number for everyone, but still it's that number and we can't change it. We could do some overtime, but I rather spend that 40 hours in a way that it's actually valuable instead of spending a lot of that time on our staging environment, that doesn't really add value to our customers, because our customers are in the production environment. Then the third thing, staging environments really create a natural handover point. The last session talked about this. You build it, you run it. I think as a team, you should be able to build your application, but also run it in the production environment. This is a quote by Werner Vogels. I really like this mantra. I really believe that this is DevOps. You build your application, you run your application. This handover point of staging really makes developers go, well, we put everything in staging environment. Now it's someone else's job to actually test it, and well, our job is done here. And by removing that, you also remove this handover point. And the last thing is, staging is a real bottleneck in the release process. I've seen this at so many enterprises that it takes days or weeks before acceptance test is actually complete and a new release can be deployed to the production environment. And don't you love context switches, that you have one version running in your dev environment, then you have some internal test environment for your team, which is running a different environment. Then you have one more version running on the staging or acceptance environment, and one more version running in production. So one time you get an issue running on production, so you need to switch to that context, see what the issue was. Then you get some feedback back from your acceptance test, so you need to look into that version, and you have to sync all of them. I would focus on removing the amount of different versions that you have deployed, so it's a lot easier to actually spend your time creating real business value. So, okay, here you convinced me. Let's dump staging. But now what? Right, this session is called The Art and Joy of Testing in Production. And when I often start talking about testing in production, people look at me like if I'm this guy, right? When I talk about testing in production, that doesn't mean you only have to test in production. Right? I think testing in production is an addition to what we should do when we build and run our applications. So how should we start with this? There are two key things that I want to focus on in this talk, and that's verifying in production and changing the overall view of general software teams, how they look at testing. Let's start with verifying in production. And if there's one thing that you should take away from this talk, is that verifying in production is something that you do want to have, right? If you don't have it right now, I think this is something that you should invest in, even if you're getting rid of your staging environment. Knowing that your application is running in production is the key thing that's there, right? So instead of measuring certain things that are really technical, like CPU load or disk usage or amount of service calls, what I would like to focus on with verifying in production is measuring how my users are being impacted. Verifying that certain business processes are actually working as they are supposed to do. Let's say you have a certain sales funnel within your application. Can we actually see that people are starting it and actually are coming to the end? And where are people dropping off halfway because of certain technical issues? This really gives you an insight of how your application is doing. Let's look at two a bit more clear examples of how you could do this within your own application. One application that I built, I think it was last year, was a service where user accounts were inserted into one system, and we had this other really disconnected system that needed to have the same type of accounts. So we created a user sync service that took all the input from system 1 and transformed that to accounts in system 2. And it needed to keep doing that all the time as soon as a user changed something in system 1. Of course, we focused on creating logging, alerts, etc. if something went wrong or if there were any errors in our process that we actually knew that our application wasn't working anymore. But what if there was an hour that there are no users actually inserting or changing any users? How do we know that our process is still working? What we did is we created a small program that would just create a few test users, and it would every few seconds or every few minutes, it would create these users and then delete them again, create them, delete them, create them, delete them. So this process was running all the time. And that process was also sending out logs. So what we did is we aggregated all those logs together so we could actually start doing measurements of when our test program inserted a record in system 1 until when the record showed up in system 2, and we could start measuring that. And with those measurements, we started to create SLOs, which are service levels objective. We had an objective of when a user enters data in system 1, within 10 seconds, it should be able to see it in system 2. So as soon as we hit this program on the left side, inserting it into 1, we started a timer in our logs, and we could get the logs of when this record was actually added to the second system, and we could start measuring if we were meeting our SLO or not. And overall, it took like 2 to 3 seconds, which was great, but that really gave us a baseline of how our application was performing. And I think that's really something that you could do with a lot of applications, because it's really something that's running separately from your application that we built in the middle, the little cloud in the middle. And this gives you a lot of insights of how our application is doing, because even if there are no users in the middle of the night that are inserting any users, our program would just keep doing this. Even if in the middle of the night we had certain downtimes, we knew that upfront. So early in the morning, we already knew when someone was on call again, we knew that, hey, and during the night there was certain downtime, so we need to fix certain things. Let's take a look at another example, an e-commerce website. You could do almost the same things here, just have a bot go to your e-commerce website, browse the website, buy some things, and in the end, you can measure if everything is working correctly. Of course, there are some consequences here, right? If you do this in an e-commerce landscape, you don't want to have the actual items shipped to your test service that's buying stuff. But this doesn't cost that much effort to actually implement. But we could have an external service. We could create a user with a certain name or from a certain domain that you control as a company. And when that user creates certain orders, you can even think how far he should go. Should he actually go through the payment or not? But in the end, what you could do is take all the orders that came in from the bot and then in the end, cancel the order. And so everything is rolled back again. It's also testing your rollback scenario. But in the e-commerce website, this could also impact users, right? It could be that your bot is actually selecting certain products and that your stock runs out because all the items are in the basket case of our bot. And so these are consequences that you need to take into account. Maybe if you have, it should only pick items that have a lot of stock, so there's no problem there. And also, when you're measuring KPIs, and especially in e-commerce, you want to see which products are being sold a lot, which orders are being canceled a lot, all those kind of things, you need to make sure that this automated process is actually being excluded from these reports. But in the end, I think if you really value your application running in production, I think spending time on this is really, really valuable, and it's more valuable than creating a staging environment that's being synced all the time, etc. So verifying in production is the first step that we really need to take into account. The second part is testing. I think we need to have a different look at testing. When I talk about testing software, I often get this image back from people, right? The agile testing pyramid, where we have a solid fundament of unit tests that actually test our code. Is it working correctly? Then on top of that, we put some integration tests, UI tests, and then a small cloud of manual tests of stuff that's really hard to automate. But when you look at all these tests, they're actually all tests focused on testing before we go into production. I think the change that we need to do is splitting up all these tests into two different categories. Testing that we do before we deploy to production, and testing that we do in our production environment. And this slide, it's actually from a blog post from Cindy Sridharan. So I want to give her the credits for creating this image. She looked at all the different types of testing that we know in the software development world, and she grouped them over 4 different categories. We have the pre-production test that contains all your unit tests, etc. Just really making sure that your software is working as intended. All the features are there as you're expecting to it. And then you have 3 phases of testing in production. We have testing that we do after deployments. We have testing that we can do after release, or testing even when software is running in production. And verifying our production environment is one of them that we just talked about. So how does this work? Deploy, release, and post-release. I think that's one of the key things that we need to change within our architecture and in our deployment strategies, is being able to split up deployments and releases. So what does this mean? With deployments, we want to focus on deploying a new version of your software into the production environment, so having it running on your production environment, but not having any users use it yet. And then with release, we want to gradually move customers and traffic towards using this new version. And that's a really key thing. If you master that, you can do a lot of testing on production really easily. So let's look at how we can do this and what we could do with testing after a deployment or testing after releasing. So can we deploy stuff to our production environment without impacting our users? That's what we want to do in the deploy phase. So create a new version on production infrastructure, but not sending any users to it. If we could create this service and having it run next to our instance that is being used, we could do things like integration testing, just testing 2 components and see how they can actually communicate with each other. Those integration tests you could do on your production environment. I don't believe in full end-to-end tests when doing integration tests. I think you should just be looking at 2 different services and how they communicate together. That's working perfectly. That's where your integration tests should be focusing on. So things that we could use for that are techniques they call tab compare. So you deploy 2 versions next to each other we have service 1 and service 2 here. Let's say we have version 1 and version 2. What you do, you deploy them next to each other, and with certain tooling, tab compare tooling like Differentia or Diffie, what you can actually do is make your service call both of them and actually use version 1 just for your normal usage. But it would also call version 2 of your service in the background and see if the responses that came back are actually the same. So if you're building certain algorithms, for example, you can create two services with different algorithms that should have the same outcome, and you could just have this run in the background and see if there are any differences from version 1 to version 2 in the actual outcome. This gives you a confidence of how is my application actually doing in this newer version before you actually expose it to all your users. Then we have load testing. You could take these individual components and actually put load on it and focus on the differences that you made since the previous version of this application. You don't have to do a full load test over the full application. You just want to see what are the changes that we made. Is a certain service call taking 200 milliseconds instead of 100 milliseconds before in the previous versions? What would be the impact of that to our end users? Focusing again on what's the impact of our end users. Then we have config testing. I don't know about you, but when in all the deployments that I've seen over the years that I've worked in software development, I've seen so many outages because there were some issues in configuration. And this is something you can't test in your acceptance environment. But acceptance environment or staging has its own configuration. So the first time that your production configuration is being tested is during the first run of your actual users. So if you could have the certain service or piece of your application already on the production environment, if you could test to see if it's actually working before you expose it to everyone, all your customers in the world, this gives you a lot of confidence of knowing that your configuration is working correctly. So being able to deploy separately from release gives you all these options to deploy, to test during deploy phase. Let's take a look at release phase. So what should we do during release to actually move traffic to a user in a controlled way? So we can make the decisions of which user is going to which version of the application. And if we have both still running there and after a while we still see that there are issues in the newer version, we can also always roll back to our initial version. So there's a lot of different ways that we can do this. So let's go over some of them. First of all is something that you've probably heard about before is canary releasing. So let's say we have two different versions of our application running over a certain service of certain piece of application. If you are able to control all the network traffic between them, and I think that's becoming more and more mainstream with things like Kubernetes and service meshes on them, is you have fine-grained control of actually sending a certain amount of users to a certain version. So what you could do is take 1% of your users and send them to your newer version. See what happens. See if the performance is actually better than before. Are there any issues? Are there any errors popping up? If not, you can gradually move more traffic to this next version. And there's so many service meshes that make it easier and easier. Things like Istio or Linkerd give you all these possibilities to do this. And I think When I hear about canary releases, most people use these examples of 99% and 1% of the traffic going to a separate version. What I would like to do, and that's also really easy with service meshes, is building focused canary releases. So instead of just taking a small amount of users, you could also focus on certain users that go to your version number 2. Maybe users that come from a certain IP address of your office. Maybe people that send a certain header, like acceptance user. If they send those headers together with the request, then your service mesh knows, oh, we should send him to version 2, so it can actually test this version in production for the users that we want to use it for. This gives you even more fine-grained control of testing in production. Then another strategy that you could use instead of canary releasing, or you could use it combined with canary releasing, is ring-based releasing. I think most of you have already seen this in practice. If you look at Windows, it's really one of the most famous for doing this, right? If you go to the preview versions of Windows, you can go into the fast ring, the slow ring, or just taking the enterprise ready route of taking the really, really slow version where you get everything lost. There's so much stuff you can do here. You can let people decide in which ring they want to be. Do you want to have the latest features the fastest? Well, then you should be in the fast ring. Of course, this also has downsides because you will be exposed to newer features first, which also might have certain bugs. If you're in the slowest ring, you get updates last, but of course, stability will probably be a bit better. So looking at these ring-based deployments, how should we do this? How do we define rings? And I had a chat with a colleague once about, there was a software company, and they were building software for electric vehicles to charge them. So the software that actually goes into those charging poles for vehicles. And they wanted to look at ring-based deployments. And in this example, they were located in the province of Zeeland in the Netherlands. So their idea was, let's take this first ring as only our province. So when stuff goes wrong, it's easy to fix because it's for us, it's easier to drive to these locations and fix them. If things really go wrong and we need to go to the physical location to fix it. And from the developer perspective, this made sense. But as I said before, I like to focus on building software for our customers. And if you look at this from a customer's perspective, if one of the charge locations in the province of Zeeland is broken, and because of the new release, all of them are broken, now I have to drive really far to actually go to a charging location that works. So it could be a better idea to just deploy first to all charging poles where the serial numbers ends with the number 9, which is randomly distributed over the Netherlands, which for an end user is far more safe to do. And I would like to create small rings first that you do your initial test with. Maybe you can focus the first ring of the actual charging locations that are on the parking lot of your office. Maybe the first ring should be the parking space of your CEO, so he gets impacted first. I think that's always a good incentive towards developers, either their own car or their boss's car. Those are good incentives to focus on quality, because that's something that we need to take into account. Then lastly, we have feature flags. Feature flags give us a lot of control of enabling features, disabling features. We could even put this in the hand of our users, right? Make users select which new features they actually want to use or not use. The only downside with this, with feature flags, is you're actually adding a lot of stuff to your code, which in the long run will start creating some technical debt, right? Now a certain feature is new, and you want to have people being able to enable it or disable it. But after a while, everyone is using this new feature, and you should have the possibility to not disable it anymore, because it's just standard practice within your application. And otherwise, these feature flags will be piling up. So a good practice of feature flags is actually removing them as soon as everyone has switched it on. So feature flags really gives you the most fine-grained control, but it's also a bit more technical, complex. So let's look at a couple of things that we could do after release. And we already looked at verifying that our application is running, but we want to look at how are our users impacted. So I always like to build monitoring solutions first that look at how are my users impacted. Those examples that I showed you of verifying in production. But we should also take into account the way we do monitoring. Standard monitoring focus on known unknowns, which means we often have our dashboards and alerts, and we create them because we know certain things will go wrong. And we could monitor on disk usage because we know disk usage will go sometime the disk will be full and our application will crash. So you can monitor for those issues. But as I said before, our applications are becoming more and more complex. We're building these distributed applications. We don't know what can go wrong. Everything can go wrong, right? Our database can be down because it's running somewhere in the cloud, not fully in our control. We don't know when it will go wrong, what will cause it, how long it will take. Everything is distributed, going over the network. We all know we can't trust the network. Certain calls might fail. So what observability says, as a more DevOps view of monitoring, is also focus on unknown unknowns. When stuff goes wrong in your application, have your application instrumented in this way that you can actually search for things that went wrong. If you have a lot of logs, metrics, and traces of how your application actually was being executed, you can search and query of what are the things that actually caused this issue, instead of having to deploy a newer version with new logs or metrics built into them. So taking into account that you build your application with the possibility that you can search for certain things while it's running is really, really powerful. I think when you build it and you run it, build and run your software, these are things that you need to take into account, and that's becomes far more natural when you're in this mode of I'm building my application, but I'm also responsible for running it. You as a developer often have a far better understanding of what are the key areas that could go wrong. And with that, you should start focusing on building resiliency within your application, right? Building fail-safes. So we do retry mechanisms when we do calls to a database that's going over the network, or all kind of things like circuit breakers. When we hit our database a certain amount of times, maybe we should stop querying the database and look for an alternative. What I really like about certain companies, they have a philosophy of failing open. When stuff does not work, how can we make sure that we don't impact our users that much? I think I always use the same example of Netflix. They have an authentication service. Most of the applications that I know have some form of authentication. What happens when our authentication service does not work? Well, our application just stops working, right? That's the first thing we hit, authentication. If that doesn't work, you can't use the application. Netflix, we thought their authentication mechanism. What they do is when authentication service fails, so when the service is actually down, it just gives everyone entry to Netflix. Because they say it's our problem that we can't verify that our users actually have a subscription with us, so we just give everyone the same content. We just open it up for everyone, just for the small amount of time that we need to fix our application. I think that's a really good philosophy to have. Of course, it doesn't work for each application. If you're working in a bank, you're not able to do this. But Netflix is not hit by this at all. Yeah, they open up Netflix for everyone for maybe 1 or 2 minutes when the application will be down. Well, nobody is trying that all the time. Or yeah, the worst thing that can happen is that people can watch a few series for a couple of minutes. That doesn't cost them anything compared to having millions of people not being able to use the service that they actually paid for. And another thing that you could do when you're working with or focusing on resiliency and trying to build that into your application is also testing if all these fail-safes that you build into the application actually work. And this practice is often used within something called chaos engineering. And I always like to explain chaos engineering as the same thing as a vaccine. You insert a little bit of harm, so on purpose you make certain service calls fail, or you add a little bit of latency and see how your application is actually being able to cope with this. And so how is our immune system in our application that we build, so all the retry mechanisms, circuit breakers, etc., are they working as we expected to? It's also a really valuable way that you could focus even more on building resiliency within your application. So with that, time is almost up, so I want to recap. Really focus on your production environment over your staging environment. That's where the value is. So if you spend a lot of time on syncing your staging environment, etc., I'd rather have you spend that time on actually building a production environment and being able to split that deploy and release. Spend your time and money on that instead of having all that money and time spent on staging environment. We need to have a mindset that we know our application will fail. We don't know what will fail or when it will fail, but it will fail. Verify on production. As I said, you want to do this anyways. If there's something that you need to take out of this talk, is try to build these kind of things so you can verify if your application is actually running on production. And really work with resiliency in mind. Building and running it together really gets you this focus from the beginning. And it might sound easy as I just talked about it. These are subjects that will take some time for you to actually execute really well, and it will take quite some learning curve and time and effort to do this, but I think it's really worth it building more applications, better applications for your end users in the end. So with that, I would like to thank you all for being at this presentation. Thanks everyone, and well, hopefully we'll meet again in person when all this stuff with COVID is over again. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a really good session.
Yeah, I liked it. A lot of the testing, things and perspectives, and I've seen some other sessions, with other technologies, when I attended QCon. But yeah, they're definitely interesting. Also, the test pyramid, although a bit different when they talking also about statistical analysis and such, and peer reviews before you go to unit test, and then of course end-to-end test, or you use integration test, which is quite challenging, I think, and the most brittle as well. So definitely liked it. So good stuff.
Great.
Yeah, but for example, when you talked about canary releases, do you think it's difficult to set up a canary release for your application? Is that something only for big customers, or do you think also smaller companies that have a small application, do they also benefit from a canary release, or what do you think?
I think it's becoming more and more mainstream. The more tools we get to make this easier, the more in reach it is becoming for everyone. Right, so I know a lot of the bigger software companies and bigger enterprises maybe already had it in certain applications, but with service meshes becoming more mainstream and things like Kubernetes that just makes it easier to do these kind of things, I think more and more people are actually being able to benefit from these things. So maybe it's still quite a learning curve now, but maybe in the future it will become even easier and easier to do. I fairly believe that it will.
Yeah, and do you think that testing in production is the most important, or do you still think that the unit testing, what was really important a couple of years ago, do you think that's still important, or maybe it costs too much time? Because it always costs a lot of time creating unit tests. And
I think unit tests are still the base, right? So looking at feedback from tests, you want to get the feedback as fast as possible, right? And when you're writing your unit test along with your code, that's the earliest you can get certain feedback, right? If you get feedback from production, that means there was a whole process in between already, from deployments, etc., and committing your code. So if you can get feedback before you commit with your unit test, that's the best. So that's what I wanted to say with this talk. Is it doesn't mean you don't have to do all these things anymore, but
you have to do extra.
Focus on unit test first, and then when you become more and more mature, you can do these kind of things as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also, like the comments from Dennis de Groot, he says, also end users keep finding different ways to killing your product. So that's also, important that you look at your end users as well. And because you said, focus group, but they look at, they already know what they're doing. And that's also what I found, that end users in the end, they do the strangest things.
That's why I really think measuring how your users are being impacted throughout the day is really, really key, because they find patterns that you've never thought about, right?
Yeah, exactly. Do we have a lot? There's a lot of comments, but I think people are.
There's a lot. If you switch over to Discord, Geert, you see a lot of discussions.
I think that people are talking about their own problems.
Everyone has a lot of these issues and stories about what happened in their production environment, etc. So that's. I've been in software consultancy for like 15 years now, and there are so many war stories to be heard from all of the customers that I've worked with. So I don't have Discord open, so I will check it right after the session, because I think the next session will start in.
I have the ladies waiting, so we're about to say goodbye to you, and thanks for your session and your effort. It was really good.
Okay, I'll go on to Discord to see if there are any questions I can help you.
Yeah, there's a lot of comments too, so it's a bit hard to see what kind of the questions are, but I think.
Okay, I'll just browse through it, and it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for watching and for your time.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies.
Good morning.
Hello.
I saw you were waiting and getting ready to go.
That's the first, right? That the ladies are waiting for the gents.
Well, I'm really excited because I've created a couple of videos myself, and I really like if you have any tips, because I had an editor because I created a video at Channel 9, and there was a professional editor, and all the things that were wrong, he just cut them out. So I'm really excited what if you have any tips, if you have editors who are doing or editing your own, maybe you have great software that you use, or so I'm really excited if you have have tips and tricks. The tips and tricks.
I sure think they do. It's quite challenging if you do it for Channel 9. I was pretty nervous too. Usually I'm not, but with all those professional people in the studio around it, like, oh wow.
We're not that advanced, okay? It's just the two of us sitting at home using the tools we have, and So
well, I got lucky with one of the magic editors on this event. I couldn't say enough about what Izzy does to make our shows so amazing. She is so talented. I really got lucky with this one.
Stop it.
Yes, so I think one of you two will probably share your screen, right? So
Izzy's going to. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. As soon as we can hit it, then I'll add it to the stream, and we'll leave you ladies to do a wonderful session. But before that, we'll continue a couple of minutes more of chit chat. So.
See, we still have some time to go. So how about you guys? How has the day been so far for you? I see Holly's taking a picture, smile.
No, it's been good. I've been up pretty early this morning. I was raiding cats and dogs, and I did have to walk the dogs before, starting off.
That's what we have kids for. We have kids for that in the rain.
Yeah, my kids are asleep, and I can even tell you that my son's in the same bedroom, in the same room as I am currently. So, and he was still sleeping while I was hosting. So, this is a multi-purpose room.
But you keep him on the background because I don't hear him. So
he's got a headset on and stuff, so you won't see him.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah, so far it's been going great. We're down to the last session, so that's you two.
And always, in the last sessions, the stakes are really high. So
hey, don't be nervous.
No pressure.
No pressure. No. It's. I mean, of course, we know like the you really had amazing speakers for the whole event. A bunch of them. I was lucky enough to meet in person. Some I know through the online world. The sessions they're doing, the technical knowledge they have, the whole diverse lineup of the conference. I mean, everything so far. I really have to say, like, well done. Really well done to the whole team behind the scenes. And in front.
We're definitely happy that this year we were able to get more women on stage. Last year we struggled a bit, although we have the CVP open for everyone.
Yeah.
But I definitely think that the push from big companies like Microsoft and others really help in that space, because this year we had a bigger number of women in the CVP, so like 20, 40, so quite a lot, compared to last year. So that's really good to see that it gets some traction. So
yeah. Well, and that's the whole effort of our first next 3 months is just hitting women in tech, because we do have so many. I say powerful women in tech, and we're trying to give them a platform to showcase what they've done and their journey. And I think it's beautiful that people are starting to advocate more for women in tech.
There's definitely a lot of women in tech. Even my wife's in tech as well. She does bioinformatics, but
she does what? What does she do?
Bioinformatics. So,
my God, that's amazing.
Mapping and processing a lot of data, but it's on different platforms. So it's not on the Microsoft platform. I asked her if she wanted to share some sessions or stuff, but she's a little bit reluctant still. So
yeah.
Well, if she needs any coaching, mentorship, help, or anything, then feel free to redirect to us. We absolutely felt the same way she did, right? That's also how Holly and I were before. At least I speak for myself, but I know for Holly as well.
No, we're the same.
Yeah, to get me on the stage, to get me up front, to get me to talk, that was like the scariest thing ever. And I have to say, this whole online universe we're currently living in, it is kind of helping to get through that barrier of actually getting on stage. I mean, I'm sitting here in my home office where it's comfy, right? I mean, if I would get too scared, I'll just hang up. I'll just be like, bye, everyone.
But I mean, I'm still nervous. I'm sweating over here. You know, it's important. But you know what I would say? If your wife has the time, tell her to listen to our episode with Donna, because she gave a lot of really good, powerful advice for women in tech who have a desire to go hit a goal, whatever it is. I enjoyed that session tremendously. It's an hour, it's a bit long, but I would tell your wife to watch it. Donna dropped some bombs on us, and it just reminds us that, you know, go do it. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
Well, getting bold.
That's also very important. You have to have fun to do the session.
Yeah. Well, let's hope for me and Holly not. I think we're happy to have here, right? We've been warned yesterday. We will have two bold guys hosting our session.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why I'm so happy that there are more women going into Microsoft and information, because back in the day there were only guys like me, and Estevian, bold guys, and so we definitely need more women.
Well, and what I think is unfair, and we talked about this with Donna, is that when I switched from being an admin to sitting in engineering, I actually had people tell me to change my look, change my style, because I wouldn't be taken seriously. And I thought, if I have to change the way I look so that people can see that I have a brain, that's wrong. And so I said, no, I'm going to show up boldly every day as myself. And if that means I have to work twice as hard, that's okay. Right. So I do think there's this odd stereotype with women that we have to conform. And I think Izzy and I are here to say we don't. I mean, our brand is pink and purple and hearts, right? But we're, but that's who we are. And we're sticking to who that brand is. And I'm proud of us for doing that,
Cool.
Yeah. We'll definitely touch on the brand topic as well later on.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, one of you ladies can share your screen. And
yes. So let me quickly
you can
get everything
ready, and we'll leave.
You don't have to leave. You can hang out.
Yeah, but you have to do the talk, so they kind of want to listen to you.
Yeah, and we want to hear all the tips and tricks, so we're really excited there.
All right.
Yes, okay. I'll add it to the stream, and I would say good luck, ladies, and we'll talk soon after you're done.
Yeah, have fun.
Have fun.
All right. So, are we good? Are you all ready, Holly?
You know it.
All right. Are the guys ready? I hope they are in the backstage. Yeah, so let's get going with our session today called Women in Tech, Head in the Cloud, Heart in the Community. First of all, before we start, warm welcome to everybody around the world. Wherever from you're watching, you're listening, you're joining Azure Lowlands today. It's an absolute privilege for both me and Holly to actually be presenting this session to you. So so today together, Holly Lehman and I will deliver this session for you. So let's head over quickly who we are. So I would like to hand over all the way now to Seattle in USA to my sweet partner in crime, Holly, to do a brief introduction of herself.
That was a beautiful opening, Izzy. So yeah, thank you. Hi, everybody. It is so nice to meet you. My name is Holly Lehman. You can find me on Twitter at Lehman__Holly. I would love to connect with you and have you follow our journey. Quick little tidbit about me. Vegas native, they do exist. I was born and raised in Las Vegas. As a little kid running around hotels and eventually moved to Seattle as someone who's non-techie. My background is all hospitality and event management. And here I am sitting in the world of tech, working for Microsoft. I work with the Azure product improvement team under the customer experience world, running the North Star Partner Program, where I have the privilege and blessing of working with MVPs, partners, and customers. I am a mom, I say, of 3. I have 2 beautiful little girls and a cute, fluffy little dog that I call my daughter. So that's a little bit about me. So Izzy, hand it over to you.
Yeah, so my name is Isidora. You can call me Izzy, just because that's easy to remember. So if you have seen my name, Isidora Katanic, you might think, hey, where is that coming from? So I'll tell you a little bit about my roots. So I'm born in former Yugoslavia. In the early 90s, I moved to the lovely country which is hosting Lowlands, to the Netherlands. So I grew up in Amsterdam, and a few years ago, my heart got stolen by somebody in Switzerland. So that made me do the difficult yet super exciting decision to move to Switzerland, which means I miss everything in the Netherlands, which basically are stroopwafels, hagelslag, croquetten. So if you're based in the Netherlands, you have any of these, please don't post pictures right now because I'll get super jealous, I guess. So then recently I've been awarded with the Microsoft MVP title, which I'm very passionate about, very happy. It's a true privilege to be part of that community, and of course the whole Microsoft community in general, where in the past 10 years I've been working for several IT companies, both Netherlands, Switzerland. Have a very international job, did lots of travels for conferences, but of course now we're all stuck at home at the moment. That's why we're doing the session online today. And then speaking of the Netherlands, I want to start with a Dutch lesson for Holly, just to warm her up a little bit. So I'm going to see how well Holly will do with actually pronouncing some of my favorite Dutch words.
Be kind. Holly, be kind.
Please have a look, Holly, and try to read whatever you can see on the screen.
Oh gosh. Okay, we have Droifster.
Droeftoeter.
Droeftoeter. Squirty Marie.
Schorry Morrie.
That. Oily wrapping paper.
Oelewapper.
Oelewapper. Piepschuim.
Piepschuim.
Piepschuim. Please tell me I didn't say any. Please tell me I didn't say any cuss words.
You didn't. But I will not say you failed, but let's say I hope you will do better, because later on in the session I have more Dutch words coming on for you. All right. So thanks, Holly. You've been a great student. Let's get going. Let's tell the audience about our journey, how this all started, a look behind the scenes. Give it away.
Okay, so it's actually a funny story. I've got some feedback. I'm not sure why. Do you have feedback for me? Okay, it just got cleared up. Thanks, guys. So it's a really funny story. So Izzy and I, people don't really know this, we've never met in person. I know her fiance because we both work on Azure, and because of an MVP, Sam, and people that we know, they said, you two need to connect. So again, we're all virtual. So we connected online, created a friendship, and we wanted to razz some friends of ours, Joey Snow and Rick Klaus, who run Patch and Switch. And so one night we thought it would be funny to dare them to do a TikTok dance with us. So they still haven't shown up for the dance, but we posted this hilarious dance the two of us did virtually, edited it, posted it, and it basically went viral. And we realized that we made people laugh. We didn't even care how silly we looked. We had so much fun doing it, and we brought a lot of people, just some smiles. And so I can't lie, I went to send her a message. I sent it and then I deleted it. And I probably did that 4 times because I had this idea and it scared me. And I was worried about hearing her say no. And that idea was, hey, you love community. I love community. Everybody is dealing with negative COVID world. We're stuck at home. People are sad. They're depressed. They're focused on the negative, that this pandemic is happening. And she and I have such a love for the community, being that I work with customers, partners, and MVPs. Izzy is an MVP now and heavily ingrained in the MVP community. I said, would you be open to doing an event, or a podcast or a video series with me where we interview all kinds of people in tech? And we get to showcase what they're doing. What do you think? And then I deleted it another 2 times and then resent it. And she came back and said, yeah, that's a great idea. And so together, we thought this would be a great idea to bring our brand, which we'll talk about later, as to who we are together, share our story, but have the opportunity to create a platform for people to share a positive story during COVID and the amazing things that they're doing and creating, whether it be a book that they've written or a fashion design that they've done or the passion they have for their children and the example they want to set for them. And so we're at episode 9 as of today.
Wonderful. Yeah. So thanks, Holly, for that quick intro. So basically, how did we start? So Holly just told you about first it started with an idea, right? Shall we do a podcast together? Shall we do a video series? And yeah, I was absolutely happy to do so. And especially to do it together with someone, because I really think that's also double the fun. So yeah, basically, how did it go before we had our first episode released? So we started brainstorming together. We were doing like a long brainstorming session where we would discuss, so what's our mission? Like, why do we want to start this series? What are our goals with the videos we're going to shoot? What are the ideas we have? So if you're looking into starting your own, make sure that you have this before you actually start recording. It will make it a lot easier for you to like work on your planning. If you have like a clear mission in mind, like what is it that you want to bring across? So to start, as Holly already mentioned earlier, right, you can see the pink and the purple and the hearts. That is actually who we are. And we were not going to change that in something more, manly or whatever. We wanted to like stick with what we like. And so we started working on the branding. And for us, it was important to have our identities in it. And to actually create the whole logo, the intro video, the outro video. At that time, that was really like a skill which we both were, all right, let's outsource this to somebody who actually has the talent. And of course, also include more people into this beautiful journey we have. So we had an external designer who supported us with creating the logo, creating the intro and the outro for our videos. If you're looking into it and you don't have the talents yourself, there's tons of people out there, and especially now who are at home and who have like a lot of creativity that they need to let go of. Don't hesitate to include help if you cannot create a logo yourself or your brand and so on. So make it a journey together with others. Then I would like to head over at point 2 for Holly.
Yeah, so I have feedback again. So the one thing I realized is what do you need? And being that when COVID hit, I was in Mexico. I came back and just never went back to the office. So I came home and realized I needed to set up an office. I needed to find out what do I need? And so one, I had to make a workspace at home that made me feel like I was walking into work every day. So the first thing I did is, we bought desk, we bought office setup, because I had to feel like when I walked into this space, I could focus on whatever it was, that mission for the day. But because COVID hit, I couldn't just go and buy all of the electronics that I needed. And so, I went and bought a proper microphone. And a lot of it is saying, hey, what do I need? And so I reached out to people and said, what's the best mic? What do you do for lighting? How do I set up an office? And I actually had to completely reconfigure the office because I wasn't hardwired in. And I was constantly getting low internet connection and, connectivity issues. And so I said, Izzy, what is wrong? What am I doing? I reached out to Pumala, another friend of mine who's in tech. And
Get a microphone. I remember saying I'm not going to do this without a good microphone.
That's right. And so I did. I went and and the other thing is I realized I needed a backup headset. So I have my AirPods. They don't always give the best sound quality. And so I reached out to other friends and said, what kind of headset do you use for a backup option? So I went and bought a good headset. So you have to think about backup. What do you need? If my AirPods aren't connecting, I don't have time to go running around. You just quickly reconfigure a new setup. What kind of microphone works? What kind of lighting? What kind of lighting do you use? So do you use a lighting ring? For me, I'm blessed that I have a window in front of me. So I typically use natural lighting. But yeah, you have to think about all those things. And I guess between the branding that Izzy talked about and what I'm speaking of, is there's nothing wrong with saying, I don't know what I need. I don't know how to do this PowerPoint or how to create an outro or intro, and go and ask people for their advice and tips and tricks.
Yeah. So speaking of natural lighting, Holly, I know it's super early for you. You had to get up like at 5 a.m. to join this session today. So
Yes.
really thank you for doing that. Is the sun
Totally
up
worth
already
it.
in Seattle? Or?
No, it's pitch black.
All right. Let's hope you will get some sunlight soon. All right. So in terms of planning and responsibilities and timeline, so if you're doing it alone, it's kind of simple, right? You know what your responsibilities are. But if you're co-hosting with another person or even more than one person, I would highly recommend that also before you actually start with your series, that you define a path. Like, so what are your responsibilities? What is the timeline? How does the planning work? So how Holly and I do it, which I absolutely love, is that Holly takes care of everything pre-show. So she is like the head of organization, getting the guest on board, setting up the times. Purely organizing everything from the planning perspective. And then, of course, the recordings we do together. And then afterwards, that's where my main responsibility kicks in. So I'll make sure that we have the recordings ready, do the editing, which I will tell a little bit more later, what tools I'm using for that. And let's be clear, I'm not a professional, right? I'm not trained for that. I did not study for that. It's literally just learned by doing. And that's something which I would also highly recommend you. It's a lot easier than you would think it is. I mean, I know, of course, there are highly skilled and highly professional video editors where you cannot even compare to what we are doing. But if you just want the basics, right, then that's definitely something that you can learn yourself. So give it a try. Also, feel free to reach out to us if you just need any quick tips and tricks on that part. But I'll cover it also a bit later. And then also super important is point 4 is the lineup.
Well, and I just want to make one comment on the responsibilities. I think that I keep getting feedback. I think it's really important to note that when you're thinking about the responsibilities, is that it's a shared partnership. So with Izzy and I, it is 50-50. And then I think also when we think about the timeline, making it fair to both. So we were real clear in the beginning. We only have the bandwidth for one video a month. And so I think setting those expectations make it fair for both. And then as far as the lineup, I still get feedback.
You mean echo?
Yes, I'm getting an echo. So when we think about the lineup, it goes back to, what we talked about in the beginning. What is the goal? So when I think about who we're going to reach out to, does it hit our goal? Does it meet our needs? Does it reflect what they want to share? So it's not just what our goal is, but also what do you want to share? So quite often we always think about diversity and inclusion. We don't want, back to back of the same content. We want it to be relevant. We want it to be impactful. We want it to be something that we can share our goal, but we also want to make sure we share theirs. And so we are very methodical in who we reach out to. We also want to make sure that it's not so time consuming for the guests that it becomes a part-time job for them. We want it to be so streamlined that we can get them engaged, get them on board, get them on the calendar, ask 20 to 30 minutes of them, and they're done, and we do all the before and after work.
All right. Yep.
Okay, so carefully prepare for every guest every month. I think that when, kind of what I was just saying about the lineup, when I reach out to somebody, I know like Donna says this a lot. Don't just say, hey, I want to meet with you. Here's what I'm doing. Here's the ask, and here's what we can give to you. We want to make sure that when they receive our invite, that it's something that will be impactful for them as well. So when we reach out to our guest, we research who they are. Sometimes it gets even a little, our guest yesterday said, you guys did a bunch of research on me. We absolutely did, because we want to showcase who they are. We want our questions to be impactful for them to share their story. And so by doing that, by doing the research before, we can make sure our questions are very, very specific, and that we can also highlight the topic of the day. So if it's that they wrote a book, if it's that they wrote a blog, if it's that they have a new webinar that we can highlight, we want to hit all of the things that show that they are important to have on the show and that we really care about their story. And then the preparation before and the call is really important. So Izzy and I, we will come together and say, here's a list of the people and why. We share the ideas together. And then we basically say, okay, when we think about these people we want to interview, what is their story? Why do we have them on? And how can we highlight who they are and why they're impactful for technology? And then we talk together about what are some questions that we want to ask. And so we just hit the presenter or the guest of the show with, here's the topic, here's the goal, here's our outline, because we want to make sure that they come prepared. We don't want to just hit them out of nowhere, because when we make sure that we're prepared, we can make sure that the episode is very streamlined. And the goal that we ended up having that's worked out great is we get to show who they really truly are. Every single event, somebody's gotten emotional. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's Izzy, sometimes it's our guest, but it shows how genuine the conversation truly is. And that's what we want to reflect.
Thanks, Holly. Yeah, so speaking of the topics and the stories, as Holly already highlighted a little bit about the guest. So I think it's very important that before you actually have your guest on board is what is the message that you want to bring across, right? That's what the episode is about. So then there are multiple things to think of. So first of all, we always love to think about who is our guest? Like, what is important for them to have highlighted? So is it a book they recently published? Is it an amazing blog that they wrote? Is it a conference where they're going to speak? Is it however they have been coping with the whole working from home situation? It's like, what is the message from the guest that he or she would like to share on our show? Then, of course, as we're shooting it, recording the episodes for the community, right? It's a talk show by the community, for the community. We always try to keep in mind what is interesting for our community at this current time. So, for example, in December, we did an episode where we had multiple speakers with multiple perspectives on the same topic, which at that time was homeschooling and working from home and dealing with all of that during a pandemic. Like, we know that's a hot topic. We know a lot of parents, including Holly herself, of course, who are struggling actually to keep up all the balls in the air, if you can say it that way. To indeed be homeschooling, working from home, being a full-time mom, being a full-time worker. I mean, literally everything. So that's something that we, always try to keep in mind what's relevant for the community to also know about.
Well, and then can I say one thing on that? I think the other thing is to point out, we talk about what's relevant during that time. So we did hit a hot topic. We talked about the Black Lives Matter movement. We're not here to get into politics, but we are here to keep it real and to keep it relevant. And so as events have happened, we have changed our topic based on what's happening in today's time, if you will, to make it very relevant for everybody that's listening. I think that that's something that is important too, to keep it timely.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then lastly, it's also yourself, because you are the one who's actually hosting the podcast, right? So what message do you find important yourself? You will always see that in every episode, so no matter who we are talking to, you will always find topics which Holly and I ourselves find very important. So, for example, equality, or indeed women in tech, or coming from a non-technical background into the tech industry, homeschooling children. It's like there will always be something in the series, no matter who we speak to, that is also relevant to us. And I would like to give you as an advice, pick, of course, a topic that you are passionate about. You will find, like, whenever you would do something which you don't really care about or you're not so passionate about, you do it with a different mindset. But if it's something that you very strongly believe in, like for us, like equality, women in tech, like I said, then I really think we bring a lot of heart into the show, because it's something that's so close to our head in the cloud and heart in the community, right? Oh.
Okay, so this one is, excuse me, this one is really important to me, because when we started to do this, being that I've always done live events, I want everything to be perfect. I want the speakers to be on time. I want any of the tech to not have any glitches, no issues. I want the PowerPoint to be uploaded. I wanted everything to be perfect, because as an event manager person, that's my skill, my passion, and I have high expectations for myself. And so when I think about everything now being virtual, we're dealing with so many different nuances. And I think this is really important for people to realize that we are all home, which means my dog is home, my husband's home, my kids are home, my neighbors walk in, the garbage truck shows up, and it's hard to expect perfection in a very imperfect scenario right now. And so I would say, for some advice for people out there thinking, oh my goodness, I'm at home, I don't have the best tech equipment, it might be glitchy, my kids might walk in. You have to give yourself that space for the imperfections. One of the first teasers we did was I had my little puppy on my lap, and Poppy started barking, and I got so stressed out, but we ended up making it a teaser video, and it was hilarious. Quite often, my kids, they will walk in, they're doing schooling right now, and they'll forget a workbook, they'll forget a laptop, they want to play with the dog. And as much as we try to make it perfect, we have to give ourselves the leniency that things are going to happen and you have to roll with it. My daughter walked in the other day during episode 9, and I just kind of had to let her do her thing and shut the door. The garbage truck is probably going to show up during this event, and you just have to be okay with it. You want to minimize as much as you can, but also realize this is not a normal environment for running events, and you just have to give yourself the space that it's not going to be perfect. Sometimes you can use the imperfection to make humor out of it. I know yesterday doing a podcast. What's that?
And humanize, right?
That's right. we did a podcast yesterday, and the dog walked in, jumped on the co-host's lap, and we just went with it. And yes, to humanize it, we are all at home, so quite often my bandwidth, it's awful because my husband's a realtor. So he's on Zoom and he's taking calls, and my kids are on Zoom and they're using their internet. And so no matter how much I try to, mic up and do everything on time and think of all the technical things to make it better, you're still going to have issues because this is the new norm for now. So I would say give yourself grace, give yourself a bit of room to not make it perfect and to roll with the imperfections.
Indeed. And the nice thing about recordings, if it's really, really bad, you can just cut it out in the end, right? Yeah. So, all right. So then the post-productions. So basically after we are done with the recording, like I said, that's where then my main responsibility comes in. And like I said, I'm not a professional video editor or something. It's literally just downloading, watching tutorials, asking for tips, and that's how I started using Camtasia, which I have to say is very user friendly. So if you're looking for an editing software, then that's definitely the one which I would recommend, just because of the fact that I've been working with it, using it, and for the basics that we need to like cut and edit the videos together, at the intro, at the outro, put in like Twitter handles, music on the background. I mean, that's all doable in Camtasia if you try it out, of course. Then as a platform, I mean, there's of course a lot you can use. We for Head in the Cloud, Heart in the Community, use YouTube. Yet again, it's a platform which we know ourselves, which we also use in our day-to-day life. So that also felt like the easy choice for us to go with. So basically, after every video recording, we then upload it to our YouTube channel. I highly recommend that. That of course you start a channel for that to host your videos, and then after the video is uploaded, that's basically where we rely on our followers, of course, our subscribers, which we have to the channel, but as well as social media. So you will find that in day-to-day life, both Holly and I are very active on socials. You will often find us on online on Twitter and posting and so on. And we also leverage those platforms to share our video series. So we always post the links to Twitter, to LinkedIn, Facebook. We put it on our private Instagram channels for our friends and family also to see. And then two tips I would like to give you are groups. So I think groups are really a great way to reach a larger audience than just your own followers, right? You will find, so let's say, for example, there are, let's give a quick, for example, women in tech groups that we know, like Microsoft groups. That's where we also like to share our video, because we know we reach the audience, maybe people who do not follow us, but then we can reach them through that group. So I would definitely recommend you, if you're looking for promotion, definitely post your content into groups. And then lastly, community. I mean, of course, our show is about by the community, for the community. And what we have learned on this journey is how helpful everybody is.
Yes.
Right? I mean, sometimes we ask for help and the people are there. And often we don't even ask for help, but people just help out by whether if it's a retweet or a reshare, or both Holly and I, we often share with each other when somebody reached out like privately, like, oh my God, I watched this episode and this and this was so great. And I mean, the community is really there. And so if you're doing a show, involve them. I mean, just ask for the people if they want to help you to share the content, or if they know anybody who would really like need to listen or watch your show. I mean, I think, the power of community also for a video series is absolutely strong, right?
Well, and I would want to add to that there's nothing wrong with asking for help. Quite often, I will private message people that have a larger network and say, do you mind just retweeting this? Do you mind sharing it? We have a positive message and we want to get it out. And quite often, I've never had somebody tell me no. Usually it's a shared experience. And then they say, I'm happy to do that. Can you help me as well? And so it's that handshake feel where absolutely, I'm happy to share what you're doing. And the other thing I think we do is that's super important to comment on is we keep our guest a secret. We've started this from the beginning, and we'll do little teasers and we'll do little hints. And then we will reach out to the guest and say, do you mind sharing without saying that you're on the show? Because then we hit their network. And then once we
gave away your secret.
Oh, it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful, right? I mean, I think people need to know that there are little tips and tricks, and that we do. I mean, everybody knows that that's what we do. And I think it's okay to share that. Find whatever your tip and trick is for promoting your show. It's going to be different for everybody, and involve your guest. Get their network engaged as well. And then I think the other thing that we do that's super important is we go back and do the in case you miss it.
Yeah, of course. Oh, no, you cannot see your next words.
Okay. Okay, so I think everybody knows about the imposter syndrome and how real it is. For me, my imposter syndrome was, how can I run a technical podcast being a non-techie person in tech? And so a lot of us deal with that imposter syndrome. And for everybody, it's different. For some people, it's like it says here, do I have the right setup? Will my message land? There's a lot of content out there right now. And so people feel that, why would somebody listen to my podcast versus another podcast? Some people feel like we talked about, how can I do this with all the distractions? Like we talked about in the private chat earlier, somebody had mentioned that their wife didn't feel like they could get online. Can I present? Can I get on stage? Do I have the right communication style? Do I have the way to hit an audience? There's just so many questions that people have. And I liked what Donna Sakar said, go out and do it loudly. We have asked people to be on the show and they've come back and said no. And that if that's the worst thing that can happen, you're okay. You just move on to the next thing. And with each time we've hit kind of that imposter issue, whether it be my setup, I learned something, whether it be my kid walked in, like Chris and Rick are saying in the comments, those issues, those imperfections, they make it real, they make it genuine. And every time we've done an episode, we've learned something. So all of those imposter syndromes, we just kind of have to kick it in the back, because every time we've done something, we've come back and said, let's do this different. Let's edit this different. Let's engage the guest a bit different. Let's do the pre and post work different. So it's all a learning opportunity. And that's what I would say, is that if you have those imposters, hit it, try it, and you're going to end up learning from it. I don't know if you have anything to add on that, Izzy, but I've learned a ton from you.
Yeah, so actually I do. I mean, also keep in mind that even the best speakers out there, right, who are like all the time on stage or all the time on videos, on podcasts and so on, also they deal with it, right? It does not mean that you have imposter, like if you're not a professional or if you're just starting. I truly believe no matter how many sessions you have done, it will always be something that is there, right? It's just human. It's who we are. And of course, we want to show the session from the best side. We want to show the video from the best side. So you will always have those feelings or insecurities. And like Holly said, like how Donna Sarkar said, just do it. Just get over it. We absolutely know how it feels. We've been there. We're still there. We still have it for every show, every session, even today, right? But yeah, just do it. And I think community is more supportive, than ever, and especially now. So and if you were holding back, please.
Oh, sorry. I have a delay. The one thing I'll say is, when I woke up this morning at 5 o'clock, and I thought I wasn't going to be able to get up because it's so early, it dawned on me this morning, it's your passion. I jumped out of bed this morning at 5 because this is a passion that we have and that we share. So I guess my point is, when that imposter syndrome kicks in, remember, this is your passion. And if it's something you're passionate about, somebody out there is as well, and they want to hear it.
Indeed. All right, so time for a little break. Holly, there we go again for your Dutch lesson number 2 of today.
Okay.
So, hit it.
Do I get to know what these words are in English at some point?
Yeah, sure. I'll explain you, of course.
Oeften die wolken.
Okay, that was not bad. That was not bad. So it's hoofd in de wolken, which is the start of our show in Dutch. So it means head in the cloud.
That's awesome. Okay. Schatje?
Schatje.
Schatje. What is that
Schatje.
word?
It means sweetie or cutie or honey. It's like, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I know what this one is. Azure Lowland. But it's Azure Lowlands.
Try it again.
Azure Lowlands.
Yeah, no. So Azure, bravo. That was well. Lage Landen, which indeed means Azure Lowlands.
Look at me go. Okay. Larry.
Yeah, getting close. Larry Cook. Larikook, yeah. So basically that means when you're saying something which is like, it's just not true. It's like absolutely not true. Then you say like, oh, you're talking Larikook.
Larikook. Got it.
Yeah. All right. Well done.
I'm trying.
Good. So yeah, then before we go towards the end, so basically, yeah, there are tons of tips, of course, out there from, the tools you can use, the planning you can do. I mean, there's really a lot out there, but there are a couple things which, Holly and I actually have learned on our journey. And I think the first one, for me, the most important one, is to have fun. So like Holly just mentioned, like her alarm went off at 5 a.m. and she jumped out of bed to be part of this session, right? And that's also the mindset which I think we both have every time when we have our next recording scheduled. It's really fun. Like we really look forward to it. We are chatting up front, we're sending WhatsApps and so on. I mean, I think that's the most important of doing it, right? Do it. Of course, you want to share a message, you want to share knowledge, you want to get something across. But no matter what topic it is, make sure you have fun, that it's really something you're passionate about, you're looking forward to, because that somehow just takes away, a lot of the pressure. And it just makes it a lot more fun for yourself to do everything, because it is a lot of efforts, right? It maybe looks easy, a video of 20, 30 minutes, but behind those 20, 30 minutes goes a couple of hours of indeed preparations, ideas, questions, finding guests. And if you're not having fun doing all of that, it will become something, which you're just kind of like dragging along. So make sure you're really, really having fun. And then secondly, so at the beginning, what I said, like what for me is very important, that we at least have good microphones, right? So that the sound quality is good. Also, you will see for yourself, at least how I learned that before, when I look at certain videos I did where I had no light, I had no microphone, I had no external camera, it was like off my laptop. And now when I look back, I'm like, oh, wow, like pre-COVID times, like once in a while, I mean, for a team school, it doesn't really matter, right? But I think that really helped also for me to actually get like the right setup. And then as a third tip, I would like to say, like we mentioned before, right? Prepare yourself for every show. So no matter how often you have done it before, of course, it does get easier by the time, whether if you're presenting or if you're recording, the more often you do it, the more comfortable you're, the process. But no matter how many times you've done it, always prepare yourself for every show. And that, of course, works differently for every person. But if I give you a look into our behind the scenes, then for us, the preparation is as important, as time consuming as the actual recording and post-productions and so on. So over to you, Holly.
So I've already mentioned this a few times, but for us, community truly is a passion for both of us. It's something I've been doing since I started with Microsoft, and I've been heavily ingrained in community. And I guess my point is that the passion for whatever your endeavor is different. For some, it's coding. For some, it's event management. For some, it's learning something new, writing a book, doing a fashion line. But whatever it is, remember, it's your passion, and do it loudly. Show up. And showing up means doing the work before, during, and after. And I said your voice is important. And I say that because I've sat in rooms with very brilliant people who, like Rick saying in the comments, imposter syndrome is real, and they've stayed quiet. I've stayed quiet in calls or meetings when I shouldn't. And I've had to learn that just because I don't code doesn't mean I don't have a voice. I bring something else to the table. And so with Izzy and I, when we went on this journey together, our voice is important because we want to share the stories of other humans. And that is our passion. That is our voice. And we wanted to give a platform for others to share their voice. And so just remember that whatever you have to say, it is important, and other people do want to hear it. And the other is, don't stop learning how to make improvements. Like I mentioned, every single event, Izzy and I come back with, this is how we can do this better. it's not negative. It's a positive every single time. And we've had people reach out to us privately and say, hey, have you thought of this? Have you thought of that? And it's the outside perspective that will continue to make everything amplified and better and make people want to join your journey, whatever it is. And like as he said, have fun. I enjoy the work we're doing more than I have in a really long time. It's brought some positive to my life. I look forward to the work before, during, and after. And I've absolutely loved hearing people's genuine stories. And I think that because we have fun, if you watch our videos, you'll see it's a genuine discussion. People get emotional, people laugh, people cry. And I think it is because we truly have fun doing this. So
absolutely. Yeah. And it's just to add to that. So Holly and I may be hosting it, but also we learn as much as the audience does when we talk to our guests, right? Like whatever they bring to the table, whatever tips they come up with, it's also something that we also really listen to and incorporate. And so, for any person who's thinking of starting it, be prepared that also for yourself, it's really going to be a fun journey. Also yourself, you also learn from it. Yes. So, I really hope that we inspire people to step up and to get going. And especially now, right, with this virtual world, we notice that people, they're just seeking for online interactions, right? So thanks a lot, Holly, for your insights. So before we go to the end, like you already mentioned at the beginning, right? We're both pretty active on Twitter. That's also where we will always be sharing whenever we have a new episode ready or our teasers. As Holly revealed, like our guests also retweet before we actually launch it. So you can already start looking at like, oh, who has retweeted it? That might be the next guest on the episode. But make sure you follow us on Twitter. We're happy to interact with you. And also, if you have any questions, you can always, of course, you can find us on Discord as soon as we're done with presenting. But afterwards, we're always available on Twitter. So feel free to reach out to us. Then, of course, of our show, you can find us on YouTube. It's a long name, Head in the Cloud, Heart in the Community. We currently did 9 episodes. Of course, we have more coming. We don't plan to stop anytime soon. And it's even our goal to do this in person, right? So it's not something that we always want to keep doing online. Of course, we will, depending where the guests are. But as soon as we're going to back to a world where we are going to events and meeting people and going out, we'll definitely be doing those in person. So for the episodes we currently have, you can see a bunch of great people. I mean, you might know them from the Microsoft MVP community, directly at Microsoft, regional directors. We have a beautiful mix of technical, non-technical people. So please have a look at our show, and also feel free to provide us with feedback or let us know if you have any questions, of course.
And we just want to thank everybody for having us on. I have to say that when we started this journey, we had a goal of presenting together. This was something we had a goal of about 6 months ago. And I want to say thank you to the sponsors and Azure Lowland for helping us make this happen. This was a beautiful opportunity. And so I just want to say thank you so much.
Well, you're welcome. En sinds you're now well versed in Dutch, ik denk dat wij nu verder... Nou, I'm not gonna do that.
Ja, precies. We gaan gewoon lekker over in het Nederlands. Ik denk dat Holly, die heeft alle belangrijke woorden nou wel geleerd.
That's not nice. I don't know what you're saying.
No, I must say the word thing was hilarious, and you didn't learn any nasty words or anything. Just funny, and it's I also might have wanted to ask you to say Scheveningen, but already Isadora did Schatje, so that's kind of the same thing. It's hard for foreigners to say the.
I do have one which I actually wanted to ask Holly, but I was like, okay, that's just mean. But Het groene gras groeit goed.
Oh.
I don't even know.
It's funny, but it's it's going to be a challenge for you, Holly. Het groene gras groeit goed.
It actually means the green grass grows good. And you can say it the same way, just say instead of.
It all sounds the same to me.
Yeah, usually when I talk Dutch, well, there's foreigners in around me. They're all like, "You're constantly like." I'm like, "No, we're not." But yeah, apparently we don't notice it. But yeah, there's also.
And depends also where in the Netherlands you are, right? I used to live in Maastricht for 5 or 6 years, and there I had the zachte G. Brabant as well, yeah.
Okay, Chris, now I've got people in the IM window asking me to say sentences.
Yeah. I know. It's a really hard one too. The krap de krullen van de trap. Oh, de trollen van de trap. Oh, okay, that's a different one. It's kind of hard. So. No, it's a great session. It's a lot of good pointers. Definitely like that. Yeah, you need the passion. You need it to do it. You learn by doing stuff. So I definitely agree. 10 years ago, I was a quiet person too. If you knew me 10 years ago, then you would be surprised what I am today and speaking up and letting your voice hear. So, definitely.
Thank you, Chris.
And it definitely helps that you resonate that story again and pointing it out. And so I definitely think it's a good thing you're doing. And I also like the session because it's got some fun in it too. So.
Well, and that's what we try to do in all of our episodes, right? I mean, we just did one with Lori, who runs the MVP community for teams. And we had a lot of fun, right? The girls, we all showed up dressed up in pink lipstick, and Lori even showed up with a pink jacket. But, we had a lot of laughter. But at the end, when she started talking about her children, she genuinely got emotional. And I think that's part of our brand, is really digging into the realness of humans. And somebody in the IM window even mentioned that it's the people that walk in, it's the mistakes that make it real, and people know that it's not staged. It's something that we truly care about, and I think it's that genuine nature that makes our episode special.
There's also a question about Chris asking what kind of technology you use for your podcast. So of course we're using StreamYard in this case, but he was wondering what you guys are using.
Yeah, so I'll jump in on that one. So actually, we started with Teams just because of the convenience, right? That we both have it. So we have been using Teams on the episode so far. I do have to say that we are looking now into indeed getting a license for StreamYard, just because, you're using it yourself, so you know how awesome it works. It will also make it easier for post editing. So far we have been using Microsoft Teams, but it looks like we will in the future also switch to StreamYard.
Yeah, Rick, that was a fun episode. My daughters are still wearing the onesie.
What?
In the IM window, Rick commented.
Sorry, I'm not reading it, so I'm like, what?
I like to engage the audience in this. I think it's great. I appreciate the comments. But yeah, Rick was saying that he laughed watching the episode we did with Thready. That was super fun.
Thready the T-Rex.
That's right.
Who actually is a human, right? It's not just a dinosaur that everybody knows in the Microsoft community.
That's right.
Cool. So one of the sessions we should look at if you haven't seen it.
It's
I also like your comments about when you give a presentation, then you have to prepare. That's always important. I only know one person that is able to do presentations without any preparation at all, and that's Scott Guthrie. I saw him a couple of times on the MVP Summit, and he's really amazing. He talks to the audience, and asks them, "Oh, what do you want to know? What do you want me to talk about?" And then he starts off. It's amazing when you see him, and I think he's the only guy who really can do that. Or maybe you have seen other people.
Some people just have the natural skill, right? I mean, put them on a stage. And I mean, if you would tell me now, like, 10 seconds, I need you on stage, I would be so scared. I would be running away probably. But there are people who are like, put me on a stage. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. What do you want me to do? And they're like totally fine with it, right? So,
But I think the other thing, is when you're talking to somebody about what their skill set or their passion or, what's top of mind for them, I think the difference is we're engaging somebody else. And we want to make sure that we do the prep work because we don't want to waste their time. We don't want to take an hour out of somebody's day and just show up and it's very haphazard. We want people to know that their time is valuable and that their story is important. And so we do the prep work so that we show up for that person. It's not just, I really know about this Azure topic or this Azure service or whatever it is, or this is how to code. That's more of a topic, but this is a human and we want to make sure that we show up for them. So we do the work before so that we can show up and showcase who they are.
I think that's it's also the same for Azure Lowlands, right? Or for any other event. I mean, it's also not that Azure Lowlands like invites or accepts a speaker for a session and they show up now and it's like, oh, you need to do this and this. No, it actually, there goes preparation up front, right? So we had speaker drinks yesterday, which were like virtual, but still it was very nice because we also got prepared as speakers and we also got the opportunity to ask some questions. And preparation is key, to always be key.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, even organizing conferences. There's a lot of prep going on. And we kind of started 3 years ago in Australia. Thinking about doing this conference. So we started small, and we're not professional organizers like you. We just tried it out, and here's where we are now. 3 years later, it's virtual this time, but even that is new for us as well. But it's like what you're saying, you have to do it.
Yeah.
Ask guidance.
Yeah. And you have to make the best of whatever the situation is, right? And I think that that's what Izzy and I were that was our goal when we started this was, okay, we can't change that COVID showed up. We can't change that. I'm a big hugger. I can't wait to, meet people in person again and just hug everybody. But, we realized like, this is the deal. We're at home. We can't. And so that was the effort that we had in starting this was, we're stuck at home and everybody's feeling a bit disconnected and a bit sad and they're all dealing with something. So let's do something positive. Let's pull a positive spin on it. And I think that was the original goal. And so the first time we get to do this live, it's going to be very emotional. So bring the tissues because I know I'm going to need them.
We already said we will record when we actually run to each other from the airplane, first time we meet in person.
I think that's going to happen all over the world eventually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If everything goes well, please keep your fingers crossed. I will see my parents for the first time in half a year next week.
Whoa.
And it's like, I cannot believe it. I still cannot believe it because we had many times that I was supposed to go to them or they were supposed to visit me, but then new restrictions came and so on. So let's hope this time it works. But oh man, am I gonna hug my parents?
I can believe you. Yeah. Well, I've seen my parents, but then again, for instance, my kids haven't seen their grandmother for like the same time period as you, like 6 or even more months. So because of restrictions. Yeah.
It's for everybody. Not easy times. And I think because of that, we value even more this opportunity we have today with you guys, of course, to still get that connection. And it's nice that you said like that teaching Holly the Dutch words was funny. Because we actually have no idea, right? We cannot hear anything. We don't know, is the audience laughing? Are they not laughing? Is it funny?
I can assure you I was laughing a lot.
But it's just silent, right? And that's what this whole new way of not new way, but way of presenting currently. Yeah, you just look at this piece of hardware in front of you. Well, I would have loved to be now in the same room with you guys and later on with the speakers and the audience and the attendees and everybody. But we just make the best out of it and stay positive. I think that's really the most important now to get through this.
Well, and I'll add one more thing to that. Well, good. I'm glad you were laughing, Chris. I would say the one thing that started all of this was when we did post that TikTok dance, and I have no rhythm. I have none. I can't dance to save my life. And if you do see me dancing, I've probably had too many cocktails and take me off the stage. But we learned, like, just laugh at yourself. I mean, we got so many people that liked this silly video that we did. And at the end of the day, we were like sweating and we're like, do we post it? Do we not? And at the end of the day, we posted it and everybody loved it and laughed. And so I guess be willing to just laugh at yourself.
I think they were laughing at us, Holly.
And that's okay. That's okay.
So ridiculous, right? So out of rhythm at all.
We got people laughing and during a really sad time. And if, you know what, whether you're laughing at me or with me, you got a smile on your face and it was totally worth it. And actually, I even got my kids engaged and now they do videos mimicking Izzy and I, what we do. And we're letting them know that you can have fun, even if you're stuck at home, you know?
True.
So, Stefan, do you have some really difficult question left in your pocket?
Well, they covered a lot of grounds, and of course, being in the same boat as Holly and Isadora like years ago, and there were very good tips. I do believe that we kind of have to round things up in this track as well, and everyone can head back to track 1 where there will be a raffle and where we all get together. So,
okay, great.
I would say enjoy your weekend, and hope to see you in person one day, of course, whenever that will be. Things are heading the right direction with the vaccines and stuff, so probably that will happen next year. So thanks again.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, and this will conclude.
Can we get the guys to do a heart with us?
Come on,
come on, you can do it. Come on.
It's more like a circle.
We should do a how-to video on how to make a perfect heart.
Yeah.
I'm horrible.
All right, thanks so much, guys. That was really
thank you.
Really fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Take care.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks.